India is very true to its words, so they continue doing it as per the SOPs laid down. But Chinese are waiting. So they wait for a chance where they can violate, they can intrude, and thinking that they can overwhelm with scuffling. The question is, it means Chinese cannot be trusted. So how long are you going to trust China?
China has always had the intention of occupying Arunachal, and India has categorically told them that Arunachal continues to be an inalienable part of India and not even a single inch of its territory will be compromised. We are absolutely alert. Since 2006, this has been ongoing off and on as far as Arunachal is concerned because of differing perceptions of the two countries as far as the exact location of the LAC, and both sides patrol as per their perceived LAC.
परंतु ये जो एक एक्शन हुआ है चाइनीज पीएलए की तरफ से, ये कुछ एक और बड़ी लंबी चीज दर्शाता है कि वो जो पूरी भारत के साथ जो एलएसी के ऊपर जो उनका डिप्लॉयमेंट है या जो उनका टैक्टिकल प्लान है या ओवरऑल प्लान है, वो बहुत घातक है. वो चाहते हैं कि पूरा का पूरा जो अरुणाचल है वो चाइना के साथ जोड़ दिया जाए, क्योंकि वो उसको मानते हैं कि वो तिब्बत का हिस्सा है, जबकि हिंदुस्तान ऐसा नहीं मानता, और ये आगे भी होता रहेगा. चाइनीज प्रेजेंस नजर आ रही है जगह जगह पे, और चाइना का जो क्लेम है उस एरिया का जो भारत के अंदर, इसकी वजह से और भी मजबूत होता जा रहा है, और वो एक दृढ़ता दिखा रहे हैं इसके अंदर.
Taking this across to my colleague Akash Sharma, who joins us on the broadcast. Akash, any minute now, at about 12, I believe, we are going to expect a statement by the Defence Minister himself. What are you picking up on that account?
Right. So, Griha, as far as this particular statement is concerned, I'll ask my team to, just fix the problem, fix the audio team first.
Okay. All right, Akash, I'll come to you. We'll have that audio reconnected with you. Cutting across to the lower house of the Parliament, where opposition, of course, is all set to corner the government on this breach along the line of actual control. That, of course, is the big talking point in the Parliament today.
निशाना बनी थी. इस दिन हम सतर्क सुरक्षा बलों की बहादुरी को भी स्मरण करते हैं, जिन्होंने हमारे लोकतंत्र के प्रतीक पर हुए इस हमले को विफल कर दिया था. हम संसद सुरक्षा सेवा, दिल्ली पुलिस, केंद्रीय रिजर्व पुलिस बल के 8 सुरक्षा कर्मियों द्वारा दिए गए सर्वोच्च बलिदान का भी स्मरण करते हैं, जिन्होंने इस हमले को विफल करते हुए अपने प्राणों की आहुति दे दी थी. इस आतंकवादी हमले में एक अन्य कर्मी सीपीडब्ल्यूडी का भी शहीद हुए थे. ये सभा शहीदों की को श्रद्धांजलि.
All right, going back to my colleague Akash, we believe that audio link is through with Akash at the moment. Akash, we will be cutting across back to the Parliament, where opposition is all set to corner the government. However, that big statement after this high-level meeting that was chaired by the Defence Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh himself, is all set to be, that in fact is culminated, but we are yet to actually get in the Defence Minister to address the media or probably release a statement. Anything that you're picking on in that regard?
Right. So, you see, first of all, we'll get some sort of clarity as to what actually happened, after this particular statement, because in fact, the opposition asking for the clarity. Also, as far as figures are concerned, so, we have been reporting this, that, we have got at least 6 of our Jawans injured. Yes. But what is the actual figure? How many of their Jawans are injured? How many of our Jawans are injured? So, we'll get some sort of clarity on that. Also, we have been given to understand, Griha, that in the morning when this meeting was called, so in fact opposition asked the very question that when this incident happened on 9th of December, why it is so late that you're calling a meeting now? In fact, only yesterday it was reported how this incident took place, this clash took place in the Tawang sector and, in the particular point where in 2021, in fact, we reported a similar incident. Now, opposition asking several questions, but talking about the very clash. So, on 9th of December, this has happened. Indian Army has somewhere confirmed.
अवसर प्राप्त करे, बाकी सब जो मेंबर्स है क्वेश्चन आवर चलाना चाहते हैं, माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी 12 बजे इसके बारे में एक स्टेटमेंट देंगे.
डॉक्टर सरकार ने कहा कि हम स्टेटमेंट देने को तैयार हैं। आप स्टेटमेंट चाहते हैं, उसके स्टेटमेंट के बाद आपको कोई बात हो तो जब चर्चा करना चाहिए, प्रश्नकाल में डिबेट नहीं होती। नो। क्वेश्चन नंबर 81, डॉक्टर अमूल राम सिंह कोले। माननीय मंत्री जी, सप्लीमेंट्री
सर, माननीय मंत्री महोदय ने अपने जवाब में विस्तार से एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्ट और एग्री कमोडिटीज के एक्सपोर्ट की बात कही है, लेकिन मैं एक बहुत ही दुखद घटना की तरफ सदन का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा कि मेरे चुनाव क्षेत्र में जुन्नर तहसील से दशरथ लक्ष्मण केदारी।
We'll cut back to the lower house of the parliament in just a bit. However, going back to Akash and my colleague Abhishek also, who is joining us on the broadcast. Akash, I'm really sorry we had to cut out of that conversation and go to the Lok Sabha at the moment. However, another thing that I wanted to understand from you, you can quickly go ahead and make, complete your point that you were making. But I believe you'd already gone to Oli in Uttarakhand, where that entire Indian Army's Yuddhabas operation, that also was happening. You had covered that extensively. Chinese troops had problems with that. The Chinese government had problems with that. And after just a few weeks later, we see this skirmish at a very, very important point, which is Tawang. And it has actually become a friction point, which we have to talk about because this is the line of actual control again.
Right, and Griha, talking about the very exercise, yes, China had a problem with it because as per them, because of the agreement that was signed between the India and China, you cannot carry out any such exercise nearby the actual line of control. However, this was happening under the UN Charter, and we explained it very clearly that this is for peace. This exercise is for peace, and also talking about the particular development. So we know this for a fact that the area in Arunachal Pradesh comes under eastern sector of the actual line of control. We have three sectors. Eastern sector, which has Arunachal Pradesh boundaries with Arunachal Pradesh and Tibet. Then we have Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand in the middle sector, and then western sector that has eastern Ladakh area. We have seen the similar incident in eastern Ladakh. We have seen Galwan, and we know that how 20 of our brave hearts, laid down their lives. But after that, after 2 years, we are seeing similar incident where this clash has happened. This time it is in Arunachal Pradesh, and it is quite evident, Greha, talking about the intentions of China, talking about all the provocations or all the change in stance that have happened in last 6 to 7 years. Because, in fact, just a few minutes back, I was giving an example of Barahoti. Barahoti is an area in Uttarakhand, and again, it's a point of dispute. And in fact, that is our boundary, but they claim that that is their area. And in Barahoti, in fact, we have had several instances when in 2006, China's claim was something else. In 2008, they were something else. And now they are claiming something else. So this is the kind of approach that China has always opted. And this is the reason why now we are saying that even in this case, we have been given to understand that they had ill intentions. And that's the reason why around 300 of the Jawans came to that particular point, 17,000 peak point, and they started the arguments, they started provocation, and after that clash has happened. Now, given the fact that Indian Army is best when it is about the high altitude warfare, this is the reason why...
Akash, I'm really sorry, I have to interrupt you once again. We are cutting back to the upper house of the parliament where Mallikarjun Kharge is speaking.
But China has brazenly transgressed into our territory since April 2020. The illegal and unprovoked Chinese transgressions upon Y Junction in Dipiang Plains continues till date. Similar is the state of Chinese transgressions into Gogra and Hot Springs area in eastern Ladakh. Not only this, Chinese built up next to Pangon's Lake area, including building of PLAs, divisional headquarters, army garrisons, weapon shelters for artillery. Anti-aircraft guns and armored carriers is being continuously ignored by our government. Government also remains obvious to the Chinese construction of a new radom and two high Pangon Sow bridge, also with decks on both sides, facilitating easy movement of Chinese troops, has also been brushed aside. Despite demand to ensure status quo ante as April 2020, China has refused to vacate. No, एक minute actually. No, you know, since back.
Finish in 1 minute.
To vacate our territory and has been deliberately taking shelter beyond the statement of our Prime Minister dated 20th June 2020, saying that no one has entered into our territory. Even the ongoing talks with the Chinese.
The notice is with Honorable Chairman. He will
no,
decide.
this is the notice. I am reading the content of notice. I am reading the content of notice so that it should go in the slot, and I want to reply according to that.
माननीय लोग भी आपने पूरी नोटिस पढ़ ली है.
No one has entered into our territory.
Please, the notice is under consideration of Honorable Chairman. He will decide. Please, Mani.
Deputy Chairman, sir.
Please.
My Deputy Chairman, sir.
Please.
The Honorable Defense Minister Shri Arunachal Pradesh is slated
You have
to
already
make a statement
explained.
regarding the Yangtze
आपने बता दिया
incident.
पूरा. It's under माननीय एलओपी आपने अपने नोटिस का कंटेंट आपने अपने नोटिस का कंटेंट बता लिया. प्लीज
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir.
माननीय एलओपी को प्लीज प्लीज
The Honorable Defense Minister.
आपने अपनी पूरी नोटिस बता ली. अब आपने अपनी पूरी नोटिस बता ली. प्लीज माननीय एलओपी को बोलने का पूरा मैंने मौका दिया. उन्होंने अपनी नोटिस बताई. प्लीज अपने सीट्स ले.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir.
प्लीज
The Honorable Defense Minister Shri Arunachal Pradesh is slated to make a statement regarding the Yangtze incident in Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh on 9 December at 2 p.m. today. Looking at the gravity of the situation and the request made by the opposition also, I would urge the chair to allow the Honorable Defense Minister to make the statement at 12:30 p.m. instead of 2 p.m. so that the issue can be placed before the House even by in the middle of question hour. So kindly allow the Defense Minister to make the statement and he will give all the information that is sought for by the opposition.
प्लीज एक मिनट नाजिर साहब आप बैठ जाए. प्लीज मैडम प्लीज बैठ जाए. प्लीज एक मिनट. माननीय प्रमोद जी, माननीय लीडर ऑफ द हाउस ने कहा कि 12:30 बजे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी बयान देंगे इस विषय पर. माननीय एलओपी साहब ने अपनी नोटिस पढ़ी. आप 12:30 बजे क्वेश्चन आवर के बीच में माननीय रक्षा मंत्री का बयान सुने. ये संवेदनशील मामला है, देश के हित से जुड़ा. आप सब लोग उसी की बात कर रहे हैं. माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी को सुन ले आप. जो माननीय एलओपी साहब की चिंता है, माननीय एलओपी साहब की जो चिंता है, जो सवाल उठा, उस पर ही माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी बोलने के लिए आ रहे हैं. 12:30 बजे उनके बयान सुनने का धैर्य कम से कम रखिए. प्लीज 12:30 बजे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी इस विषय पर बयान देंगे. पेपर्स टू बी लेड ऑन द टेबल. राव इंद्रजीत सिंह.
Deputy Chairman, sir,
12:30 बजे बयान
I
होगा.
rise to lay on the table of the House
12:30 बजे बयान होगा.
papers mentioned against my name as serial number 1 in today's revised list of business.
12:30 बजे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री बयान देंगे. प्लीज. राव इंद्रजीत सिंह, पेपर्स लेड. श्री किशन पाल.
So the Tawang skirmish rocking the parliament, both the houses, the upper house and the lower house of the parliament, opposition all set to corner the government over it. We have just heard Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, also the leader of opposition, present that motion in the Rajya Sabha. And we also are getting to know that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is going to be addressing the Rajya Sabha at about 12:30 p.m. and 12 is when he addresses the Lok Sabha, which at the moment has been adjourned till noon. My colleague Arunima joins us for more. Arunima, of course, the opposition is up in arms from what they've learnt at what happened in Yangtze in eastern Tawang. And this is something that is the line that the opposition has chosen to take ever since the Galwan clashes were also reported 2 years back.
Both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, the opposition is taking a very aggressive posture. Lok Sabha because of them refusing to allow any question and answers. Question hour has been adjourned. And in Rajya Sabha also, Mallikarjun Kharge took the lead in demanding answers of the government, making the charge that the truth is not being shared, even though Parliament is in session. The truth is not being shared with the parliamentarians. They are representatives of the people. To which Piyush Goyal in Rajya Sabha and Prahlad Joshi in Lok Sabha assured that statement will be made by Raksha Mantri at 12 o'clock. Raksha Mantri will speak in Lok Sabha, and at 12:30 in the middle of the Rajya Sabha question hour, he will address the senior members of the upper house. And post that, the chairperson in Rajya Sabha and speaker in Lok Sabha have assured that if opposition has any further clarifications, questions, they will be given a chance to ask that. But any adjournment notice, all those short duration discussion notices that were given, those have not been allowed for now.
All right, Arunima, thank you so much. Taking this across to my colleague Abhishek Jha, who also joins us on the broadcast. Abhishek, interestingly, this is the year where India has assumed presidency of the G20, which has all the world's leading economies in attendance, including China. While that happens, the Prime Minister has met with Xi Jinping in Bali, exchanged pleasantries. However, no substantive talks really happened. But the tensions along this 3,000-kilometer line of actual control continues.
So, actually, why no formal talks happened between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping? The reason was obviously the Galwan clash, and in the last 2.5 years, there has not been any strong desire from the Chinese side to bring the relation back to the normalcy, because External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has time and again said that until and unless situation goes back to the pre-Galwan level, that is April 2020, the bilateral ties, the other verticals of bilateral ties, trade, diplomacy, people-to-people engagement cannot be normal. And in that context, Prime Minister also tried to have that small and brief handshake with Chinese President Xi Jinping, because India is hosting next G20 and also Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit next year, and in that Chinese President being a member will have to be invited, and he will come to India. He may visit India. So in that context, it would have been a little awkward if Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping couldn't even talk. Prime Minister did his gesture, but the Chinese gesture that we are seeing...
Abhishek, I'm really sorry, cutting across to the Parliament once again where Piyush Goyal is speaking.
अभी पार्लियामेंट शुरू होने के पश्चात लोकसभा में क्वेश्चन आवर के बाद 12 बजे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी वर्तमान स्थिति पर अपना एक वक्तव्य देंगे, और उसके बाद लगभग 12:30 बजे हम माननीय चेयरमैन से अनुरोध करेंगे कि वो राज्यसभा में भी अपना स्टेटमेंट दे सके आज की वर्तमान स्थिति पर। धन्यवाद।
Going back to my colleague Akash Sharma, who is also with us on the broadcast on this big story that we are tracking. Akash, this Yangtze area in eastern Tawang has been an agreed friction point when it comes to tensions along the line of actual control between both India and China. Considering this happened on the 9th of December, we'll keep the politics aside at the moment. How is the government and the Ministry of Defence choosing to address it? Anything that you're picking up from your sources on what really happened at that security meeting that was chaired by the Defence Minister before he actually goes ahead and address both the houses of the Parliament?
Right. So, Griha, you see, there is a set mechanism, that is opted after such incidents. And as far as this particular Yangtze area is concerned, so this is not the first time. In fact, this is a friction point, as you rightly mentioned. And, teams from both the sides come for patrolling in this particular area. And yes, as I mentioned earlier, we have a dominance in this area and we have our presence at the top of it. And, this is what has happened on 9th of December.
Akash, really sorry, cutting across to the Parliament once again. Derek O'Brien of the TMC speaking.
पहले पॉइंट के संदर्भ में आपको डेरिक जी, पहले पॉइंट के संदर्भ में मैंने अनुरोध किया कि 12:30 बजे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जिस पर बयान देंगे, 2 बजे लिस्ट ऑफ बिजनेस में आया था, ये कलेक्ट आप कह रहे हैं, पर हाउस की सहमति है तो 12:30 बजे क्वेश्चन आवर के बीच देंगे, ये मैंने कहा। नंबर 1, नंबर 2, चूंकि महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है, माननीय यूरोपी ने उठाया, हम सबने सुना, नोटिस उनकी है 267 में, इसलिए मैंने कहा कि 2 से 12:30 में उसको हम लोग कर लें। दिस वाज नंबर 1। नंबर 2, क्या आप कुछ कहना चाहते थे?
मैंने द रूल प्रोवाइड करता है कि विद द लीव ऑफ द चेयरमैन द बिजनेस ऑफ द डे कैन बी डिटरमिन्ड। तो हमने चेयरमैन साहब से भी रिक्वेस्ट की है और हाउस की सेंटिमेंट देखते हुए मैंने अनुरोध किया कि 12:30 बजे कर लिया।
प्रमोद जी,
विनम्रता पूर्वक आपसे अनुरोध करना है कि देश की संप्रभुता से, सुरक्षा से बड़ा कुछ नहीं है। जब से ये सरकार आई है, चीन जब चाहे हमारे यहाँ टहलता हुआ चला आता है। सर, हमने स्टेटमेंट मांगे नहीं,
विषय पर माननीय प्लीज
हमें स्टेट
माननीय चिदम्बरम जी कुछ बोलना चाहते, प्लीज।
I want to know through you, the Leader of the House, after the statement by the Honourable Defence Minister at 12:30, will there be a discussion or not?
माननीय आप सबने सुना, माननीय चिदम्बरम साहब ने, जो बड़े वरिष्ठ व्यक्ति हैं और देश की राजनीति में उनकी एक अपनी अलग पहचान है और अनुभव भी है। इस संवेदनशील मुद्दे पर हाउस में किस रूप में डिस्कशन होता है, आप सब देश के लिए कंसर्न है, आप खुद जानते हैं, उसकी मर्यादा आप जानते हैं, और क्या परंपरा रही है सदन की आप ये भी जानते हैं। नहीं, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री आएंगे, बयान देंगे, उसके बाद आप इस मामले की संवेदनशीलता समझते हुए इस प्लीज, वी आर नॉट डिस्कसिंग नाउ दिस इशू। I gave you an opportunity. We are not discussing this issue now. Let the Defence Minister come. He will give his statement. He will place his statement. Please. Now 0 hour. Dr. Radha Mohan Das Agrawal. 0 hour.
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, मैं आपका आभारी हूं। देश की उच्च शिक्षा देश का भविष्य है। भारत सरकार ने उच्च शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता मानक, उसके पाठ्यक्रम को नियंत्रित करने के लिए
Going back to my colleagues Abhishek Jha and Akash Sharma, who continue to be with us on this big story that we are tracking. Abhishek, I'll come back to you now. Considering we were talking about how there has been no formal bilateral between India and China, even though G20 is something of the presidency that India has assumed. China is part of it, and yet nothing has been said formally about these constant tensions along the line of actual control.
So we know that G20 is a multilateral platform, and especially it deals with the financial and economic stability around the globe and the common prosperity and other challenges about climate change and people-to-people connect around the globe and how to foster that. The strategic ties and strategic differences and defense cooperation or defense differences is something that G20 avoids to focus on. However, they do consider the issue of importance about security challenges in and around the region and around the globe. But the talk about Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping's brief encounter at G20 was believed that it will pave way for further momentum for the talks where both the sides can engage at upgraded level, because we have already seen core commander level talks happening between the two sides. Almost 17 rounds of talks have happened. Diplomatic engagements have been there. Even our ambassador in Beijing, he meets frequently with his Chinese counterparts and Chinese senior officials. In India also, there has been presence of the Chinese ambassador, and he takes part in some events also. But will this formal and very low level diplomatic ties be upgraded to ministerial level talks or prime minister level talks, which this is was much awaited? But with the latest skirmishes that we are reporting along line of actual control in Tawang sector, that clearly looks very bleak with latest overture by the Chinese side. And now with we'll have more updates as Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will brief the House as to what actually transpired on the night of 9th December, when almost 300 Chinese troops tried to attack Indian positions along line of actual controls. However, they were thwarted. The due response were given to them, and there has been injuries on both the sides. So what transpired? What provoked Chinese side to come on the Indian side? That will be able to know once Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefs the House about the whole situation that has evolved around the 9th of December, and also in the last 3 days, what sort of talks, what sort of engagements Delhi and Beijing have had on the diplomatic level or on the military level, what sort of commander level talks have happened. That we'll also be able to know once the briefing happens in the House by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much. Akash, I'd also request you to stay on with us. Right now, what we're doing is slipping into a very, very short break, but not without this announcement. As there's just about 24 hours to go for mutual fund visionaries like Navneet Munot, Shrikant Nadella, Nilesh Shah, Radhika Gupta and more to decode the future of mutual fund industry. Join the conversation on Money Control Mutual Fund Summit in Mumbai on the 14th of December at 3:30 p.m. on.
The government by opposition MPs. Government sources on the opposition plan of raising adjournment motion tomorrow in Parliament on Tawang. Government sources saying they've never dithered away from any discussion or question on China. The government is prepared with all the facts of this incident. A call will be taken tomorrow on whether or not the Raksha Mantri or any other senior minister should make a statement on the floor of the House before the fate of this adjournment motion is decided. Arunima has more details. So the fact that, I think this is what Surjewala, Mr. Owaisi, etc. have been pointing to, that this incident happened 3 days ago. Parliament has been in session. How come the government has not informed Parliament yet?
Yes, and one of the criticisms of the Narendra Modi government from the opposition side has been that you haven't been tough enough on China. You don't even take the name of China when it comes to talking about national security issues. And they've made it very clear, Asaduddin Owaisi, Manish Tiwari, they're all making it very clear that on the floor of Lok Sabha, they are going to ask for details on what has happened in Tawang, the details of that. So when I asked senior government functionaries about what the plan is, whether the Raksha Mantri will take the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha into confidence, what I was told was that, as far as facts of the matter are concerned, of course the government is prepared, but the political call on whether that statement should be made, the suo moto, or a little more time should be taken, and then a statement should be made, that call hasn't been taken yet. Maybe tomorrow morning or later in the day, we will have more clarity on whether Raksha Mantri briefs the lower and the upper house. All right,
we'll leave it at that. Let me go back to our guest, Lieutenant Colonel Dahoon. It's not just for tactical or military reasons why the Chinese keep going on and on about Tawang. It is also important from being a spiritual center for Tibetan Buddhism. I believe the Tawang Monastery is one of the holiest shrines in Tibetan Buddhism, and therefore the Chinese have been calling Tawang as part of southern Tibet. Politically, do you see this issue coming back on the front burner, as it were, now that this clash has happened, or do you see this as part of routine skirmishes that keep happening in this area?
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Good evening to you and good evening to all the panelists. I don't want to get into the religious aspect of it because being a veteran and having served in infantry for so long, I will not get into the religious part. A skirmish is a skirmish at the border. Soldiers getting injured, soldiers getting killed, and then we do a knee-jerk kind of reactions. Now, allow me to go back a bit. On 19th June 2020, we gave a clean check to China. ना कोई घुसा है, ना कोई घुसा हुआ है, और ना ही किसी ने हमारी पोस्ट ली हुई है. The trade increased with effect from 2020. Today is by more than 65%, if my figures are right. Now we keep coming up with funny kind of statements that this is not LAC, this is not LOC. These are perception lines. What are we talking? We are soldiers. If starting from 1947, if our perception is not clear that what is the LAC or what is the LOC, then we should have packed our bags and we should have gone home. We should not have been there in uniform for whatever number of years we have served. There is no perception line. It is well defined by the geographical features, the alignment of LOC or LAC on ground. Let's not get...
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. And we are continuing with our important coverage over the clash between Indian and Chinese troops along the line of actual control in the eastern Yangtze area of Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh. Now, this incident occurred on the 9th of December, where Indian and Chinese troops were positioned on either side of the Nala. But on the night of December 9th, some 300 Chinese troops came into the Indian side. There were no warning signs, but the transgression and the hearing, the centenaries being assaulted, some 80 to 90 Indian troops mobilized quickly in the dead of the night to push back the intruders. They finally got some backup also, and they were able to push back the Chinese troops who were wanting to get involved in a hand-to-hand combat, pretty much like what happened in Galwan on the ill-fated June day of 2020, 2 years ago. Now, this clash was more than just pushing and shoving, as per sources, and it was not clear if there were any serious injuries on either side. However, we have been told that 6 Indian soldiers have been injured. They have been taken to Guwahati for treatment. This is what we are learning at the moment. And we also have been told that the injuries on the Chinese side is far deeper. Now, we also do know that both the sides have immediately disengaged from this very area, which is an established friction point along the 3,000-kilometer stretch of the line of actual control. This is in Arunachal Pradesh. We are constantly putting out that map also. This incident happened on 9th of December. And remember, this is just weeks after Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese Premier Xi Jinping had met in Bali for the G20 summit. Remember, India has assumed the G20 presidency. We are seeing this kind of tension along the line of actual control. No substantive talks when it comes to these border security that has happened between India and China. My colleague Akash is back with us on the broadcast. Akash, we're constantly talking about what happened on the ill-fated day of the 9th of December. However, when it comes to the Ministry of Defense, they have taken cognizance. There's, of course, politics that is being played out. However, an important announcement by the Defense Minister is expected anytime soon.
Exactly. And Griha, in some time from now, we'll get some more clarity onto what actually happened. But it is important to mention the information that we are getting from our sources, that this violation was not limited to only on-ground violation. Because we are learning that in the past few weeks, Indian Air Force jets had to scramble on 2-3 occasions to prevent the air violation by China in Arunachal Pradesh itself. So it somewhere shows the intention of China as far as the particular region and the sector is concerned. Also, Griha, talking about the very same line, we know the kind of approach that India has always opted. We have a defensive approach, but it doesn't mean that, we'll be allowing some other country or China for that matter to invade our boundaries. And that's the reason why, in the last 2 years, defense sources are confirming that we have built at least a 25,000 habitat in the eastern Ladakh area. Also, talking about the friction points, so alongside the LOC, actual line of control, we have more than 25 friction points. But this time, it is Arunachal Pradesh. The incident that has been reported is of 9th of December. And we are learning that we have injuries on both the sides. Chinese were prepared. Chinese troops were prepared. They were large in number. They attacked, they had this provocation first and, the argument, and that led to the clash. Now we are learning that at least 6 of our soldiers have been admitted, and in some time from now we'll get some sort of clarity from Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. Well, we'll get to know as to what actually happened, how many are the injuries and what is the nature of those injuries.
Akash, the fact that these skirmishes continue to happen along the line of actual control, we have to constantly mention for our viewers that it's not been demarcated. However, this is an unsaid understanding between both Indian and Chinese troops to remain on either side of the Nala. But still this breach gets reported, continues to happen. We have seen how 20 Indian soldiers lost their life 2 years back in Galwan. We are seeing something similar that happened. It could have been worse. Thankfully, it was avoided. However, when it comes to these clashes, what is the Indian government's and the Ministry of Defence's take of this tension between line of actual control? Because it's continuing, and it's not just 2020, it dates back to 2003.
Right. So, Griha, coming to the western sector first, I know about the friction point. We know about the sectors. But in middle sector, we have this Nala that you are talking about. In fact, the river, some call it river, a tributary, in fact. So, the argument is that Chinese side always, China always change its stand as far as this Nala is concerned. And, on one hand they say that they used to have trade business with India, and this used to be the route. On the other hand, they used to say that this was our own boundary, and Tibet is our own area. So there is a change in stand every time when you come go to China. When you talk about the particular disputed area, they have a different stand altogether. Also talking about the eastern sector, so it was not a sensitive one, because we have seen a similar incident in eastern Ladakh. We have seen the incidents like such in the areas like Demchok, Depsang, and we know about the friction point, the escalated conditions there. However, at this point in time, this is coming out of Arunachal Pradesh. Yes, in 2021, we had a face-off in this particular area, but this time, it's a clash. This time, we have suffered injuries, and that's the reason why, in fact, this statement is very, very important. That is coming out, and sometime from now, we are expecting that it will come out, and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh would be briefing as to what actually happened, Griha.
All right. Akash, I'd request you to stay on with us. We are slipping into a very, very short break. We'll come right back and follow up on the same story.
Overlooked by the Chinese, and that's how incidents like Galwan happened. By doing what it has done in Tawang, is China also trying to weaponize that entire eastern front now in a way that today we have 50,000 troops on either side of the LAC in eastern Ladakh? Are we looking at a situation where we'll have to have that kind of number of troops in Tawang as well on what could be a hot situation across the LAC there?
Zaka, the problem is very simple and straightforward, which Indian government and the Indian military fully understands. First of all, the problem is starting by the saying that the borders are not properly delineated. There's an issue about perception of the borderline. We have a certain perception. They call themselves a different perception. Why is this perception not meeting? The simple reason is because they work on their maps, which the scales are different. We work on our maps, which the scales are different. Therefore, we have tried our best over the last 20-25 years to come to a common scale of maps. But China doesn't want to resolve this issue of the border delineation. China wants to continue. What I would like to say today to everyone listening to the show, that only single point agenda with China today is to delineate the border and decide once and for all. Otherwise, all these agreements of 93, 92, and 96 are going to be irrelevant. The simple fact is that China is not interested in resolving this border issue. They want to keep it stronger and more alive. They think that some point in time the Indian army can be overcome, the Indian political establishment can be overcome, and they will get their way through. But they're failing to understand. It is not 1962 any longer. They've seen what happened at Doklam. They've seen what is happening in Galwan, what is happening in eastern Ladakh, what happened at various places like Kailash Range, like the Pengong Tso Lake, like the DPN. So they think that they can continue to do salami slicing and keep sitting in areas like they've done in the DBO and the Depsang Plains. They think that if we come and occupy a certain area and we claim that to be ours, which is actually not going to ever happen again. So Indian army can do, you see, we must understand that Chinese army is a much, much larger army than us. Indeed it is. But at the point of contact, at the point of military contact, at the tactical strategic military contact, we are able to muster the equal military power as they can. If they can bring X number of artillery guns, so can we. If they bring X number of infantry, so can we. So this wrong perception that the Chinese are carrying post 62, that they can make a bigger army as something that we can be cowed down by. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen any longer.
Okay, let me get a view from Beijing as well. Einar Tangen is joining us. Einar, the problem is whether it was what happened in 2020 and that continuing situation there, or right now what is happening in Tawang. And we don't know if this was a localized incident or this could potentially flare up into something bigger. The feeling here in New Delhi is China is unilaterally trying to change the status quo. I'm not going into the reasons for it, but you cannot have a situation where you have boundaries that have not been demarcated, lines that have not been defined, one side unilaterally changing the status quo. That's what China, I'm afraid, seems to have done in Ladakh, in the western sector, and it could potentially be what China is attempting to do now in Tawang, in the eastern sector.
तो मैं सदन के पटल पर भी बता था कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन 2005-6 और 2006-7 के वित्तीय साल में चीनी दूतावास से 1,35,00,000 रुपए का अनुदान प्राप्त हुआ। चूंकि FCRA के कानून और उसकी मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप नहीं था, तो नोटिस देकर पूर्णतया कानूनी प्रक्रिया का अनुपालना करते हुए गृह मंत्रालय ने इसका रजिस्ट्रेशन रद्द किया। फाउंडेशन ने अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन
Going back to my colleague Akash, who continues to be with us on the broadcast on this big story that we are tracking on CNN News 18. Akash, we were earlier talking about Operation Yuddhabas, how Chinese troops and the government in China had expressed reservations over that entire operation by Indian Armed Forces in Oli, in Uttarakhand. And right after that, weeks later, we see this border skirmish along the line of actual control. However, when it comes to the violation of these border agreements that China claimed on why it was not very happy about Yuddhabas of 1993 and 96, what can you tell our viewers about that and what has happened on the 9th of December?
Right. So, Greha, talking about the very development, first of all, about Yuddhabhyas. So, it's a joint exercise that happen every year. Yes, this time the location was very important, the very crucial one, in fact, because this was the very first time when any foreign troop was involved in, high altitude exercise here in India. Now, coming back to the point that China raised, China said that, as per the agreements, you cannot have such a joint exercise with any foreign troop nearby the actual line of control. This is what the agreement is. But on the other side, India maintained that this is happening under UN Charter. And, there is no issue with carrying out such an exercise because this is for the peace mission. Also, talking about this exercise, so again, this was not the first time. Yes, the location was crucial. But last year, in fact, it was carried out in America. And this time it was the 18th edition and this happened in Oli, as you rightly mentioned. Now, some on social media are claiming that this is the repercussion of the particular exercise.
Akash, however, I'm really sorry, cutting across to Home Minister Amit Shah's statement at the moment.
13 अक्टूबर 2009 को मनमोहन सिंह की अरुणाचल यात्रा पर चीन ने आपत्ति जताई, वो आपने जांच किया है क्या? और 2010 में चीन ने जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को ट्रिपल वीजा जारी करने की प्रथा शुरू की, ये भी क्या आपका शोध का विषय था? 2011 में कांग्रेस सरकार ने चीन की धमकी के बाद हमारे रोड और वाइटल बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण रेल चौक में रोक दिया। ये क्यों रोका गया, इसकी भी शोध की है। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछना चाहता हूं, ये दोगला रवैया जनता के सामने नहीं चलता है। जनता सब देख रही है। आपके परिवार द्वारा चलाया गया फाउंडेशन, उसका FCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन चीन की दूतावास से मिले हुए अनुदान से समाप्त हुआ है। आपके ही समय में हजारों किलोमीटर भूमि अवैध रूप से हमसे हड़प ली गई है। आपके ही समय में हमें मिली हुई सुरक्षा परिषद की सदस्यता आपने निजी संबंधों को बनाने के लिए चीन की भेंट कर दी है। ये सारी जनता इस सभी विषयों को जानती है। मैं इतना स्पष्ट कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, नरेंद्र मोदी इसके प्रधानमंत्री है, और जब तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी सरकार रही है, 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं कर सकता। कल अपने सेना के जवानों ने जो 8 रात को और 9 की सुबह को जो वीरता दिखाई है, मैं इसकी भी प्रशंसा करता हूँ। इन्होंने घुसे हुए सभी लोगों को कुछ ही घंटों में वापिस खदेड़ दिया और हमारी भूमि का रक्षण किया। राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के FCRA लाइसेंस मशरत होने का एक दूसरा भी कारण था इस्लामिक रिसर्च फाउंडेशन की, जिसका प्रणेता जाकिर नायक पूरा देश जानता है, उनसे भी 7 जुलाई 2011 को 50 लाख रुपया राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में प्राप्त किया। मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के सत्तादर्ता जो कांग्रेस की कैंडिडेट पार्टी है, उसी के सदस्य, तो आपको ये पैसा जाकिर नाइक ने किस मकसद के लिए दिया था, इसकी भी स्पष्टता देश की जनता के सामने होनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
हेलो
Komish, the India-China face-off in the Tawang sector of Arunachal Pradesh. We are very soon going to be hearing the Defence Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh, as well, who is going to be addressing both the houses of the Parliament. At 12 p.m, he's all set to address the Lok Sabha, and 12:30, he is set to address the upper house of the Parliament, the Rajya Sabha. Now, taking this back to my colleague Akash, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Akash, we just heard the Home Minister. Now, what he's doing is, considering the opposition is united in cornering the government when it comes to this Indo-China clash along the line of control. Now, he has blamed it on the Congress government. He says that this entire breach by the Chinese troops into the Indian territory happened, and it started while the Congress was in power. He essentially is also talking about a lot of money that exchanged hands through FCRA licenses that was given to the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. So that's the defense that the government is choosing to stick by. We, however, are yet to hear the defense minister on what he has to say about the kind of casualties or the injuries that we are talking about on the Indian side when it comes to this border standoff.
Right. So, Griha, first of all, I want to clarify that this is an issue that is of national security, and this is the reason why even when opposition are asking questions, they are clear that we cannot tolerate such an invasion in our boundaries or such a practice. Talking about the address of Home Minister, so he is definitely asking question as to what you did when you were in power, because these things used to happen at that time as well. He is asking several questions, but
Akash,
again,
allow me to interrupt you for a bit. I'm going back to the Parliament. My colleague Arunima is standing by from there, cutting across to her. Arunima, we just heard the Home Minister talk about this this clash, this face-off at the Tawang sector. Now, he is blaming the Congress government that was in charge, and because of which the Chinese troops breached into India. And then he also brings in a lot of money that exchanged hands from China when it comes to licenses that were given to Rajiv Gandhi Foundation.
So his attack on the Congress party was political. Since last evening, Congress has taken the lead in carrying out the political attacks against the Prime Minister, against his government on the China issue. Other political parties like the RJD, the TMC, the AIMIM, they've all joined in asking that, Asaduddin Owaisi went on to say the Prime Minister had lied to us when he said, na ghusa hai, na koi ghusa hai, na ghusne dunga. So the Amit Shah's retaliation to that political attack was also political in nature. He said that, there was a question hour today, question number 5, that was slotted. It is the MHA question and answer day in Lok Sabha. He said that question was on Rajiv Gandhi Foundation and why the FCRA license of Rajiv Gandhi Foundation has been rejected. He sought to link that with this, political blame game that is happening over China. He said that, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation had accepted 1 crore rupees as donation, and that donation money was being used to carry out research on Indo-China relations. He had some pointed questions that did you carry out any research on why the 1962 war led to us losing land, why that led to India losing out on the permanent membership of the United Nations Security Council, what kind of blunders Pandit Nehru made. So he went on to make those political attacks and then said that you even accepted money from Zakir Naik Foundation. The Rajiv Gandhi Foundation accepted money from Zakir Naik. Why did you do that? So I think what we are seeing right now ahead of Rajnath Singh's statement in Lok Sabha is government upping the ante against the opposition's attack as far as China is concerned. Political attack from the opposition being rebutted by none other than the Home Minister himself.
Right. Taking this to Pallavi also, who's joining us on the broadcast. Arunima, thank you so much for that input. Pallavi, the fact that now the Home Minister has trained his guns at the Congress party and he has given a timeline of how when the Congress was in power during that regime is when this border breach happened. Are we hearing anything from the Congress party?
No, not yet. But, I think what he's trying to do is hurt the Congress where it hurts it the most.
Yeah.
And that is the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation and the FCRA regulations regarding the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. And as Arunima was pointing out, in a short while from now, we are going to be seeing the defense minister give a statement in both the houses of parliament. Clearly, despite the fact that the government has said that, hear out the Raksha Mantri, we are ready for all kinds of discussions and debate on this issue. But this is a call which has to be taken by the speaker and by the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. The opposition doesn't want to do that. I mean, the opposition also wants to do its game over here. It's of course going to be a political tug of war. It's not just about this particular incident, but every time there has been something to say about China, the Congress party particularly and Rahul Gandhi especially have always made the point that this government covers up. It doesn't reveal the truth, and it doesn't even stand up to China. The silence of the Prime Minister, according to opposition, is something they would want to use repeatedly because we are heading into a Lok Sabha elections, which may be 2 years away, but still, it's not really too far away. There are state elections coming up. And if you remember in 2014, when this government first came to power, and something which Mr. Amit Shah also referred to when he was speaking to us a short while back, that this is Narendra Modi government. We are not scared. We don't bow under any pressure. The hallmark on which the government came to power was calling out what they call the weak foreign policy of Dr. Manmohan Singh. National security, nationalism has always been the strong point of the BJP.
Pallavi, cutting across to the Home Minister, we're getting his frame. Let's see what he has to say.
चलो होगा। आज लोकसभा में प्रश्नकाल को विपक्ष के द्वारा चलने नहीं दिया गया। समूचा विपक्ष और विशेषकर कांग्रेस पार्टी के इस प्रयास की मैं घोर निंदा करता हूं। अरुणाचल में 8 की देर रात और 9 की सुबह घटी घटनाओं का हवाला देते हुए विपक्ष ने बहुमूल्य प्रश्नकाल को स्थगित करवा दिया। इसका कोई औचित्य इसलिए नहीं था कि पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने स्पष्टता से कह दिया था कि 12 बजे इस देश के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी इस विषय पर सदन के सामने अपना बयान रखेंगे। जब बयान रखने की बात कर ही दी तो इसका कोई औचित्य नहीं था। मुझे भी थोड़ा आश्चर्य लगा। फिर मैंने प्रश्नकाल के सूची को देखा तो 5 नंबर का प्रश्न देखकर मैं इनकी चिंता समझ गया। 5 नंबर के प्रश्न है राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के FCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन को रद्द करने के बारे में। अब उन्हीं के कांग्रेस के ही सदस्य के द्वारा ये प्रश्न पूछा गया और जवाब में बहुत स्पष्ट था। अगर तो मौका देते तो मैं सदन के पटल पर भी बताता कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को 2005-6 और 2006-7 के वित्तीय वर्षाल में चीनी दूतावास से 1 करोड़ 35 लाख रुपए का अनुदान प्राप्त हुआ था। चूंकि FCRA के कानून और उसकी मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप नहीं था तो नोटिस देकर पूर्णतया कानूनी प्रक्रिया का अनुपालना करते हुए गृह मंत्रालय ने इसका रजिस्ट्रेशन रद्द किया था। फाउंडेशन ने अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन सामाजिक कार्यों के लिए करवाया है और ये जो राशि चीनी दूतावास से मिली इसका उपयोग भारत चीन संबंधों के विकास पर शोध करने के लिए ये पैसा दिया गया। अब मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछना चाहता हूं कि इन्होंने शोध तो जरूर किया होगा, क्या उनकी शोध में 1962 में जो हजारों हेक्टेयर भूमि भारत की चीन ने हड़प ली वो शामिल था क्या? और शोध इस पर किया तो रिपोर्ट क्या आई है? नेहरू जी के प्रेम के कारण सुरक्षा परिषद में भारत की स्थायी सदस्यता बलि चढ़ गई। इस विषय को उन्होंने शोध का विषय बनाया था क्या? और अगर बनाया था तो इसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? जिस वक्त गलवान के अंदर हमारे सेना के वीर जवान चीनियों से भिड़ रहे थे उस वक्त चीनी दूतावास के अधिकारियों को कौन रात्रि भोज दे रहा था, वो उनकी शोध का विषय था क्या? अगर था तो उसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? जब उनकी सरकार थी तो 2006 में भारत में चीन के दूतावास ने पूरे अरुणाचल और पूरे नेफा पर दावा कर दिया। वो उनकी शोध का विषय था क्या? अगर शोध हुई तो उसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? 25 मई 2007 को चीन ने कांग्रेस के ही मुख्यमंत्री दोरजी खंडू को वीजा देने से इनकार कर दिया, क्योंकि ये तो हमारा ही हिस्सा है अरुणाचल। ये भी शोध किया गया क्या? 13 अक्टूबर 2009 को मनमोहन सिंह की अरुणाचल यात्रा पर चीन ने आपत्ति जताई, वो आपने जांच किया है क्या? और 2010 में चीन ने जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को स्टेपल वीजा जारी करने की प्रथा शुरू की, ये भी क्या आपका शोध का विषय था? 2011 में कांग्रेस सरकार ने चीन की धमकी के बाद हमारे रोड और वाइटल बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स का निर्माण डैम चौक में रोक दिया। ये क्यों रोका गया, इसकी भी शोध की है। मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछना चाहता हूं, ये दोगला रवैया जनता के सामने नहीं चलता है। जनता सब देख रही है। आपके परिवार द्वारा चलाया गया फाउंडेशन, उसका FCRA रजिस्ट्रेशन चीन की दूतावास से मिले हुए अनुदान से समाप्त हुआ है। आपके ही समय में हजारों किलोमीटर भूमि अवैध रूप से हमसे हड़प ली गई है। आपके ही समय में हमें मिली हुई सुरक्षा परिषद की सदस्यता आपने निजी संबंधों को बनाने के लिए चीन की भेंट कर दी है। ये सारी जनता इस सभी विषयों को जानती है। मैं इतना स्पष्ट कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, नरेंद्र मोदी इसके प्रधानमंत्री है, और जब तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी सरकार चल रही है, 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं कर सकता। कल अपने सेना के जवानों ने जो 8 की देर रात को और 9 की सुबह को जो वीरता दिखाई है, मैं इसकी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं। इन्होंने घुसे हुए सभी लोगों को कुछ ही घंटों में वापस खदेड़ दिया और हमारी भूमि का रक्षण किया है। राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के FCRA लाइसेंस रद्द होने का एक दूसरा भी कारण था। इस्लामिक रिसर्च फाउंडेशन की, जिसका प्रणेता जाकिर नायक है, जाकिर नायक को पूरा देश जानता है, उनसे भी 7 जुलाई 2011 को 50 लाख रुपया राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन ने प्राप्त किया था। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन के कर्ता धर्ता जो कांग्रेस की फैमिली पार्टी है, उसी के सदस्य हैं, तो आपको ये पैसा जाकिर नाइक ने किस मकसद के लिए दिया था, इसकी भी स्पष्टता देश की जनता के सामने होनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Minister there giving a statement as far as the Tawang clash is concerned. He said today the opposition didn't let question our function. He condemns this. As far as the Arunachal incident is concerned, he said that the Raksha Mantri was already slated to work, so he doesn't understand the hangama that we saw by the opposition. All of this as we await that statement by the Raksha Mantri on the floor of the House. But he's also hit out at the Congress, at the opposition, saying the RG Foundation got 1 crore from the Chinese embassy, which is the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. This was against the FCRA norms. So following rules, registration was cancelled by the Ministry of Home Affairs. The man from China was used to research on Indo-China relations. He's hit the Congress where it's going to hurt the most. He also went on to ask, saying, I want to ask the Congress if their research included the loss of land from 1962. But let's first put this story in better context to understand what really has happened on the ground. Let me bring in my colleague and our managing editor, Zaka Jacob, who's joining us from our newsroom. Zaka, good morning. First, just give us better context of what really has happened. What do we know so far?
All right, so I think Home Minister Shah is clearly putting the political attack front and center on the Congress party. He's put out this soundbite outside Parliament because remember, the morning session got disrupted, and it's very rarely that you see Amit Shah coming out and speaking on the disruptions in Parliament. It's usually left to the floor leaders to talk about it. And I think the reason why Amit Shah has come forth is to try and squarely put the Congress in the dock. He's asked questions about did the Congress study about why India lost out on a permanent seat at the UN Security Council? Why was this money that the Congress party allegedly received from Chinese funding, why was it used to research on India-China relations? If it was so used, did they use that money to find out how much of land India had given up after the 1962 war? He also goes on to ask, when in Galwan our soldiers were taking on the PLA, who was having dinner with the Chinese? An alluded reference to Rahul Gandhi meeting with the then Chinese ambassador for a dinner at the time that the Galwan crisis was happening. Also, the whole business of Chinese giving stapled visas as well as objections to people going to Tawang started in 2009-10 when Manmohan Singh was Prime Minister. Once again, Amit Shah reiterating that as long as the Narendra Modi government is in power, not an inch of land will be given away. So as we wait for Rajnath Singh to make a formal but brief statement both in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha, and you have seen the opposition from Congress to Shiv Sena to Asaduddin Owaisi, all of them moving these adjudication motions for discussion on what happened in Tawang. I think the government is also now coming out all guns blazing. Two fronts, like I said, the political attack will be led by Amit Shah, as you saw a moment ago. If we can play out a part of that soundbite again of what Amit Shah said, we'll try and play that out in just a second. But I think the political attack you will see coming from the Home Minister. The Defence Minister, the Raksha Mantri statement is expected to be a brief one, detailing the facts of what happened on the intervening night of 8th and 9th of December in Yangtze, which is a place that is about 25 kilometers northwest of Tawang. Remember, Tawang has been historically a point of contention between India and China. For the Chinese, Tawang is an important place in Tibetan spiritual Buddhism. The 6th Dalai Lama was born in Tawang. And also, once this current Dalai Lama, his time is over, the process of selection of the next Dalai Lama, all right, as we see those pictures coming in from the Lok Sabha, Speaker Om Birla is coming in to take up his chair. The Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh is expected to make a brief statement there on the floor of the House. Let's try and listen in.
मुझे कुछ विषयों पर स्थगन प्रस्ताव की सूचना प्राप्त हुई है। मैंने स्थगन प्रस्ताव की किसी सूचना को अनुमति प्रदान नहीं की गई। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी,
आप बोलिए पाकिस्तान मुर्दाबाद।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस गरिमामयी सदन को अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तवांग सेक्टर में हमारी सीमा पर 9 दिसंबर 2022 को हुई एक घटना के बारे में अवगत कराना चाहूंगा।
प्लीज स्टेटमेंट के बीच में नहीं बोलते। नो प्लीज
में छुट्टी भी थी। 9 दिसंबर 2022 को पीएलए ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है। भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया अध्यक्ष महोदय। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के कुछ सैनिकों को चोटें भी आई हैं और मैं इस सदन को अवगत कराना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ है। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शंस के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है हमारी भारत की सेना। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम व प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगा। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय।
कोई माननीय, आप वरिष्ठ सदस्य हैं, सदन नियमों प्रक्रियाओं से चलता है और नियम प्रक्रिया के अंदर कोई भी स्पष्टीकरण का सदन में, लोकसभा में नियम प्रक्रिया नहीं है। आपका कोई रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा। आप एक चीज रिकॉर्ड में लो। एक मिनट मेरी बात सुनो। एक मिनट बालू जी, प्लीज। अधीर रंजन जी, एक मिनट प्लीज। बालू जी, प्लीज सिट डाउन। हाँ प्लीज, मैं प्लीज एक मिनट। अधीर रंजन जी, एक मिनट। अधीर रंजन जी, एक मिनट। मिस्टर सुरेश, प्लीज सिट डाउन। मैं सदन को ये निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि हमें हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस पर एक साथ समर्थन करना चाहिए, ये संकल्प लेना चाहिए। सदन से रिकॉर्ड में सब चीज आ गई है। सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पद, आइटम नंबर 2, श्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 2 पर उल्लेखित दस्तावेज में सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ, जो निपटम कुंडली और पोल्ट्री प्रोसेसिंग बोर्ड से संबंधित है। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी।
आइटम नंबर 3, श्री कृष्णपाल जी।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्य सूची में क्रम संख्या 3 पर मेरे नाम के सामने सूचीबद्ध दस्तावेज को सदन के पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 4, डॉक्टर संजीव कुमार बलियान।
Permission, I rise to lay the paper listed against my name at serial number 4 in 2 days. Revised list of business.
आइटम नंबर 5, श्री नित्यानंद राय।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आज की पुनरीक्षित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या पर मेरे 5 पर मेरे नाम के सम्मुख उल्लेखित दस्तावेज सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 6, श्री कैलाश चौधरी जी। माननीय अर्जुन मेघवाल जी, और मंत्रियों को बताया करो कि कभी भी जब सभा पटल पर रखने वाले या तो उपस्थित रहे, आपको अधिकृत करके जाएं।
जी। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। आज की कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 7 पर मेरे साथी कैलाश चौधरी, जो एग्रीकल्चर और फार्मर्स वेलफेयर में मंत्री हैं, उनके नाम के आगे जो दस्तावेज अंकित हैं, आपकी अनुमति से सदन।
So there's ruckus in Parliament after that brief statement that we heard from the Raksha Mantri detailing of what really happened. We heard from the Raksha Mantri that China tried to encroach and change status quo. None of our soldiers are seriously injured or dead. Both sides have suffered some injury. Let me bring in my colleague Arunima, who in fact has been tracking these developments for us. Arunima, first talk to us about the big takeaways as far as the Raksha Mantri's statement was concerned.
It was a very brief statement, brief and factual as was expected. One takeaway was that he assured that all our soldiers are fine. health-wise. Yes, some injuries have happened. He confirmed that injuries have happened both on the Indian and the Chinese side, but none of our soldiers have lost their lives or even critically injured. They're being taken care of. So that was one assurance. Second, as far as taking away of our land is concerned, he assured that the encroachment, the attempt that was being made by the PLA was valiantly fought back by our forces, and the Chinese troops are forced to withdraw. So if there was an attempt to alter the status quo, to change the claim line, that they have not succeeded in. And the last thing that he said was that we can assure, and this got support from the opposition benches as well, when Speaker also said that can we all express our support, our gratitude for our soldiers. All sides, the Treasury and the opposition side, thumped their desks to really acknowledge the efforts that the Indian Army has made. However, political attacks continued. Even when RM was speaking, we could see Asaduddin Owaisi led opposition shouting out that you're not giving us the full facts, the full picture is not being given to us.
Right. Arunima, as you were rightly pointing out, we did see some sort of sloganeering. There was a walkout that was staged by the opposition as well. But before I talk to you about the political aspect of it and what is the opposition demanding at this point, we also heard from the Home Minister before the Raksha Mantri. He, of course, also again briefly described what had happened and said we should await the statement of the Raksha Mantri, but also hit out at the Congress. Talk to us about what we heard from the Home Minister as well.
So the Home Minister's attack was purely political. The Raksha Mantri was left to give us the factual statement about what really happened in Tawang. But the opposition's attack, the political attack that has started since last evening when this news broke, that was rebutted by the Union Home Minister, asking that if you're so concerned about China, why don't you tell us about what is the kind of money that you were accepting from Chinese? He tried to link. The question hour didn't happen in Lok Sabha today. On Tuesday, it is the turn of the Union Home Minister to answer questions of the MPs. And he said question number 5 was related to FCRA cancellation. Registration of FCRA was cancelled for the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. That was question number 5. He said, I know that you did not want that question to be answered because I would have told the House and through the House to the public, you accepted 1 crore rupees in donation from the Chinese embassy. Why did you accept that money from China if you're so bothered about what China is doing to our territory, to our soldiers? He then went on to say that you said you are carrying out social work, but you accepted that money for research purposes on Indo-China relation. What is the kind of research that you do? Did you do research on the land that we lost in 1962 war? Did you do any research on why we lost our seat at the United Nations Security Council? So political attack, all and out political attack by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, trying to rebut all the charges that have been made vis-a-vis China by the opposition led by Congress since last evening.
Arunima, we'll request you to stay on with us. Let's go back and hear what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is saying.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I raise to lay on the table a copy each of the 328, 329, 330, 331 and 332 report of the Standing Committee on Transport.
We'll, of course, continue to dip back to the proceedings, but I want to continue the conversation with my colleague Arunima. Arunima, as you were rightly pointing out, the opposition wanted a discussion as far as the statement of the Raksha Mantri is concerned. Is there a procedure for a discussion like this?
Not really. When a notice is accepted by the Speaker, for example, in the Lok Sabha, led by Manish Tiwari and other opposition leaders, even Asaduddin Owaisi, they all wanted an adjournment notice to be accepted. If the Speaker had accepted the adjournment notice, it would have meant that the question hour or the 0 hour.
जब सदन के अंदर सरकार की तरफ से ये 12 बजे बयान देने की बात रखे जाते हैं, तो किस हैसियत से उसके पहले दूसरे कोई मंत्री जो उनसे पद पे नीचे भी है, वो कैसे बाहर जाके मीडिया वालों को अपने बात रख सकते? ये सवाल, ये कानूनी सवाल है, ये पूछना चाहता हूं मैं भी.
Okay, so let's just continue the conversation of what really has happened on the ground. There are two things that we have heard so far. One, a very brief and factual statement that came from the Raksha Mantri to help us understand what happened in Tawang. And then, of course, a political statement taking on the opposition by the Home Minister. Arunima continues to be with us. Our managing editor and my colleague Zaka is also now back with us. Zaka, let me come to you. First, give us and our viewers a better understanding of what really has happened. Was this similar to what we saw play out in Galwan as far as the clash between both the sides was concerned? Was it hand-to-hand? What do we know so far?
So the modus operandi was similar to what happened in Galwan, but Yangtze is slightly different because we've seen clashes in Yangtze before as well. Yangtze is about 25-30 kilometers north-northwest of Tawang. There is a river-like structure that runs around that area. There are, of course, icy heights. The highest point is about 17,000 feet. So what essentially happened on the intervening night between the 8th and 9th of December was that a group of Chinese PLA troops, about 300 of them, tried to capture those icy heights. Now, you will understand this, Ridhima, that during the winter months, essentially from December till about March or so, till the snow melts, these are very, very difficult terrains to be patrolling on a daily basis. This is one of the recognized disputed sites between India and China along the 3,500 kilometer long line of actual control. So whoever has access to the heights in Yangtze then basically gets visibility for about 20-25 kilometers on either side. So the need to patrol it in such difficult terrain, in such inclement weather, reduces that much because you have area domination, you have control of the heights. Now the Chinese, like I said, have tried to do this in October 2021. They had tried this in the past in 2016 as well, and that's what happened on the intervening night of 8th and 9th of December. Remember, the Chinese have been building infrastructure on their side for a number of years, including what are called these settler villages, where they come and settle their old veterans. There are about 600 such villages all across the 3,000 kilometer LAC, including one called Shaokang, which is right on the other side of Yangtze. Now, the Indian Army suspects that these villages are being used as launch pads for these stealth operations, the kind of which we saw in Yangtze, the kind of which we saw in Galwan a couple of years ago. The troops on the ground responded quickly. Reinforcements came in, an additional almost 100 troops came in, and the Chinese were also very surprised by the ferocity of the response by the Indian troops. There were, of course, hand-to-hand clashes, clubs were used, machetes were used, sticks with spikes on them were used, very similar to what we saw in Galwan. The only difference was in Galwan, because it was at those icy heights, a lot of pushing and shoving ended up resulting in a lot of soldiers being pushed into the Galwan River, and in those temperatures, many of them died because of hypothermia. In the case of Yangtze, what we are given to understand is that 6 Indian soldiers had to be airlifted from there to the field hospital in Guwahati. The numbers on the Chinese side are said to be far higher. What you heard in Parliament a moment ago was the statement from the Defence Minister detailing the exact sequence of events as they unfolded in Yangtze. There was a flag meeting immediately after that in the morning of 9th of December. The local area commanders, both from the Indian side and the Chinese side, sat down and temperatures were completely doused down. And the situation there right now in Yangtze is supposed to be absolutely normal. What is worrying, though, for the Indian Army is that this is a pattern of behavior we have seen over the last couple of years. We've seen this in Galwan, we've seen this in the other friction points in eastern Ladakh. And mind you, over the last 2 years, the situation in eastern Ladakh has not been fully resolved, meaning that even in Depsang and Demchok right now, there are Chinese, the incursions that have happened are continuing, and that friction point has not been fully resolved. We've had, I think, 16 rounds of Corps Commander talks. The worry from the Indian side is are the Chinese now opening another front in Tawang? It's not just the western sector, but also in the eastern sector. What this would entail, if it is indeed that the Chinese are opening a new front in Tawang in the eastern sector, what this would entail is that the Indian Army will have to commit troops to places like Yangtze and other disputed places around Tawang, around the eastern sector, which would include anywhere between 2 to 5 to even 10 brigades. Right now in eastern Ladakh, for example, you have 50,000 troops who are there all year round through inclement weather. If you have to commit to a similar number of troops in the eastern sector as well, that would be a huge security consideration, that would be a huge cost consideration, and it would, of course, totally change the dynamics along the line of actual control. Also, politically speaking, we've had the SR level talks, which was essentially between Mr. Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, and the Chinese Special Representative, who was Yang Jiechi, the State Councillor. Now, of course, after the 20th Party Congress there has been a change of guard, so that we will have a new Special Representative. So possibly sometime early next year, you could have the 21st round of the Special Representative talks. But essentially, I think the core question that India needs to ask itself is this. Is India ready for this kind of, low-intensity warfare, if you will, by the Chinese? Remember, they have not used lethal weapons, neither in Galwan nor in Yangtze. And the reason why they've done so using, very, very rough and unsophisticated weapons like clubs and machetes, etc., is to try and ensure that the border agreements of 93 and 96, etc., are not being violated. Because the last firing incident along the LAC, if you look back in history, was way back in 1986, the Samudrong Chu incident. And Tawang is extremely important because the Chinese in the 62 war had come all the way to Tawang. Like I said, for political reasons as well. The 6th Dalai Lama was born in Tawang. Now with the current Dalai Lama's advanced age, there's also the question of who is going to be the reincarnation, who is going to be the successor. It could very well likely be that the successor is from the Tawang monastery, as it were. So all of these questions complicate this particular attack, but the only good thing that has happened is that the situation was quickly resolved at the level of the area commanders itself. And unless there is a fresh provocation, I would suspect that the government would be heaving a sigh of relief, saying that the immediate provocation was responded to in kind.
True. Zaka, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I'll talk to you about the larger issue as far as our co-commander level talks are concerned. But I want to bring in another colleagues also. We have Akash, who tracks developments of the Defence Ministry. We also have Arunachal continues to be with us. Akash, as Zaka was rightly pointing out, the Chinese side was also pretty surprised with the kind of ferocity that was seen, and also the timely intervention as far as our backup teams were concerned. But I want to go back to certain reports that are coming in from ANI and others as far as the Air Force, which had to scramble on about 2 to 3 occasions in the last few weeks to prevent air violations by China over Arunachal Pradesh. Do we have any more clarity of what has happened in the last few weeks?
So no official confirmation, but in fact, I had a word with several Air Force officers, and they are confirming that from 16th November to 25th November, we have reported similar cases where, air violation was reported from Arunachal Pradesh, and Indian Air Force jets had to be scrambled in that particular area. And this is the reason why, Ridhima, I was mentioning that it is not limited to only ground violation. Now coming back to the Raksha Mantri's statement, I want to point out 2 very clear points. The first one is that this was an attempt to change the status quo in that particular area, because as just a few minutes back, Zaka was mentioning about the dominance, about the commandeering view from that particular area, because as the season starts, both the sides try to go to a area from where they can have a stock of all the situation on both the sides. And this was the reason why, in fact, the Chinese troops were well prepared. In fact, they had some handmade weapons, as Zaka was mentioning. And, of course, they had ill intentions, but they got the prompt reply, prompt response. And this was the reason why, they were pushed back. And as of now, both the sides have injuries. Also, one important thing that Raksha Mantri mentioned, that we have no serious injury as far as this particular clash is concerned. But again, this was alarming because of the fact what we saw in 2020 in Galwan. We know the kind of escalated conditions we have in eastern Ladakh region at several points, several friction points. We know that China is eyeing Arunachal Pradesh on several sectors in Arunachal Pradesh, and because of the obvious reasons as our managing editor Jaka Jacob mentioned. But as of now, Ridhima, this is very important, this is very crucial, because Raksha Mantri has somewhere categorically mentioned that we were ready and we gave a prompt reply, in fact a befitting response. This is what they got. So again, yes, there was a violation. We know the kind of approach that China has always opted, but they got a reply. And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has clearly mentioned that we were all set, we were all ready. And as far as our infrastructure and developments are concerned, so we know the kind of development that have happened in last 2 years, 25,000 habitat in the eastern Ladakh, the kind of roads and approach that we have in that particular region.
Akash, what I also want to essentially understand from you is, where does this leave the co-commander level talks? And I'll talk to you about that in just a bit, but I want to understand the political aspect of all of this. We've already seen the opposition up in arms. My colleague and senior editor Pallavi Ghosh also now joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, we did see ruckus after that brief statement of the Raksha Mantri. What is the opposition demanding as of now?
So what the Congress party essentially has walked out of the Lok Sabha because what they all wanted was a discussion or a clarification on what they called it, the statement of the defense minister. But we heard what the speaker had to say. The speaker says as per the rules of the House, there is no provision for seeking a clarification on the minister's reply. And therefore that was completely rejected. This is something which was unacceptable to the opposition and hence the Congress walked out. What the leader of the House of the Congress party in Lok Sabha, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, also said is that basically the government also needs to answer that where is the source of funding for the PM CARES fund coming in from and whether the donors for the PM CARES fund also is coming in from China. Clearly an attempt by the Congress to bounce it off onto the BJP because just before the Raksha Mantri's statement was a short soundbite by the Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah where he actually came out of instances where he talked about FCRA not giving a clearance to the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation and also alleging that the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation was getting murky donors. Zakir Naik's name also came up. So clearly the incident which has taken place in Tawang, in that incursion between a scuffle between China and India, has its political ramifications inside the parliament as expected.
Pallavi, two things that I want to understand from you, because we have been hearing from opposition leaders, a lot of the Congress leaders also, that they wanted a discussion as far as the Raksha Mantri's statement is concerned. Is there a procedure? That's one. Secondly, what we heard from the speaker was also very, very essential, that as far as our armed forces are concerned, we all need to come together because we cannot question the intent with what our forces are working. So doesn't it become embarrassing for the opposition to be caught in a tangle like this when it comes to national security?
Well, to be very fair to the opposition in this case, Ridhiman, if you're listening to the soundbite from yesterday, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, Shashi Tharoor, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, even Owaisi, they do understand that at this point of time, you cannot be seen as not standing by the armed forces. They've been consistently making the point that it's not a failure on the part of the Jawans because they fought back valiantly. It's a failure of the political leadership at the center. Repeatedly, the opposition has been making the point that why is it that these kind of incursions are happening very often? Second, why is it that India has not been able to stand up to China? To go back to your first question, well, the rules of the floor is the prerogative of the speaker and the chairperson. There have been instances where a clarification has been allowed to a statement given by a minister. It's the speaker's prerogative to allow or not to allow, and that's exactly how the speaker ruled, saying that the House of the procedures are not mandatory on me, that I'm going to allow the opposition to make seeking clarifications on the Raksha Mantri's comment. Grounds are very simple. The ground is that as much of the facts which could have been put by the defense minister were put on the floor of the House because these are national security issues, they are sensitive matters, and therefore one cannot stretch it too far. Clearly, the government has also, rather I would say the speaker has not allowed even a short duration discussion on this incident because of national security concerns, and that is what has upset the opposition.
Pallavi, what I also want to understand, and before I go back to Akash, is the Congress reacting to the big charges that have been made by the Home Minister? One where he's gone on to say that the Congress in fact dined with the Chinese when Galwan was happening, land was given when the Congress was in power. Is the Congress now reacting to these charges?
Well, they did on the floor of the House. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary tried to retaliate by saying that, it's a predictable response coming in from the government as far as this particular issue is concerned. If they are going to be asking us this, we too also want to know who are the donors, which are the Chinese donors on board of the PM CARE funds. As I said, Ridhima, this is going to be a bounce-off moment between the government and the opposition. Last week, we relatively saw a calmer parliament because it was all under the impact of the electoral results and, the counting was taking place, so on and so forth. But now this week, clearly what happened at the border is going to have its impact in the tug of war inside the parliament.
Okay. Pallavi, as you said, you are expecting some sort of fireworks to continue. Any word that you're picking up from opposition parties of what their plan of action is going to be now?
Well, I think they're just going to keep the pressure on. They have already given multiple adjournment notices and those notices are still lying at the Speaker's table. They would try to prevail on the Speaker that we are not going to allow the House to function or we are not going to give up on our demand, that there should be an adjournment notice which takes place, which is taken cognizance of. There should be a short duration discussion because we do want to ask plenty of questions of the Prime Minister and of the government as far as what they call repeated incursions taking place at the border. I don't see this kind of a confrontation confrontation between the two sides ending anytime soon. And also very quickly with the Home Minister's comment on the FCRA and the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation and also showing the mirror to the Congress party, it is very clear that even the BJP has braced up for a fight and a confrontation on this issue inside the parliament.
True. Pallavi, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I want to go back to our colleague Akash, who continues to be with us. Akash, what I essentially wanted to understand was, considering the fact now that we have a better understanding of the facts of what really has happened in Tawang, I want to understand the larger issue as far as core commander level talks between both the countries are concerned. We've had about 15 or 16 of them, but every single time experts have said one thing, that the real focus points are actually not being spoken about. What we are seeing is what essentially is known as low-hanging fruit. So we've seen some sort of movement on Gogra, Hot Springs, but the concern points like Depsang, Demchok, no movement has happened. In the backdrop is what has happened in Tawang. What can we expect going forward?
Right. So, first of all, coming to the 16 commander level talks, specifically in the eastern Ladakh region. So, Ridhima, we know what happened in 2020, and after that, the escalated conditions and sub points. After 16 commander level talks, last time we had the de-escalation at point number 15. Yes. Questions were raised, in fact, at that time that why, we are not going ahead for the discussion while it is about, Depsang, Demchok and all other areas are concerned. So, Defense Ministry is very clear while it is about the escalation and while it is about these points, Defense Ministry officials say that there is a set mechanism. And, we are going forward with that particular mechanism. You have seen the condition at PP15 and you'll be seeing condition at some other points as well. Now, coming back to the very point, the incident happened at 9th of December. And as far as the information that we have got, on 11th of December, we had these commander level talks in which, the issue was discussed, in which the whole incident was discussed. And we have been given to understand that as far as this current area is concerned, the particular point is concerned. So peace and sanity has been restored in that particular area. Also, talking about these incidents, so we have a set mechanism, as I, pointed out earlier. And this is the reason why, in fact, within 30 to 45 minutes, we have been given to understand, the situation was back to normal. Yes, we have got some sort of injuries on both the sides. And, we are learning that injuries are far more while it is about China and on the other side. But again, this was concerning because in the very same area in 2021, we had a similar face of kind of situation. Yes, it was not a clash, but something happened in 2021 as well. And this time again in 2022. This is a concern for not only Indian Army, but Ministry of Defense for Indian government as well. And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has clarified that while it is about national security, so, in fact, the opposition is united when it is about the invasion or when it is about these practices and tactics of China. We have seen in the past that how China has changed its stand, specifically about the middle sector and the western sector. Yes, they are eyeing on Arunachal Pradesh this time, and this is the reason why not only the ground invasion.
रक्षा मंत्री आप कौन हो रक्षा मंत्री नो माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी अपना बयान दें।
आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, मैं इस गरिमामयी सदन को अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तवांग सेक्टर में हमारी सीमा पर 9 दिसंबर 2022 को हुई एक घटना के बारे में अवगत कराना चाहूंगा। उपसभापति महोदय, 9 दिसंबर 2022 को चाइनीज पीएलए ट्रूप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया। उपसभापति महोदय, और सदन को यह भी बताना चाहूंगा, इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई और भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के सैनिकों को कुछ चोटें आई हैं। उपसभापति महोदय, मैं इस सदन को यह बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग भी की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शंस के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए उन्हें कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। उपसभापति महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है। मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम और प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगी। धन्यवाद।
माननीय रक्षा मंत्री के अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तवांग सेक्टर में 9 दिसंबर 2022 को जो घटना घटी उसके बारे में एक विस्तृत वक्तव्य सदन के समक्ष रखा है। माननीय सदस्यगण, हमारी सेनाएं पूरी मुस्तैदी और ताकत के साथ हमारी सीमाओं पर तैनात हैं और उनके शौर्य और वीरता पर पूरे सदन को, हम सबको विश्वास और भरोसा है। देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा और संप्रभुता के लिए सर्वोच्च बलिदान देने में भी हमारे सैनिक सदैव तत्पर हैं और रहेंगे। माननीय सदस्य, यह एक संवेदनशील विषय है। जैसा माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी ने बताया, सरकार उत्पन्न हुई स्थिति को पूरी गंभीरता के साथ ले रही है और सभी आवश्यक कदम उठा रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि इस संवेदनशील मुद्दे पर पूरा सदन एक है और एक मत से हम यह संदेश इस सदन से देना चाहेंगे कि देश की सुरक्षा की चुनौतियों का सामना करने में सभी दल और पूरा देश एक साथ है। माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा इस सदन के अतीत के कुछ उदाहरण। सेशन नंबर 210 में 6/3/2007 को नक्सल अटैक ऑन श्री सुशील कुमार महतो MP लोकसभा, इस विषय पर। फिर सेशन नंबर 212 26/11/2007 को सीरियल बम ब्लास्ट यूपी। फिर सेशन नंबर 215 13/3/2009 को फॉलोअप मुंबई टेररिस्ट एक्ट। फिर 215 सेशन में 18/2/2009 को सिचुएशन इन श्रीलंका। इन संवेदनशील विषयों को देखते हुए क्वेरी पूछने के, बहस करने की आगे प्रक्रिया नहीं बढ़ी, इसलिए इस पर भी जो क्वेरी आए हैं, मैं निवेदन करता हूं कि कोई क्वेरी इस पर नहीं होगी। धन्यवाद। नंबर 64, क्वेश्चन नंबर 64।
Okay, so there we heard the Raksha Mantri essentially reiterating what we heard from him earlier in the day as well, giving us a brief but factual statement on what really happened. The big takeaway, of course, is that our armed forces fought valiantly and there have been no casualties on our sides, though injuries have been reported from both the sides. My colleagues Akash and Pallavi continue to be with us. Akash is tracking all developments as far as the Defence Ministry is concerned. Pallavi tracking all developments as far as what the opposition is demanding. Akash, just for the benefit of our viewers, first help us understand, now that we've heard a more factual statement from the Raksha Mantri, we have a better understanding of what really happened. On the map, help us understand where did this happen? Also, more importantly, as far as the build-up that we've been seeing from the Chinese side, the settler villages, what do we know as far as that movement is concerned?
Right. So coming to the point about the location, so this particular sector is alongside, this is the forward area alongside the actual line of control in Arunachal Pradesh, and we have been given to understand that it is 30 to 35 kilometers away from Tawang. Also, you know, it's a forward area and we have a friction point here. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has somewhere clarified that from Chinese side, it was an attempt to change the status quo. So, talking about all 25, in fact, more than 25 points alongside the actual line of control, be it in eastern Ladakh or in middle sector or in eastern sector, we have more than 25 points. And we have a status quo at several points where both the side agree that, okay, you will be coming to this particular point for the patrolling part and we'll be coming to this particular point. In fact, in Barahoti, I was giving an example of Barahoti in the middle sector. You know, there we go close to close. And, you know, that is again a disputed area, but there we have a dominance. Talking about this particular area, Ridhima, so, you know, this was an attempt because this particular sector is not an all-weather approach sector. And this is the reason why, you know, every year from October to December is the crucial, time. Both the sides try for the dominance, and this time it was Chinese troops who had ill intentions. They wanted to change the status quo. In fact, this is what mentioned by Rajnath Singh. And, they came with the handmade weapons. They came with the ill intentions, and more than 200 in number. This is what we are learning from our sources. As far as the Indian company is concerned, so, they were around 50 in number. This is what our sources are telling. Yes, initially it was an argument over the regular patrolling, then it was provocation, and then it was a clash. Injuries on both the sides, but 6 is the number. This is the initial number from our side, and we have been given to understand that 6 Jawans have been admitted to the hospital, but on the other side the casualty is far more. Also talking about the particular point, in fact, some were raising this particular point that after the joint exercise of India and United States, this is the repercussion. But, this is important to mention. As far as the invasion is concerned, as far as the violation is concerned, so China is, continuing its air violation from 16th of November. So from 16th of November, we are reporting the air violation in Arunachal Pradesh, and this is the reason why we are learning from our Indian Air Force sources that, at several times, Indian Air Force jets had to be scrambled in that particular area because of the air violation. Now, this is the ground violation. This is the practice. This is the kind of invasion that China tried, but, they got the reply. Also, after 2 years, we are reporting such incident because in Galwan, we have seen a similar incident. In fact, this was the modus operandi in that particular area as well. And now, in 2021, we had a face-off, and now in 2022, again, we have a clash. This is somewhere alarming, yes, but as far as Defense Ministry and Raksha Mantri is concerned, so they are saying that we are, we have all our preparations done. We are already, we will not be tolerating any kind of invasion as far as our boundaries are concerned.
True. Akash, I'll request you to stay on with us. We'll talk about the settler villages in just a minute, the build-up that we are seeing by the Chinese side. But I want to bring in Pallavi also, who's been patiently waiting to talk about what the opposition is demanding. Pallavi, as we were discussing earlier also, the opposition wanted discussion post the Raksha Mantri statement in the Lok Sabha. Now that we've seen that statement and that those facts being reiterated in the Rajya Sabha, is the opposition once again wanting to have a discussion?
Oh yes, absolutely, and you must have seen those pictures also in Rajya Sabha, where very much like in Lok Sabha, in Rajya Sabha too, the opposition leaders wanted to have a discussion, clarification on the RM statement. In fact, multiple adjournment notices have been given, right from AIMIM to the Congress party to the Trinamool Congress. Look, when it comes to nationalism, national security, these issues become very, very emotive, and the Congress and the opposition doesn't want to give up on this issue because that's where they want to prick holes into the image of the central government or of the BJP of being macho, at least as far as the foreign policy issues are concerned. The Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah's short soundbite to us also made the point that this is a Narendra Modi government. We are not scared. We never buckle under any pressure, and we are certainly going to be taking up the issue with China. It's the Congress party which really needs to answer some tough questions. So I think this war of words, tug of war over national security, and particularly in the context of what happened on 9th of December, will continue at least over the next few days. The opposition certainly is not going to be wanting to come under any kind of pressure from the government, and therefore they're going to keep on making the demand that we do want at least a short duration discussion on this, during which the Prime Minister should be sitting inside Parliament.
Pallavi, what has been the position of the opposition so far? Yesterday, of course, we had very initial sketchy details. Now that we have more clarity, what has been the opposition's stand?
Well, before to understand that, we also need to understand quickly a little bit of the background. I mean, if you remember in the last Lok Sabha elections, the Pulwama, the Balakot airstrikes, and the Congress party and some political parties questioning it has always given an ammunition on a platter really to the BJP. Till today, they keep on making the point. And if you remember, the Prime Minister certainly did so during his campaign in Gujarat and also in Himachal Pradesh, that this is a political party which also questions their Jawans, their bravery, the kind of fights that they have on the border. So therefore, this particular issue, what happened on 9th of December, I think is going to be seized as a moment by the opposition, particularly the Congress party, to hit back at the BJP that you question our patriotism, but look at us, we are actually calling out calling you out and asking you that while we stand by our Jawans, why is it that they are being put to this kind of a risk because the political leadership at the center is weak? I also think very quickly, Ridhima, when we move up to 2024, Therefore, just as in 2014 and 2019, nationalism, foreign policy became the fulcrum of the electoral slogan for the BJP. I think this time around the opposition, particularly the Congress party, would want to do so with the BJP, and hence you're seeing those kind of hurling of allegations, counter allegations from both the sides.
True. Pallavi and Akash, I'll request both of you to stay on with us. This, of course, is a big story that we'll keep tracking. As of now, we're slipping into a very short break. That was the news up till now. Let's also now get you some big news that we have for car owners. Their territory.
Pallavi has been bringing details to us about possible moves pursued in the parliament by opposition parties like the Congress and a few minutes ago the AIMIM. Pallavi, over to you.
Well, as the government as sources are pointing out, that it's not the first time these kind of clashes have taken place and India has retaliated quite strongly. That's exactly the point which the Congress party and other opposition parties have been making, that there have been instances of these kind of clashes or attempts by Chinese to enter into Indian territory. But the government has always denied it, or government has said it's not really happened. And therefore, this is the reason why there needs to be a debate and discussion. There have been multiple notices which have been served in both the houses of parliament and cutting across party lines. The Trinamool Congress, Owaisi, Congress party, all of them are in the mood to get out the government. One, they want a short duration discussion on this. Second, they want it to be concluded by a statement from the defense minister. And third, the prime minister must be present inside the house. In fact, the main target of attack is the prime minister because they accuse him of hiding the facts, not admitting that these have been cases of clashes, what really is the extent of damage, and so on and so forth. So I think as the parliament reconvenes in an hour, less than an hour's time from now, we can see clashes taking place actually between the opposition and the government on both the houses.
Okay, Pallavi, thank you for bringing us that context. Let's go over now to our colleague Abhishek Jha. He's with us. He tracks the Ministry of External Affairs. Abhishek, since December 9th, can you walk us through the communication that's taken place between China and India? We obviously know of the defense communication that's in fact been taking place over the last year and a half. But since December 9th, what have we seen?
So far, there has not been any official release regarding whether any diplomatic negotiation or diplomatic talk took place between India and China in the aftermath of the December 9th clash that we have witnessed along line of actual control in Arunachal Pradesh. But we do know that Indian side and Chinese side have been regularly engaged on the issue of border clashes. There have been 17 rounds of core commando talks along to sort out the border disputes, and there has also been diplomatic level engagements both in Delhi and Beijing, and also at the level of External Affairs Minister Wang Yi and from the Chinese side, and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar from the Indian side at various platforms where they have tried to negotiate how to maintain the status quo and how to take back the status of pre-Galwan level clash, that is April 22, 2020, when there was no transgression or no attempt to transgress from the Chinese side. But so far, in the wake of 9th December incident that we are talking currently, there has not been any official communication, if any diplomatic communication has been between the Delhi and Beijing.
Armed clashes took place between India and China. They were reported yesterday. They took place, however, on December 9th. Now, these clashes took place in Arunachal Pradesh's Tawang sector, where both sides were engaged in a face-off. The face-off led to minor injuries on both sides. According to sources, the chances of casualties were higher and do seem to be higher on the Chinese side. Several soldiers have been injured in the clash, with the Indian soldiers already being taken to the Guwahati hospital for treatment. Now, sources also say that the Chinese soldiers were present, both had weapons with them, but it's not clear. It doesn't seem as if these weapons were rifles. Initial reports suggest that they were in fact spikes or canes with nails on them. Now, sources further say that the other side did have injuries, as we told you. They also say that we were initially short of numbers, but we did have a backup team that reached within minutes. Now, details are still sparse about the entire incident. Let's step away for a second and now focus on the political reaction. The Congress has lashed out since details were made available yesterday. The Congress has said that the centre is remaining silent and that they're not doing anything about continuing border tension. Both the Congress and the AIMIM have said that they will move an adjournment motion to discuss this matter. Remember, the winter parliament session is in session as we speak. This is the first major clash between the two sides since the Galwan Valley clash all the way back in June 2020, when you remember 20 Indian soldiers lost their lives. We have more breaking news here. We'll move to it very quickly. All right, more information coming in from government sources on the Tawang clash. This is what they're telling us. They're saying that in 2008, there was a Buddha statue in the Yangtze, which was broken by...
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We continue to track that big story, which is that armed clash that took place between the Indian side and the Chinese side as far as Tawang is concerned. And this took place on the intervening night of 8th and 9th December. We've already heard a brief and a factual statement that has come in from the Raksha Mantri, helping us understand of what really happened. The big takeaway being that, yes, there are injuries on both sides, but none of our soldiers is serious and there have been no casualties as far as the death is concerned on our side either. What he's also reiterated is that our armed forces fought valiantly. Let me just give you a backdrop of what really has happened. As I pointed out, armed clashes between India and China were reported in Arunachal Pradesh's Tawang sector. Both sides engaged in a face-off in the intervening night of 8th and 9th December. Face-off led to minor injuries from both sides. Now we do know that there have been no deaths and casualties on our side. According to sources, the chances of casualties are higher on the Chinese side. Several soldiers have been injured in this clash, with the Indian soldiers being sent to the Guwahati hospital for treatment. Sources also saying that the modus operandi was very similar to what we had seen play out in Galwan. The Chinese soldiers had weapons with them. They weren't any rifles, but they had spikes with nails and others. Sources have further said that while we were short in numbers, initially our backup teams reached within minutes, pushing our side to almost equal strength. But multiple reports also now suggesting, which could probably be a bit of a problem, which is as far as what we've been getting reports, as far as the Indian Air Force jets that had to scramble on 2 to 3 occasions in the last few weeks to prevent air violations by China over Arunachal Pradesh. But politics has already erupted as far as these clashes are concerned. The opposition up in arms, they wanted a discussion post the statement of the Raksha Mantri, first in Lok Sabha and then in Rajya Sabha. We also did see a walkout by the opposition at one point of time. But we've seen a political statement that has come in from the Home Minister questioning the intent of the Congress party. He's gone on to say that while Galwan was happening, the Congress was having meetings with the Chinese, also saying that if you go back to 1962, it was because of the Congress that China was able to take our land. And then, of course, a very factual statement of what happened in these clashes by the Raksha Mantri. Let me bring in my colleague Akash, who continues to track these developments for us. Akash, as we were discussing that, what are the friction points that still remain? As we've been discussing on the map, help us understand where the friction, where this clash actually happened. And a short while ago, you were talking to us about the importance of who is as far as the height or elevated position is concerned. So if you could give us a better understanding of what the positioning of both the sides currently looks like.
So, definitely. Ridhima, first of all, let me, simplify it with saying that we have 3 important sectors. The first one is the western sector, middle sector and the eastern sector. Now, the thing that we are reporting is of eastern sector. The clash that has happened, it is in the eastern sector. In eastern sector, alongside the actual line of control, this is the forward area that is 30 or 35 kilometers, away from Tawang city. And, the particular point, we are in the dominance here. In fact, both in eastern and middle sector, Indian side is on the dominant side, is the dominant side basically. And, as far as this particular point is concerned, so every time from October to December, it is the crucial time when both the sides, try to go to a top level. Both the sides try to go to a top level from where they can have a commandeering view of both the sides, boundaries of both the sides. Now, as I mentioned earlier, China always change its stand as far as the claim line is concerned, because their claim line is not definite. in 2006 they used to say something else. Today they are saying something else. So it's the approach of China. As far as India is concerned, so Indian Army is considered as best army when it is about high altitude warfare, and it is the reason why we are seeing that in this particular region we are at the dominant place and at the top of the particular mountain. Also talking about the very same very same clash. So on 9th of December it happened, and it was resolved within 30 to 45 minutes. That is what we have been given to understand. But after that, on 11th of December, we had commander level talks in which, as per the SAT mechanism, this whole dispute, this whole clash was discussed. Yes, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has clarified that there were no serious injuries on either side, in fact on Indian side at least. But this is a fact that 6 of our Jawans are hospitalized as of now. Yes, there were no serious injuries. Secondly, talking about the national security, so I was talking about this earlier as well, that talking about the road developments, talking about infrastructure. Just a few days back, we reported how Border Road Organization is basically developing roads nearby the actual line of control, nearby the border areas, as China is doing. In fact, we have heard about the remote villages. We have got the satellite images where these satellite images are confirming that how China is going ahead with setting up these remote villages alongside the actual line of control. Coming back to the point, we had escalated conditions in western sector, specifically in eastern Ladakh. We were talking about it, but now it seems that China is eyeing Arunachal Pradesh, and this is the reason why after 2021, in 2022, we are seeing similar conditions. This time it was a clash. In 2020, while Galwan happened, we know how we lost 20 of our brave soldiers. They laid down their lives. But in 2022, this time, yes, we have got several injuries, but they have got a befitting reply. I'm mentioning it again and again, Ridhima, because I want to highlight the very point that when it is about Indian Army, not only we are best in high altitude warfare, but when it is about readiness, so we are always ready, and we can deal with any sort of such situation. Also, now briefly I want to mention about the air violation as well. We are learning from our Indian Air Force sources that from 16 to 5th of November, there were several instances when air violations were reported out of Arunachal Pradesh, and this was the reason why Indian Air Force jets had to be scrambled in that particular area. This is the regular mechanism again, and this was very much followed in this case as well. Joint exercise was from 15th of November to 3rd of December somewhere. But the air violation and all these violations continued before that as well. We are learning, and also as far as this particular incident is concerned, on 9th of December it has happened. On 11th of December we had commander level talks, and as far as current situation is concerned, so everything is peaceful as of now.
Right, Akash, stay on with us. We are, of course, staying with this important story that we are tracking on CNN News 18. Now that the Defence Minister has addressed both the houses of the Parliament, he's pretty much said these very points that I am about to just mention before our viewers. He mentions that the incident, the skirmish, took place on December 9th. That's when the incident happened, the border standoff that we're talking about. And he also went on to say that there were no casualties. However, there were in fact injuries that were reported on both the sides. Indian soldiers, 6 in number, so to speak, that's the figure that we are getting at the moment, had been taken to the hospital for treatment. This is what the Defence Minister had mentioned. He also spoke about how on the 12th of December there were commander level talks and disengagement happened within 30 to 45 minutes when that incident was reported. Taking this across to our managing editor, this is Zaka Jacob, for further developments of this story. Zaka, the fact that the Defence Minister has addressed both the houses of the Parliament, the Home Minister, in fact, choosing to speak on behalf of the government and the security arrangements, not often do we see the Home Minister go ahead and respond to the allegations that have come about, especially in the wake of this skirmish that has been reported and the opposition up in arms against the government.
Yeah, that's right. Basically, the Home Minister will now be leading the political charge against the opposition. You have seen, since news of this incident came out last night, you have seen opposition parties from Congress to TMC to left parties, Asaduddin Owaisi, all moving adjournment motion. So the government does not want to give the impression that it's on the back foot. So certainly politically, Amit Shah leading the charge, asking questions of where did the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation get money from? Why were Chinese sources of funding there for the RGF Foundation? Why was Rahul Gandhi seen whining in dining with the former Chinese ambassador at the time that Galwan happened. What was this MOU that was signed between the Indian National Congress and the Chinese Communist Party? And he's gone all the way back up to 1962, asking why was Nehru giving away 38,000 square kilometers of land to the Chinese. So politically, the government wants to appear as being on the front foot and taking on the opposition in Parliament. But I want to detail the facts as they took place in Yangtze. Yangtze is a place that's about 20-25 kilometers northwest of Tawang. Tawang is our last command post, as it were, in that sector, the eastern sector. Yangtze has been a recognized disputed site between India and China along this 3,500 kilometer long line of actual control. There are about 24, anywhere between 23 to 27 disputed sites, recognized disputed sites between India and China. Now, what is a disputed site? Is that you have patrolling parties from both sides going up to territory which the other side thinks is their own. This happens both ways. Indian troops go into what the Chinese perceive as their territory, and Chinese come into what India perceives as its territory. The Yangtze is particularly important because it gives you height advantage. The icy heights there are about 17,000 feet. Whichever side is able to control those heights then has visibility, clear visibility for about 20-25 kilometers on either side. What that does is it enables you not to have regular daily patrolling on the ground. So this height advantage, this height domination was what the Chinese were going for. It was an operation by stealth. It happened on the intervening night between the 8th and 9th of December. There were about 300 Chinese troops. There is also a water body there, a riverine structure from where they launched this particular operation. The Indian troops at the time that this attack initially happened were only about 20 or 30. They called for reinforcements. Eventually there were 100 plus Indian troops who arrived within the first few minutes of this attack. It was a hand-to-hand combat. It was an unsophisticated one. No lethal weapons were used. It was clubs, machetes, sticks, etc., similar to what we saw in Galwan. So the nature of injuries that have been sustained on the Indian side as well as the Chinese side is, bruised hands and feet, black eyes, fractures in some cases. So the 6 who have been injured from the Indian side have been taken to the field hospital in Guwahati. They're receiving treatment there. The defense minister has confirmed in Parliament that there's been no fatalities, certainly not from the Indian side. And also top army sources suggesting that the casualties on the Chinese side are far higher in number than the 6 that India has said that 6 Indian soldiers have been injured. Now, the important thing is there are established mechanisms to try and resolve these fracases, these clashes that happen from time to time. And in this case, the area commanders met a couple of days later. They had a flag meeting and they resolved this issue. So as of today, the situation there in this disputed site where this clash happened last week in Yangtze is as normal as it can be. What is worrying for India is in eastern Ladakh, in the western sector, that ongoing situation for the last 2 years, that's not been fully resolved yet. At least in 2 friction points, in Demchok and in Depsang, there is still contestations between the Indian and Chinese troops. So that has not been resolved yet. At such a time, at such a juncture, are the Chinese opening a new front in the eastern sector in Tawang? And Tawang, like I've been stressing, has political ramifications as well. It is one of the holiest sites of Tibetan Buddhism. The monastery there in Tawang is considered as one of the top 3 or 4 most important holy sites for Tibetan Buddhists. The 6th Dalai Lama was born in Tawang. And if you go back all the way to 1962, many say the reason why the Chinese launched that war was to capture Tawang. They came all the way south to Tawang. They captured it and then they retreated within a space of 10 days. So Tawang has been important for the Chinese for political reasons as well. So I think there will be sort of deliberations, if you will, going back to the square to the drawing board to find out if this was part of a larger pattern or was this a one-off incident. Given what happened in Galwan, given what happened in eastern Ladakh, I think the suspicion is that this is part of some kind of a larger design by the Chinese. And the words that the defense minister used in Parliament, it was a unilateral attempt to try and change the status quo.
Right, Zakir, thank you so much for that elaborate discussion on how things stand when it comes to this border skirmish that we have been reporting about ever since that story broke last night. Remember, this was something that happened on the 9th of December. things are under control, like Zaka was mentioning, and this was discussed in accordance with the established mechanisms that are in place. So now there is normalcy as we speak. Taking this back to my colleague Akash as well. Akash, considering the patrolling happens on both sides of this entire line, there are differing perceptions when it comes to this established friction point that Zaka was also talking about. Just take our viewers through this statement that's been released by the Ministry of Defence, by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh himself, talking about injuries. However, the fact that this has been discussed and put in place by the higher authorities, and also the fact that diplomatically this has been raised.
Right. So, Griha, this is for the benefit of our viewers as to what actually happened on 9th of December. So, as far as the particular clash is concerned, so we have been given to understand, in fact, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has somewhere clarified that on 9th of December, Chinese troops came to this particular point, the particular sector. And, this is again a disputed area, and Indian soldiers, the presence of Indian soldiers is very much there. They came there, they came with hand-made weapons. And, they started the argument first. Yes, our sources are confirming that, this was some sort of provocation. And in fact, they were large in number. This led to a clash between the soldiers from both the sides. Now, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has confirmed that, yes, a clash happened on 9th of December and both the sides, sustained injuries. Talking about our side, so 6 of our Jawans, at least, 6 of our Jawans have been shifted to a nearby hospital because of the injuries. We are still, not sure about the exact number, but 6 is the number that we have got from our on-ground sources there in Arunachal Pradesh. And, these Jawans were shifted to the hospital. Also, on the other side, while it is about other sides, so army sources, in fact, the senior officers from that area are confirming that even when they were large in number, we fought, and, within a few minutes, our reserve party reached there, and then the injuries on the other sides, on the other side were more. Also, talking about the particular point. So this is not the first time in the same area. In fact, in 2021, we had a similar condition, as Zaka was pointing out, that after Eastern Ladakh, Arunachal Pradesh is an area that China is eyeing. And, I have mentioned it several times, Griha, that China has always opted this sort of approach. Be it the Eastern Ladakh area, be it the Western sector, be it the Middle sector or the Eastern sector. They say about their trade route, they say about their villages, they say about, their culture and the ancient villages of their time. But on the other hand, we have our claims as well. And that's the reason why we have the actual line of control. We have international borders, and then we have actual line of control till the place we have got the control. Now, this particular point, which is, 30 to 35 kilometer northeast of Tawang. So this particular point is another friction point, and after 2021, this is the second time, in fact, second time in the recent years, because we have seen similar conditions in the past as well. Yes, it is the clash in the recent times. In fact, after 2 years, after Galwan, we have seen this particular clash where, both the sides, the troops from both the sides were involved. Absolutely. And we have got injuries as well. But again, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has clarified that no serious injuries. First, secondly, this was an attempt to basically disturb the status quo of that particular area. Absolutely. However, it was a prompt response from the Indian Army, and this could not be done by the China.
Absolutely, Akash. Thank you so much for that. So we're talking about China's Tawang dare. The eastern sector is clearly heating up, as both Zaka and Akash were mentioning. Let's actually take our viewers through the border build-up that we're talking about. Why do we say it is heating up? What really has happened over some time now on these established friction points, especially this Tawang sector, the eastern sector that we're talking about. Now, we've got to know that China is building infrastructure on their side of the line of control. You can clearly see on this map over there. We also have got to know that Chinese settlers' villages have also come up at that river in the Yangtze region. That also has been established, the clear indication. Veteran population has been settled across 600 such villages. So that is the kind of area that we are looking at, 600 villages. Indian Army is also suspected villages are used as launch pads. Why so much of volatility? Why so much of flexing of muscles also is to do with that. India is also increasing its infrastructure build-up. in Tawang. That's also is happening, considering the kind of skirmish that we've seen time and again. Remember, after Galwan, where 20 Indian soldiers lost their lives, this one, after 2 years, is one major retaliation, one major skirmish in the eastern sector that India has noticed. India, of course, hopes for the height domination with all weather roads. Like Akash was also mentioning, when it comes to that entire edge, when it comes to fighting from a certain height, that is with the Indian Army. Indian Army never fails when it comes to that, and that's why this skirmish that was reported on the 9th of December was met with ample resistance by the Indian troops, and they managed to push back the PLA troops after that incident that went on for about 30 to 45 minutes. Taking this across to my guests who are now joining us on the broadcast, Major General K.K. Sinha, who is a defense analyst, joins us. Also joining us is Major General Rajan Kochar, another defense analyst. Major General Sinha, I'll come to you first. Considering we've heard the defense minister, he is talking about sort of a larger thing at play when it comes to this skirmish. It cannot be taken lightly. That is something that we must focus on. What is your view on that?
Good afternoon. The Raksha Mantri has been giving the statement in Parliament. You have to understand, the key issues which he is bringing it out, and that analysis has to be carried out. First thing, Yangtze, you have to understand, and you will understand only, or the viewers will understand if they know the lay of the ground. Yangtze is one of the posts which is on the McMahon line itself. That is a watershed that they're dominating, and we are holding it. We are not that it is nothing like that. We are doing and patrolling over there. We are holding it with a very less strength. There is an observation post on the ridgeline itself, and China claims it because he also claims it that the watershed is this line, and that's why it is a sensitive and disputed area. The advantage goes to us because 2016 and 2021 two major incident has taken place, and 2021 in same Yangtze sector they have done it just after the Xi Jinping visited opposite this area. He came to a Ninchi milling, the airport. He has landed over there, opposite this area. And, he has done it after the Galwan, after 30 years. And that's why after that, the Chinese have gone on board. They have changed the name of 15 places. That is 8 towns, 4 mountains, 2 rivers, and 1 mountain pass. And that comes to this area, 90,000 square kilometers. When they are saying of the Arunachal Pradesh, this includes that area. Now, what the Raksha Mantri has said, he says that the Chinese wanted to change the status quo. The status quo means they want to come and sit down over there. They have been trying this. There is a ridge line, or there is a called Thangla. They are sitting that side, and there is a stream. They have to cross it. We have got a solid advantage. We have never allowed. And this time they have been pushed back. Pushed back means they have gone back to a garrison like Maldo, which we have got in Eastern. So this is a different scenario. He is not, and they have suffered a casualty. So this is, something, differently we have done it, and we have to do it because what we have to do it, the all disputed areas. There are 23 of them in sensitive areas.
Yes.
We are all dominating. The things, the ball game in your Arunachal, both in Kaming sector and rest of RALP, which we call, Arunachal, is different. All valleys, we are dominating. The only thing is the clarity. Of course, government will not come and give it in Parliament that we have done it. We have taken the construction, especially the Balipura to Tawang, and it's costing, main tunnel which has been made to Sela, that is now with us. So huge advantage. Now what is required? What is required? In my judgment, is not going to stop here. We will be discussing it when the things come up.
Okay.
Chinese are determined, and especially when the G20 is taking place, and what we are doing politically and international and strategically, we are holding the meetings in the area of Leh, Srinagar, which the China is very, very chary about it. Xi Jinping has to come. That's why they have started here. And mind you, we have to understand in those understanding, and the clarity has to be there. It is not that, Yangtze, And Yangtze, this is the first time when the Chinese had been hit. And you know, if the 20 is the casualty, maybe physical casualty, they came with the spike club with Nate. Same thing what they wanted to do it into Galwan. They have come with a monkey fist. They have come with a laser gun. So this time they have been, you know, thrashed beautifully, and they have actually, it is coming in the media. They have been, you know, usko bhaga diya, usko khadeड़ diya.
Okay, Major General Kocher, I'd like to bring you in over here. As much as we want to keep politics aside from what is happening, we can't, unfortunately. Opposition is clearly up in arms. They are cornering the government over non-disclosure of what happened on December 9th. How does it play out really? When there is a border skirmish, such as this one, what is it that the Ministry of Defence does after these, high-level talks really happen? And of course, there are flag meetings and everything that is reported. You know, how much can be actually revealed in the Parliament for that matter? What is the process when it comes to that?
It's a very important question, because the kind of political statements which are emerging, which I was listening today, is rather unfortunate. Because it's a question of national security, it is a question of our sovereignty. And when it comes to these issues, I think the country should appear to remain united. Because the world is watching us, China is watching us, Pakistan is watching us. What a kind of democracy we are, that we cannot speak the same language when it comes to some external agencies trying to change the status quo. So the first message to the political parties must be that a sense of restraint, and please support the Indian Army, support the actions of the Indian Army, because it's important to remain united.
No, but should this be discussed in the Parliament or not? Considering the Parliament is in session, sir. Major General Kocher, do you think such a thing, because this is a border breach that we are talking about, and if of course it is about national security, should it not have been part of the discussion when it comes to the seat of democracy, that is the Parliament, is my question.
Certainly, I agree with you. It should be a part of discussion. There should have been a communication from the government, a clarity on such issues, a transparency on such issues is normally done. But if we take the example of Ganwal also, that incident also happened much earlier, and after a number of days it was communicated, because it's important. You see, you cannot be having a live telecast of the things which are happening on the LAC.
Absolutely.
There has to be a situation where the stabilization of the border will take place, and thereafter the government had come with a statement, and it is quite understandably so that the government should have maybe a day earlier or so, we should have actually come out with a statement before the opposition even speaks its mind, to actually give. There is a structure in the Indian Army, ADG-PI, or the Public Information Additional Director General. He has a setup there, and he is in constant communication with the media. We have the defense PROs also coming onto the media, addressing and telling about the total situation, what is prevailing on the border. It is important because today we are in an era of a very advanced
but I also would want to understand from both Major General Sinha and you, Major General Kocher, the fact that the statement by the army was released much after that report had come out in one of the more frontline newspapers of the country. Once that report was out, only then we saw a statement. Why not earlier? In fact, I'd get you to hold your thoughts. In fact, but let's actually see what the Defence Minister has said in the Parliament, and then I'll come back to you.
9 दिसंबर 2022 को पीएलए ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है। भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया अध्यक्ष महोदय। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के कुछ सैनिकों को चोटें भी आई हैं और मैं इस सदन को अवगत कराना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ है। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शंस के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है हमारी भारत की सेना। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम व प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगा।
Taking this back to my guests who continue to be with us on the broadcast, Major General Sinha, I'd like to again go back to the point that you were making. The fact that when it comes to troops on both sides of the line of actual control, there is differing perception when it comes to the patrolling areas. However, they go ahead and patrol their respective sites to their claimed territory, and this has been a trend since 2006. What really leads to this sort of a skirmish? And this is after 2 years of Galwan that we are noticing something as big as this.
Graham, you have to understand, this norm of patrolling, it has come after that, the CBM measures we have, adopted, and we have said, okay, we'll have a drill when FSOF is there. There will be, patrolling timing, intimated. But, it gets into a clash. These problems are because of that. See, as for the perception, why we say different perception? Our perception is my perception. So we have got a very, very different, because we are holding it to it. The perception is that McMahon line along the watershed is ours. We don't have to compromise. I'm not going to compromise. So what perception Chinese have got? The Chinese perception is there, if they say, whatever they say, this is not their area at all. Because, TAR, when they have come and sit down, they have taken someone's area and trying to do it. See, the point is like this. We have to understand. We do not have to get into this, these, 23 area which is sensitive and which is disputed, which when it has come, when we have agreed between, we will sort it out. We are not able to sort it out. We can sort it out only by force.
Okay.
And you must understand. We in Arunachal.
Right. Major General Sinha, I am really sorry. I am just interrupting you. I have to cut across to my colleague from Arunachal Pradesh who's joining us live. Nibjyoti Kalita is live with us from Arunachal Pradesh. Also with us is Ninong Ering, who is a former MP from Arunachal East. I'll first come to you, Nibjyoti Kalita. The fact that something as bad as this border skirmish was reported on the 9th of December, how do things stand from then to now?
जी, इस वक्त हम अरुणाचल की तवांग में हूँ और आपको बताते हैं कि कल हम लोगों को एक जानकारी मिली थी कि इंडियन आर्मी ने मुंह तोड़ करारा जवाब दिया है चीन को। करीब चीन की 300 से ज्यादा सैनिक जो 15 डेज पहले से वो लोग साजिश करके इंडियन टेरिटरी में घुसने का कोशिश किया था, लेकिन इंडियन आर्मी की तरफ से मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया वो लोग को और उन लोग के 9 से 10 जो उन लोग का LAC में घुसा था।
एक सेकंड आपको इंटरप्ट कर रही हूँ, मैं आपके पास वापस आऊंगी। Let me quickly go across to Mr. Ering, who is also with us. Mr. Ering, the fact that this sort of a skirmish that was reported only yesterday night, happened on the 9th of December. However, we also have got to know about Indian Air Force jets being scrambled. Would you say that this clearly is talking about the eastern sector heating up? This skirmish is only a tip of the iceberg. There possibly is more to come, as what was said by the Defence Minister himself today?
Thank you, and Jai Hind. Frankly speaking, now I'm also in the eastern part of Arunachal. This is in Upper Siang district. This is a village called Adipasi. Just if you see those hills behind me, it is just 20-kilometer aerial distance, then you get China. So people here are also slightly worried. I had spoken to the villagers, and also the amount of power, you can say firepower, the intercontinental ballistic missiles on the borders, the development of infrastructure, the development of construction of houses, construction of roads, bringing the railways right into our borders. So this is a thing of concern. But even though it is a concern, our people here in Arunachal Pradesh, we have full faith on the government. Of course, I am from the Congress, but still the government led by Pema Khandu is also challenging the Chinese on the issue of the Tibet and China. We always say that Arunachal Pradesh is not bordering China, but we are bordering Tibet. But that is just it is a say we are saying. But we adhere to the McMahon line, and China does not accept that. So that's the reason we have these skirmishes. Let it be in Anjao, let it be in Kibito, Chaglaham, let it be in Gailing, let it be in Upper Subansiri. So these issues are there. Not now, it has been prevailing since the last, you can say, the issue after the Doklam issue or the issue in Ladakh. So after that, we are always getting these kinds of, incursions. We are always complaining that these incursions have taken place. Our children are being kidnapped just because it is just on the border. So people go to that side also. They may come to this side. So that is a no man's land. So you cannot arrest people from there. But China has, they've crossed the borders and entered our no man's land. They've entered Arunachal. And similarly, in this case also, they're trying the same tactic of Sungdungsu Valley. Of course, the army experts are with you, the defense experts are with you. They know that the tactics that the Chinese use. So here also, because our forces withdraw during the winter because of the extreme cold. And of course, in the minus degree temperature, and plus the amount of snowfall, where avalanches are also take place, landslides take place. So we take a stand there. But our people, the local people, the Brokpas, the shepherds and all, when they are there, they inform the army personnel, and the army personnel have to interact again. So this issue also is very unfortunate. Of course, I spoke to DC Tawang, and he has said that he was not in the knowledge of that, because like you were saying, that the incident took place on the 9th, but why is so late? The why so late is that these were very far off outposts. So there was some communication gap, and the army people would not like to make frantic calls on the people, so that people are slightly worried, and also that kind of reason also was there why that information was not given. It was just between the PLN and the Indian Army.
So you were saying first they wanted to be sure of what is the intensity of this skirmish, Mr. Ehring. However, we also have please go ahead.
What I want to say that these things happen always. So we have to take it in the flag meetings in the border. This time, just 2 days back, they had a flag meeting, and in the flag meeting, they resolved the issue, and they said, okay, some mistakes have taken place, some misunderstanding was there, and we will maintain peace and tranquility.
Would you be able to actually list out certain instances where in the recent past, in these 2 years, something similar has happened along the line of actual control?
Yeah, we have these issues, but it has not been reported. We have issues in Chaglaham where they entered about 50-60 kilometers inside Arunachal, and see the border post there in Aninis, that is in Tawang Valley. You will see the last outpost is Dimbem. It is held by an ITBP post, and from there the Chinese border is 200 kilometers. Whereas here in Tawang, Bumla, it is just on the border, or here you'll see even in Gailing, it is just across the border. So it differs from place to place. The terrain is pretty tough.
Okay.
In Tawang also the terrain is very difficult. So that is the reason these Chinese guys, they come over and they have some other, nefarious reasons. That is the reason this incident's place. But if they stay cool and they abide by what both the governments are doing, they should also stand fast to that, to those decisions.
So
and
you're saying they adhere to the flag meetings of their respective commanders and then they push back. Is that what you're saying? And these instances that you've been reporting, how much time did it take for the disengagement to really happen? Because here, this one that we're talking about, the one that happened on the 9th of December, took about 30 to 45 minutes.
Yes. Because like I said, now when they come, our army people also, our Jawans also, you go back. They also said, go back.
Okay.
And then when there is a stalemate, then this slight skirmishes come up, which is unfortunate, which should not happen, because we are in the defensive side, where the Chinese are in the offensive side. So it is the fault of the Chinese, not the Indians who are, we are holding a fort. But they come over and they do this disturbance.
All right, Mr. Ehring, thank you so much for joining us. Going back to Nipjyoti, who is continuing to be with us live from Arunachal Pradesh. Nipjyoti, आप बता रहे थे कि अभी वहाँ पे क्या हालात हैं. प्लीज बताइए हमारे दर्शकों को, और इनफैक्ट और उस एरिया के टेरेन के बारे में भी. Nipjyoti, I'm really sorry, I'd have to interrupt you there. Cutting across to the leader of opposition, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who's speaking currently.
काम पे लगे, लेकिन ये चीजें बाहर नहीं आना, उनकी गलतियां छुपाने के लिए क्लैरिफिकेशन नहीं दिए. जब क्लैरिफिकेशन को मौका नहीं दिए, तब वहाँ बैठने में कोई अर्थ नहीं है. तो इसीलिए हमने ये तय किया कि सब मिलके प्रोटेस्ट करके वॉकआउट करना. तो हम वॉकआउट जो किए हैं, उनके एटीट्यूड के ऊपर, और वो जो कहना था और हमको बताना था, वो चीज़ें हमको नहीं बताई. इसीलिए हमने ये सभी पार्टी के नेताओं ने ये तय किया कि बेहतर ये है, खुद जब डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ही जैसा वॉकआउट करते वैसा उन्होंने वॉकआउट करके चले गए, फिर पूछना किसको. तो हमने ये सोचा कि हमारी बात तो सुनी गई नहीं, हम आपको बताने के लिए यहाँ आए हैं, इसलिए हमने वॉकआउट किया. लेकिन देश के सुरक्षिता के लिए, देश की अखंडता के लिए हम सारे एक हैं. और जो हमारे जवान बॉर्डर पे अब लड़ रहे हैं, हम सभी लोग उनके साथ हैं, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं.
एक मिनट उमाशंकर जी, एक मिनट ब्रीफली, एक मिनट. तमाम हमारे विपक्ष के साथ ही अपनी बात रखेंगे. उस श्रृंखला में आपसे सिर्फ इतना कहूं कि हमारे डिप्टी चेयरमैन साहब ने कुछ प्रेसिडेंस का हवाला दिया. इस मुल्क के लिए इससे बेहतर प्रेसिडेंस नहीं हो सकता कि 62 में जब युद्ध चल रहा था, सदन ने विशद चर्चा की थी, क्योंकि नेहरू को कुछ छुपाने का नहीं था. आज के दौर में, आज भारतीय सेना के जो घायल जवान हैं, वहाँ हमारे यंगसी में, तवांग में, वो क्या सुनना चाहते थे सदन से. आज तो हम फेल कर दिया हमने उनको. हमारी छोटी सी गुजारिश थी, जितना इन्होंने 200 शब्द में स्टेटमेंट दिया है, इससे ज्यादा आप सबके पास जानकारी है. क्या सदन इसके लिए है? अगर हम राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और अखंडता के लिए हम एकजुट हैं, अपने सब जवान को एक मैसेज देना था. आज सरकार नाकामयाब रही है, और सरकार कम से कम चाइना के बरक्स, मैं हमेशा ये कहता रहा हूं कि चाइना के बरक्स, ये लोग ब्रेजन डिनाल में रहते हैं. आज का दिन भी ब्रेजन डिनाल का दिन है, जो हिंदुस्तान के तारीख में लोकतंत्र में अच्छे से नहीं जाएगा.
Thank you. You want to say something?
I've said it. I've said that our two presidents have discussed.
नहीं, अगर ये दो चीजों को कंपेयर कर रहे हैं, उनकी नासमझी पे हंसी आती है.
No, please. Ma'am, please. These are the moments for the country to convey a message to India and to the whole world that we stand as one. The government purposefully is not traveling on that track. They want to see that we are divided. But we say, in defense of India, to defend our inch of land of India, we stand as one, and we will stand as one. The Communist Party, the other parties, all of them, with CPI, CPM, all parties have one voice, and the government has a duty now to show the world and to India and to Japan that the whole parliament has one voice.
Let me take this across to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who is joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, opposition staging a walkout, no debate, no discussion, despite so many adjournment motions, which is to do with this border standoff. Pallavi, if you can hear me.
Well, I mean, we've seen how the opposition parties, particularly the Congress party, has decided to completely brazen it out. And even that statement which has just been issued by the Congress president, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, also actually points out that how there has been a failure on the part of the political leadership. And since it's a matter of national importance and of national security, the government can't and shouldn't run away from having a debates and discussions, and hence an appeal to have a short duration discussion. But even after the Raksha Mantri had finished his statement in Lok Sabha, we had heard the speaker where he had said that the rules do not allow for any clarification on the minister's response. So I think both the sides have dug their heels in. The government and the BJP taking pot shots at the Congress party, questioning them that what did you do over the China issue when you were in power at the centre. And of course the Home Minister himself raises the point that, you know, the Congress party today is very agitated because one of the questions which is going to be asked of them was regarding the FCRA clearance for the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. As far as the opposition goes, well, we've seen the Congress walking out of Lok Sabha, making the point that while we stand by the Jawans, it's a case of weak political leadership if these kind of repeated incursions are taking place.
Also, Pallavi, if you could just briefly talk to our viewers, tell us about the scenes in the Parliament today. After the Parliament, both the houses, in fact, were adjourned. Till the Raksha Mantri chose to address both these sessions, what really happened? And the adjournment motion that started with the MIM and then later had many other political parties like the TMC also joining in to discuss what happened on the December 9th.
Well, I think the mood was already made up once this news came in late last evening about the 9th December incident. We already saw the quick reactions coming in from the Congress party. And this morning, there were multiple adjournment notices across party lines, the Trinamool Congress, AIMIM. So I think it was very much decided. It was very much clear that there would be hardly any work being done inside Parliament today. And there would be repeated adjournments. And we'll have to see when it happens tomorrow as well. Because as of now, the mood within the Congress and the rest of the opposition parties is we should not let the government go on this issue.
Right, Pallavi, thank you so much. Taking this across to my colleague Arunama also, who is with us on the broadcast. Arunama, the fact that Defence Minister is clearly put it in black and white, what had happened on December 9th, he has addressed everything after the Home Minister decided to actually take on all the accusation that the opposition was showering at the government in the centre. What is it that they are now planning on doing, considering things have, normalized since what happened on the 9th of December?
See, I could sense a two-pronged strategy from the government. One was to lay the facts on the floor of the House. So Raksha Mantri decided to make that brief statement. If you see his statement, he didn't give us too many details. For example, even the number of soldiers who have been injured, some reports said 6. This morning, government functionaries, source-based information said 9 soldiers are admitted at the Guwahati hospital there. But he did not give any specifics. How many soldiers from the PLA side came in? Again, source-based reports said 300, but he did not give us a concrete figure. All he said was that there was an incident and our soldiers fought back valiantly, and now status quo has been ensured. We have taken it up both at the local commander level and at the diplomatic level with China, telling them in no uncertain term that such transgressions should not be allowed. Now, what is it that the opposition is asking? The opposition is saying that you made a brief statement, but we had more questions. Asaduddin Owaisi, for example, was raising slogans even when Raksha Mantri was speaking. He later came out and asked the media that if all has been well, a similar brief statement was made after Galwan also. And even then an attempt was made by none other than the Prime Minister. He said PM ne kaha tha, na koi ghusa hai, na kisi ko ghusne denge.
Yes.
And then Owaisi said that if that was so, why were there so many rounds of meetings at the Corps Commander level? 16 rounds have already happened. The 17th one is expected. So you are not giving us the full picture. You're not giving us the full truth. That's the same thing that Mallikarjun Kharge also just said in that opposition press conference, that even in Rajya Sabha, the opposition has a lot of questions and those answers are not being given. So over the next few days also, you could see the opposition continuing to demand an adjournment, a proper discussion on this subject. And the government, I don't see at this stage, they being keen on any discussion. From what the Home Minister said, looks like they're going to attack the opposition politically.
Absolutely. Arunima, thank you so much. We are at the moment slipping into a very, very short break. We'll continue with our coverage on this big story that we continue to track on CNN News 18. Stay tuned for that.
Engaged on the issue of border clashes. There have been 17 rounds of core commando talks along the to sort out the border disputes, and there has also been diplomatic level engagements both in Delhi and Beijing, and also at the level of External Affairs Minister Wang Yi and from the Chinese side, and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar from the Indian side at various platforms where they have tried to negotiate how to maintain the status quo and how to take back the status of pre-Galwan level clash, that is April 22, 2020, when there was no transgression or no attempt to transgress from the Chinese side. But so far, in the wake of 9th December incident that we are talking currently, there has not been any official communication, if any diplomatic communication has been between the Delhi and Beijing.
Armed clashes took place between India and China. They were reported yesterday. They took place, however, on December 9th. Now, these clashes took place in Arunachal Pradesh's Tawang sector, where both sides were engaged in a face-off. The face-off led to minor injuries on both sides. According to sources, the chances of casualties were higher and do seem to be higher on the Chinese side. Several soldiers have been injured in the clash, with the Indian soldiers already being taken to the Guwahati hospital for treatment. Now, sources also say that the Chinese soldiers were present, both had weapons with them, but it's not clear. It doesn't seem as if these weapons were rifles. Initial reports suggest that they were in fact spikes or canes with nails on them. Now, sources further say that the other side did have injuries, as we told you. They also say that we were initially short of numbers, but we did have a backup team that reached within minutes. Now, details are still sparse about the entire incident. Let's step away for a second and now focus on the political reaction. The Congress has lashed out since details were made available yesterday. The Congress has said that the centre is remaining silent and that they're not doing anything about continuing border tension. Both the Congress and the AIMIM have said that they will move an adjournment motion to discuss this matter. Remember, the winter parliament session is in session as we speak. This is the first major clash between the two sides since the Galwan Valley clash all the way back in June 2020, when you remember 20 Indian soldiers lost their lives. We have more breaking news here. We'll move to it very quickly. All right, more information coming in from government sources on the Tawang clash. This is what they're telling us. They're saying that in 2008, there was a Buddha statue in the Yangtze, which was broken by the PLA, that's the People Liberations Army, or the Chinese army. Since then, the area has been contested. Inputs suggest that the PLA tried to reclaim the area in the hope that the Indian army presence would be thin at this time of harsh snowbound winter. The peak is at 17,000 feet, the plateau at 14,000, which is where the clash began. Now, my colleague Arunima is with us right now. She's going to be bringing us more such details. Arunima, the chief detail that we're revealing to our audience is that the PLA possibly tried to reclaim this area in the hope that the Indian army presence would be thin at this time because there is a harsh winter in that entire area. Could you bring our audiences more context to that piece of information?
So what government functionaries are telling us is that this area at 14,000 feet, this is an area of pilgrimage for the locals. Yangtze had a Buddha statue which people worshipped. It also has what locally is called the place of 1,000 waterfalls. It's a touristy area for locals there because of the high terrain at 14,000 feet. It's also a place of pilgrimage. And in 2008, China tried to push back Indian army from this point by breaking the Buddha statue and by restricting access. And since then, there have been repeated skirmishes where the People's Liberation Army has tried to dislodge Indian army from that position. What functionaries tell me is that in the last 6 to 7 years, earlier Indian army would only patrol this area, and in winter months during snowbound peaks, they would vacate. But in the last few years, they have continued to stay there even in the winter months. So I think Chinese army calculated that because it is snowbound right now, Indian army presence would be thin and they would take advantage of the situation and capture our post and push back the claim line. But since Indian army was continuing to hold on, it led to clashes. There were about 300. The PLA soldiers were about 300. The Indian army refused to vacate the post, and that's why they got injured. About 9 of them with limb injuries, fractures, etc. were evacuated to a Guwahati hospital. The situation currently, as per government functionaries, is under control. Flag meeting has happened. Both sides have gone back to their position. Status quo has been restored. But it just shows that, repeated attempts are being made by China to reclaim parts of line of actual control, which they think is their territory.
Pallavi has been bringing details to us about possible moves pursued in the parliament by opposition parties like the Congress and a few minutes ago the AIMIM. Pallavi, over to you.
Well, as the government sources are pointing out, that it's not the first time these kind of clashes have taken place and India has retaliated quite strongly. That's exactly the point which the Congress party and other opposition parties have been making, that there have been instances of these kind of clashes or attempts by Chinese to enter into Indian territory. But the government has always denied it, or government has said it's not really happened. And therefore, this is the reason why there needs to be a debate and discussion. There have been multiple notices which have been served in both the houses of parliament and cutting across party lines. The Trinamool Congress, Owaisi, Congress party, all of them are in the mood to get out the government. One, they want a short duration discussion on this. Second, they want it to be concluded by a statement from the defense minister. And third, the prime minister must be present inside the house. In fact, the main target of attack is the prime minister because they accuse him of hiding the facts, not admitting that these have been cases of clashes, what really is the extent of damage, and so on and so forth. So I think as the parliament reconvenes in an hour, less than an hour's time from now, we can see clashes taking place actually.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has addressed the Parliament in both the houses over the clash between India and China in Arunachal Pradesh's Tawang sector. Rajnath Singh had said that China attempted to change the status quo, but the attempt was tackled by our troops. Soon after Rajnath Singh's address, there was a ruckus that erupted in the Parliament after the opposition demanded a discussion on this very clash. Congress President and Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha, Arunachal Pradesh, hit out at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that China is taking shelter behind Prime Minister and the statements where he'd said that no one has entered the Indian territory ever.
9 दिसंबर 2022 को पीएलए ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है। भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया अध्यक्ष महोदय। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के कुछ सैनिकों को चोटें भी आई हैं और मैं इस सदन को अवगत कराना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ है। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शन के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है हमारी भारत की सेना। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम व प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगा।
Taking this across to my colleague Nibjyoti Kalita, who is joining us live from Arunachal Pradesh. Nibjyoti, हम आपसे पहले ये जानकारी चाहते हैं कि अभी वहाँ पे क्या स्थिति है उस बॉर्डर स्कर्मिश के बाद?
अभी तो फिलहाल स्थिति जो ठीक है यहाँ का, इंडियन आर्मी का काफी जवान यहाँ पे डिप्लॉय कर दिया गया है। ये जो आसपास का जो गांव है उसमें भी अभी जो कल तो थोड़ा शांति नहीं था, लेकिन आज बहुत शांति है यहाँ पे। इंडियन आर्मी का काफी जवान जो डिप्लॉय कर दिया गया है। हम लोग इंडियन आर्मी से बात किया था, तो इंडियन आर्मी से भी बात करने का टाइम में वो लोग बोला था कि यहाँ का अभी जो सिचुएशन है बहुत ठीक है। अभी हम आसपास के एक गांव में ही है, तो गांव का आदमी से भी हम पूछा था, यहाँ का गांव बुरा को पूछा था, तो बहुत अच्छा है यहाँ का सिचुएशन अभी। और जब भी चाहे जो आदमी जो इंडियन आर्मी को अभी सहायता करने के लिए रेडी है हम लोग का तरफ से। और इंडियन आर्मी को बात करने का टाइम में वो लोग भी बोला था कि हम लोग का जो क्लैश हुआ था उसमें हम लोग मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है, और अभी फिलहाल और कुछ भी घटना होगा तो हम लोग मुंह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए रेडी है।
निबज्योति, आप ये बता रहे हैं कि कल तक स्थिति उतनी बेहतर नहीं थी, लेकिन ये घटना तो 9 दिसंबर की है, और जिस तरह की स्टेटमेंट्स डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ने भी अभी रिलीज किए, उन्होंने ये बोला है कि वो स्कर्मिश 45 मिनट में सॉर्ट आउट हो गया था, और जो कमांडर्स हैं उन्होंने एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की थी एस्टैब्लिश प्रोटोकॉल्स के तहत, और उसके बाद डिसएंगेजमेंट हो गई थी। कल क्या हुआ था?
लेकिन एक्चुअली ऐसे हुआ है कि आसपास में जो गांव है उसमें जो सोशल मीडिया होता है उसमें वायरल हुआ था कुछ मैसेज, तो उसका वजह से थोड़ा अशांति हुआ था आसपास का गांव में। लेकिन जब काल का घटना जब सामने आया, जब मीडिया में आया, जो नेशनल मीडिया में आया, आने के बाद जब वो लोग को मालूम हुआ है कि ऐसा कुछ घटना नहीं हुआ, हम लोग का इंडिया का तरफ से बिल्कुल सही स्टेप लिया गया है, और आर्मी और डिफेंस का जो बीच में समझौता हुआ है, तब आदमी का जो मन में है एक भय था तो भय दूर हुआ है। इसका वजह से अभी आज शांति है। एक्चुअली वो लोग कल जो थोड़ा वो लोग सोशल मीडिया का जो मैसेज होता है उसका वजह से थोड़ा वायरल मैसेज का वजह से थोड़ा वो लोग मन में भय हुआ था। लेकिन आज जब कल हम लोग मीडिया में जब कवरेज किया, न्यूज़ 18 का तरफ से जब कवरेज किया, उसका बाद ये जो अशांति था वो लोग का दूर हो गया।
जी और निबज्योति, ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि चाइनीज कंस्ट्रक्शन और काफी सारे विलेजेस देखने को मिले हैं अभी कुछ इन द रीसेंट पास्ट, जो वहाँ का जियाओक्यांग एरिया है वहाँ पे स्पेसिफिकली, उसके बारे में थोड़ी बहुत जानकारी हमें दे सकते हैं?
जी, ऐसे हम लोग को भी सुनाई दिया था कि यंगक्योंग के आसपास में ऐसे कुछ चाइनीज घुसपैठी हुआ था बोल के। जी निनो इरिंग जी भी आप लोग से अभी हम लोग का यहाँ पे जोड़ा था थोड़ा पहले, तो वो भी बता रहे थे। तापिर गांव जी को कल बात किया था, वो भी बता रहे थे। लेकिन ऐसे हम लोग का इंडियन आर्मी का तरफ से ऐसे कुछ भी ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया कि ऐसे हुआ है बोल के। लेकिन हम लोग जहाँ तक हम लोग जा सके जाके देखा है, ऐसे तो हम लोग को दिखाई नहीं दिया, लेकिन सुनाई मिलता है बीच बीच में, हम लोग भी सुनाई देते हैं ऐसे हुआ।
All right, Nibjyoti Kalita, thank you so much for joining us. Let's actually bring in more reactions that continue to pour in on this very big story.
एक तरफ तो राजनाथ सिंह ये कहते हैं कि हम 1 इंच भी नक्शा नहीं बिगड़ा है, दूसरी तरफ ओवैसी ये आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि सरकार में पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप की कमी है।
मुझे एक चीज़ बताइए, जिनका आप नाम ले रहे हैं वो मेरे बड़े भाई होंगे या हम उम्र होंगे, उनके बयान को सही माना जाए, या फिर जो देश के हमारे रक्षा मंत्री जी हैं लिखित में दे रहे हैं, जो लिखित दे रहे हैं। और अभी आपने देखा CAA हमने लागू किया, यही हाल विपक्ष का था। और इसके बाद आपने फिर देखा अभी हमने एक से एक मुद्दे, विक्रांत जो 20,000 करोड़ रुपए का INS विक्रांत, तो देश को समर्पित करके हम दुनिया की महाशक्तियों में बराबर खड़े हो गए, लेकिन विपक्ष को तब भी अभी तक कहीं से कहीं तक संतोष नहीं हुआ जो दिखाई दे रहा है। जो रक्षा मंत्री जी ने बयान दिया परफेक्ट है, वही बयान है। हम उससे हमारे पास कोई बयान ही नहीं है जो सही है, वो बताया है देश को। आज की कार्रवाई पढ़िएगा राज्यसभा में, ऊपर जो अधिष्ठाता महोदय बैठे थे उन्होंने एक एक बात बताया, तब ऐसा हुआ, 62 में ये हुआ, तब ऐसा हुआ। मैं 62 नहीं कहना चाह रहा हूँ, नहीं तो जो विपक्ष के लोग हैं वो सारे लोग कहेंगे जानबूझ के कह रहा। क्या हुआ पूरा देश जानता है, 6 में पूरा देश जानता है, और आज देश कितना सुरक्षित है ये भी देश जानता है। तो उन्होंने एक एक बात कही है, तो आप कार्रवाई उठा के देख लें, वहाँ से पता लग जाएगा कि क्या कहा है।
The Raksha Mantri says that as far as giving a befitting response to China is concerned, that was given by the Indian Army, and there has been no fatalities or casualties.
This is a very pathetic and a sadistic statement given by the Honorable Defence Minister. And why I say that is that why are they hiding behind the bravery of our Indian soldiers? Where is their political leadership? Where is their bravery? Why is the Prime Minister not showing red eyes to the PLA? From 15,000, they come up 15,000 feet and attack our army. Try to stop us from patrolling that area. How much more do you want? I mean, come on, you have to take a strong political leadership in this matter. You cannot hide behind the bravery of Indian Army. They have always been brave. Where is the bravery of the political leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
But Mr. Owaisi, on the issues of national security, should there be politics at all?
What politics? They are doing politics. Didn't the Prime Minister mislead the nation by saying, na koi ghusa hai, na koi ghusega, and then you talk for 15 rounds with the Chinese government? Even now as we speak in Demchok and Depsang, 1,000 square kilometers of land is occupied by the Chinese PLA. Our shepherds cannot take their cattle and do grazing in the areas which they used to do because China is sitting over there.
Is this issue now finally laid to rest, or will there be more questions that will be asked? The Defence Minister said that the Indian Army gave a befitting response to China, and also that there have been no casualties. This entire incident of Tawang has been raised through diplomatic channel as well.
The Defence Minister gave a statement whereby he just gave the bare bone details of what exactly transpired at Yangtze when the crash took place. But there is a need for a wider and a deeper discussion on why China is doing that. And it's unfortunate that the government is trying to duck that discussion now since the September of 2020. And this does not really augur well for national security.
But the question again would be asked, Mr. Tiwari, that on issues of national security, should there be domestic discussion of this nature in Parliament?
So therefore, then why have Parliament? If the security of the nation cannot be discussed in Parliament, then why have Parliament at all?
जो अरुणाचल में घटना सामने आई है, चाइना के जो तमाम जो सैनिक घुसने की कोशिश किया, इस पर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
मैं सबसे पहले इंडियन आर्मी के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं, सल्यूट करता हूं। ये गलवान के बाद चीन ने फिर जो वहां से इन्फिल्ट्रेट करने के जो कोशिश किया, रिपोर्ट में आ रहे मीडिया के माध्यम से लगभग 300 PLA के जो सेनाओं ने वहां घुसने की कोशिश किया 9 दिसंबर को। लेकिन हमारे बहादुर सेनाओं ने अपने कर्तव्य निभाते हुए उनको एक हेवी इंजर्ड के साथ वापस भेजा, और इस पे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी ने भी तुरंत इमीडिएट उसमें मीटिंग बुला के जो सरकार की ओर से कार्रवाई करना चाहिए, अभी मोदी जी के होते हुए ये सबको सुनिश्चित रहना चाहिए कि बॉर्डर में कोई 1 इंच कभी ज़मीन जो है दुश्मन के हाथ नहीं लगेंगे। पहले के सरकारों ने सीमा से जो लोग पलायन करने का जो काम किया है, सीमा में ना टेलीकॉम नेटवर्क दिया, ना रोड दिया, ना जल जीवन मिशन की तरह ना ड्रिंकिंग वाटर दिया, उसी की वजह से हम
Well, this story continues to remain our top focus here on CNN News 18. Good afternoon at the top of 2 p.m. Once again, a very warm welcome. Hello, I'm Anusha Soni. As I said, the armed clashes between India and China are our top focus, which were reported in Arunachal Pradesh, Tawang sector. Both sides engaged in a face-off on the 9th of December. Now, telling you more about the facts as they've come to light, China has released a statement saying that the situation at the border is stable. China further goes on to say that both sides have maintained unobstructed dialogue about the border situation. The face-off led to minor injuries on both the sides. According to sources, the chance of casualties are higher on the Chinese side. Several soldiers have been injured in the clash, with the Indian soldiers being sent to Guwahati for treatment. No casualties on the Indian side. As per news agency ANI, Indian Air Force jets had to be scrambled on 2 to 3 occasions in the last few weeks to prevent air violation by the Chinese in the Arunachal Pradesh region. The word coming in from Raksha Mantri and some more reactions.
9 दिसंबर 2022 को PLA ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है, अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है। भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से PLA को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया। अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के कुछ सैनिकों को चोटें भी आई हैं और मैं इस सदन को अवगत कराना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ है। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए। अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शन के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है हमारी भारत की सेना। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम व प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगा।
Is reported in the newspapers this morning. He might as well distributed copies of the newspapers. It says nothing more, not a word more of what is reported in the media as early as 6 o'clock this morning. And the Deputy Chairman's ruling that there has never been a discussion is, I say with utmost humility, surprising. I can give you at least 2 examples of a full-scale discussion. First, on the Anna Hazare agitation, after the statement was made on behalf of the government, there was a full-scale discussion. My recollection is there was a discussion lasting about 7 hours, and I think some 27 members participated. The second occasion was when the Lokpal bill, there was a statement by the minister, there was a full discussion lasting several hours, and I think 26 members participated. There was a third occasion when there was a short duration discussion following a statement made in the Rajya Sabha on the cash for votes scandal. So it's not correct to say that when a statement is made by the minister in the Rajya Sabha, there has never been a discussion or there cannot be a discussion. This is a serious matter. The opposition is as much as the government interested in the defense of the country, security of the country, and the opposition wants to stand up in unity in support of our Jawans and our forces. We should be allowed an opportunity to speak our mind. Of course, in the course of the discussion, there will be a few questions raised against the government, and they are bound to answer the questions.
So the Home Minister rather said that the Congress party is running away from discussion on Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, FCRA, as the reason why they brought this up in the parliament.
The Rajiv Gandhi Foundation donation is not the cause of the Chinese intrusion in Arunachal Pradesh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Now, I am also in the eastern part of Arunachal. This is in Upper Siang district. This is a village called Adipasi. Just if you see those hills behind me, it is just 20-kilometer aerial distance, then you get China. So people here are also slightly worried. I had spoken to the villagers and also. We are always complaining that these incursions have taken place. Our children are being kidnapped just because it is just on the border. So people go to that side also. They may come to this side. So that is a no man's land. So you cannot arrest people from there. But China has, they've crossed the borders and entered our no man's land. They've entered Arunachal.
Well, that's the big story we continue to track. But what really transpired on the 9th of December? Where is the sector located? What is the history of Tawang? Have we historically seen clashes or the incursions from the Chinese? Let's tell you a little bit more about this. This map is going to give you some picture. We'll put out that map in just a bit. But here's the brief history. The memories of Galwan are still fresh for us. In 2020, we saw the clash between the Indian and the Chinese troops that also resulted in casualties on both the sides. The Indian soldiers gave a befitting response to that unprovoked attack that came from the side of the Chinese. In Tawang in 2022, the fear are the Chinese once again opening up yet another front? The government has clarified that position on the floor of the House, but the fear is that most club spikes, once again, the kind of things that we had seen in Galwan, it was a hand-to-hand combat that was used by the PLA, and this was also a hand-to-hand combat led by bruises, fractures. That's what had happened in Galwan. There is a lot of similarity in the two areas. In eastern Ladakh, the situation continues to be tense on multiple friction points. There are various areas where there has not been any resolution so far. But this is once again the same kind of pattern being followed by the Chinese. 6 have been severely injured, no casualties on the Indian side. Chinese side, there are more injuries which has been reported. That's what the Raksha Mantri also clarified. In Galwan, we remember the death of 20 soldiers that resulted. Reportedly, 600 men engaged in the deadly clash when it came to Galwan in 2020. The fear is that if this is a pattern by the Chinese along the areas in Arunachal Pradesh, then are we likely to see more incursions? And clearly, India wouldn't want any more friction points. That's not the foreign policy position that we have adopted. I want to cut across to Pallavi Ghosh and Maria Shakil. Both are joining us on the broadcast and getting us a view on this very important story. Pallavi, first to you. The political statements have been made on the floor of the House. Take us through how the opposition is asking questions and how perhaps somewhere they're cognizant of the fact that this is a national security issue and perhaps everybody needs to measure their words when they ask questions. We'll try and cut across to Pallavi and get more details on that important story. Maria Shakil is with us on the broadcast. Let me quickly try and check if Pallavi is still with us. Pallavi, can you hear me? Am I audible to you?
That's right. In fact, I was just answering your question, Anusha, because if you look at the reaction from the Congress party yesterday also, it was very nuanced. It was very aware of the fact that, you cannot be seen as questioning the Jawans. So they kept on saying that we do respect the work which has been done by the army officials. We know they fight back valiantly, but it's the political leadership which actually has let them down. That was pretty much their refrain inside the parliament also today. Just a quick recap. When parliament began, it began with several adjournment notices from the Trinamool Congress, the Congress and the AIMIM. They insisted that there should be a short duration discussion. Government said, hear out the Raksha Mantri. But just before the defense minister was to speak, it was very interesting and I think very politically significant that the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, comes out with a soundbite where he actually attacks and questions the Congress party on what they had done when they were in power at the center vis-a-vis the Chinese intrusions. And second, he also went on to allege that the Congress party was agitated because there was a written question regarding the FCRA regulation of the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. Well, as expected, when the House began, when Rajnath Singh gave a statement on the floor of the House, the Speaker said that there is no precedence why we can have a short duration discussion after seeking a clarification on the minister's statement. We heard what Mr. Chidambaram had to say a short while back. He said there is no such precedence, but it's very clear the knives are out. Both the sides are going to use these Chinese intrusions to make their own political points.
All right, I want to cut across to Maria Shakil as well, who will give us more perspective about the thinking within the government, the statement that has been made by Raksha Mantri. Maria, the national security issue, of course, a very, very sensitive issue. Take us through what the Raksha Mantri has said on the floor of the House and what is your reading about the manner in which the government is looking at this entire issue.
Yes, so the statement has been made in the Lok Sabha. As far as the upper house of the Rajya Sabha is concerned, any moment the Raksha Mantri is expected to make that statement on the floor of the Rajya Sabha. The big takeaways from that statement that has been made by Rajnath Singh was that there has been no casualties, no fatalities. One, that there was an attempt to change the status quo unilaterally by the Chinese army, but they got a befitting response from the Jawans. Also, that the entire issue has been raised diplomatically, and as far as understanding between the two sides are concerned, flag march has been carried out as well. So this issue is not the same as Galwan. It has not escalated to that level, and that there are no casualties, fatalities is the point that was reiterated. But the sense within the government certainly is that the opposition is going to make this a talking point in the remaining.
All right, Maria, I seem to have lost your audio. We'll just try and connect with you once again. There's a problem. There's a technical glitch there. But there's more happening. As we were talking about, as Maria and Pallavi were pointing out, there's domestic politics as well. Many questions that the opposition is asking on the floor of the House. And the domestic political statements is also one of the key critical issues of this entire story. Now, while talking about the Tawang clash in Parliament, Home Minister Amit Shah lashed out at the Congress for their alleged connection with China. He claimed that the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation accepted money to the tune of about 1.35 crore rupees from Chinese embassy. This was back in 2005, 2006, 2006, 2007. He said this was not appropriate as per FCRA, which is why the Home Ministry has cancelled the registration. Beyond this, he stated that the Congress was having dinner with China during June 2020 Galwan Valley clash. There were various leaders who were meeting the Chinese officials, where 20 soldiers had lost their lives. The word coming in from Home Minister Amit Shah, the reaction from the Congress party. Then I'll cut across to my colleague Pallavi and Arunachal.
अरुणाचल में 8 की देर रात और 9 की सुबह घटी घटनाओं का हवाला देते हुए विपक्ष ने बहुमूल्य प्रश्नकाल को स्थगित करवा दिया। कांग्रेस सरकार ने चीन की धमकी के बाद हमारे रोड और वाइटल बॉर्डर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स का निर्माण डैम चौक में रोक दिया। ये दोगला रवैया जनता के सामने नहीं चलता है। जनता सब देख रही है कि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को 2005-6 और 6-7 के वित्तीय वर्ष में चीनी दूतावास से 1 करोड़ 35 लाख रुपए का अनुदान प्राप्त हुआ था। चूंकि FCRA के कानून और उसकी मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप नहीं था, तो नोटिस देकर पूर्णतया कानूनी प्रक्रिया का अनुपालना करते हुए गृह मंत्रालय ने इसका रजिस्ट्रेशन रद्द किया था। कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, नरेंद्र मोदी इसके प्रधानमंत्री है, और जब तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मोदी सरकार चल रही है, 1 इंच जमीन पर भी कोई कब्जा नहीं कर सकता।
रहेगी तो इन बातों, इन प्रश्नों से ये सरकार भागती क्यों है? हम सरकार के द्वारा जानना चाहते हैं कि ये जो सदन, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी कहते हैं कि ये लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है, तो ये क्या मंदिर में भारत के आवाम को ये जानने का अधिकार भी नहीं कि सीमा के उस पार हो क्या रहा है? जितनी जानकारी हमको मीडिया के द्वारा मिलती है कि लद्दाख में हमारे किसान बोल रहे हैं कि जहां पे पहले उनके बकरियां चराया करने जाती थी, आज उन एरिया में नहीं जा पाते। इलेक्टेड काउंसलर्स बोल रहे हैं कि हम वहां पे, जहां पे पहले हम जाते थे, हमारी आजादी थी, वहां आज आजादी नहीं है। इन बातों का खुलासा, स्पष्टीकरण सरकार क्यों नहीं देना चाहती? क्यों भाग रही है? क्यों दो रूपी एक रवैया वो सदन के अंदर दिखा रही है? और किन भारत के आवाम को इस महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे पे उनकी आंखों में क्यों वो धूल झोंक रही है? हमारी दूसरी बात है कि कहीं न कहीं ये निर्देश आया होगा। ये जो 2 रूपी जो रवैया इस सरकार ने अपनाया है, इसके पीछे कहीं ना कहीं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का निर्देश है। क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने स्वयं 2020 में जूम वर्चुअल राउंड मीटिंग जब बुलाई थी विभिन्न राजनीतिक दलों का, तब तो उन्होंने क्लीन चिट दे दिया चीन को। तब तो उन्होंने कह ही दिया कि चीन जो कह रहा है कि वो भारतीय सीमा के अंदर नहीं घुसा है, चीन अपने ही सीमा के अंदर है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने तो उसी का समर्थन किया और उन्हीं के
Well, that was the response coming in from the Congress party. Of course, This matter has taken a political turn as well. Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor, continues to be with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, a broad perspective from you, from the kind of questions coming in from the Congress party. There's also a very stern response that came from Home Minister Amit Shah. There's a delay with Pallavi. We'll fix that audio. There's a problem with the connection, but Pallavi Ghosh continues to remain with us on the broadcast. Let me quickly check if Arunima is also with us on the show. She's been tracking all the developments on the floor of the House and Parliament, and perhaps she can also give us some perspective about the thinking within the opposition ranks. Arunima, if you can hear me, the Congress party has opened a front. They are questioning multiple things from the ruling government. There's a statement that, Home Minister Amit Shah has also made on the floor of the House. How do you read the strategy of the opposition party? Because it's a national security issue. They're also cognizant they need to be a little more careful and cautious on this one.
Yes, so there's a very fine line that they're drawing. For example, Asaduddin Owaisi, when he spoke to the media after coming out of the Lok Sabha, where he intervened, he was shouting slogans even when Raksha Mantri was speaking. So when he came out, he said that, it is not the Indian army which is scared of China. Our soldiers have always stood up to Chinese attempts to intrude into our space, but it is the political leadership which is weak. And then he went on to say that why is it that the Prime Minister does not name China for its blatant violation of rules and regulations. He chooses not to name that country. He said, why are you so scared? In Hindi, he said, China Murdabad ka nara sab log milkar Lok Sabha se kyun nahi lagate? And then he said, we MPs are willing to go to Ladakh to make that statement that India is united and China can't really take away an inch of our territory, but then you don't even take the members of parliament into confidence. So that is the opposition strategy, it seems, trying to make that distinction between the valors of our soldiers and whatever the political leadership of the country is doing. The Congress party too, it was joined by other political parties, the left, the RJD. They were all together in that press conference, essentially trying to make the point that what Manoj Jha from the RJD said, that when the 1962 war happened, there was a full-fledged discussion in the House, because to quote RJD, Nehruji had nothing to hide and this government does. So they're trying to make that distinction that yes, there is a problem, yes, the Indian army and our soldiers are taking care of that problem, but the political leadership needs to do more. And in the next 2-3 days while the parliament is on, you could see more hangama from the opposition.
More hangama from the opposition. Pallavi, would you agree with that? That there is a very fine line, a distinction that the opposition is drawing this time, standing with the armed forces, making sure that they have the full support from across party lines, but raising some very sharp questions to the government. At the same time, the response that has come in from Home Minister Amit Shah, it's an attack of different kind, asking the Congress party that where is your loyalty to the nation?
Well, I mean, the Congress party is very nuanced and kind of very restrained comments also, though of course they're not sparing the government on this, especially as far as the army is concerned, also has a history to it. I mean, if you look at the last Lok Sabha elections, whether it was 2014, where the Prime Minister, who at that point of time was the BJP's PM face, consistently attacked Dr. Manmohan Singh's government and accused him of being a weak Prime Minister. That was the poll pitch which really worked for the BJP in 2014. In 2019, the Pulwama, the Balakot airstrikes and the Congress's supposed questioning of those airstrikes also went against the Congress party, and since then, as far as issues of nationalism, national security or standing by the armed forces is concerned, Congress has often faced that kind of criticism coming in from the BJP. So this time round, I saw those reactions yesterday, whether it was a Manish Tiwari or Mallikarjun Kharge or a Randeep Surjewala, all of them began by saying we respect our armed forces, we have no issues there, but it's the political leadership which is weak at the center. So, it's a redux of the 2014 times when they faced the brunt of being called politically weak. This time round, the Congress is trying to throw back the same slogan at the BJP by saying that, look, this is a sign of a poor and weak central leadership. It's not the first time the Chinese have tried to intrude. Perhaps it may not be the last time also. Therefore, the questions must be asked of the BJP, of the Prime Minister as well. So over the next few days, when you're going to see this slugfest between both the sides, this is exactly what the Congress party will try and throw back at the BJP right up to 2024 as well. That, the BJP thinks it's a macho party, but look at the way the Chinese have been able to enter into our territory and no one has even been able to stand up to them.
Pallavi Ghosh and Arunima reporting all the details from the floor of the House, what's happening in Parliament, what is the thinking and discourse coming in from the opposition party and how the government is dealing with the entire situation. Joining us on the broadcast are also our guests, Rajalakshmi Joshi, who's an author, Kapil Madan, who's a political analyst. Both are joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon to both of you. Rajalakshmi, I'm coming to you first. How do you see this latest clash in Tawang, the kind of incursions that have been made by the Chinese, and of course a befitting response given from the Indian side as well? But is this a one-off incident, or this is China opening yet another front? While we have multiple friction points in eastern Ladakh, where we still await some kind of disengagement, some kind of resolution, especially in Depsang and Demchok.
A very good afternoon to you and to all your viewers.
Good afternoon.
And very firstly, I would want to say Jai Hind, and a big salute to all our soldiers who have bravely fought off every incursion, I would say. And to your answering your question, this is not just a one-off incursion. This is not some one-time incident, but these kind of incidents actually keep happening all the time along this 3,488 kilometer border, which is completely ambiguous because you don't have a proper fence. And I always say that good fences make good neighbors. So this is always going to be a friction point. And what happens is, there are different claim points all along the border, where China has different claim points, India has different claim points, and our teams, our quick response teams, they keep patrolling along these borders. Along these points, and our forces, they go and they patrol along the points that they claim, and the Chinese, the PLA also, they also do the same similarly. So there are a lot of times when there are these kind of standoffs, there are these kind of face-offs, and not all are reported actually. The media doesn't even come to know, because this is something that customarily keeps happening. Any defense person who has had
no, you're right in pointing out that a lot of these skirmishes happen, especially keeping in mind that this has been traditionally a disputed territory between the Indian side and the Chinese side, along with other friction points that we'll talk about. But the fact that there is a lot of similarity as to what happened in Galwang and what happened in Tawang, the fact that, even in the last 1 week, we have seen that the Indian Air Force in the region has also been on a high alert. The fact that China has been hostile from 2022 now, and there is a design in the manner in which the Chinese forces have been conducting themselves along eastern Ladakh, as I spoke about earlier, friction points as well. This entire design cannot be ignored. The fact that the borders in eastern Ladakh are peaceful, I mean, there is no loss of life which is happening, but they continue to be tense, is the context in which Tawang has happened. So we need to be cognizant of that as well.
Yes, I just want to add some things here, that there is a difference between what happened in 2020 at Galwan and what is happening now.
Okay.
Because in Galwan, to tell you very frankly, it was something like, yes, definitely, I'm sure that we were certainly caught off guard, perhaps. We still don't know the exact details, very frankly. But here, what has happened is, now there have been reports even in September, where even in September 2022, just a couple of months back, where the Indian Army and our forces have put out, they've given out statements where there have been preparations, extensive preparations, considering that they don't want a repeat of this incident at Galwan. So there have been preparations.
Yeah, we were certainly better prepared this time. You're right in pointing that out, that from Galwan to Tawang, this is a huge preparedness from the Indian side, and perhaps the Chinese didn't anticipate that. I want to cut across to Kapil as well and taking a word from him as well. Kapil, let's talk about the narrative. On the national security, there's a lot of readjustment of the narrative that has happened. The government claims that on issues pertaining to national security, especially when we are dealing with a neighbor like China, the political leadership should be united. On the other side, the opposition claims, look, we are ready to give all kind of support to our armed forces and the government, but the member of parliament and the opposition parties are not taken into confidence.
Yes, I agree with you. In terms, whenever we have a issue of national security, everyone should be united. And at this point, asking the right question from the government does not make your stance anti-national. I mean, remember when 1962 happened, Mr. Vajpayee led a protest march in the government. Back then, no one called Mr. Vajpayee when he is anti-national. Remember, Mr. Modi's statement. Whenever there was, in these kind of issues, Mr. Modi was quite vocal. And remember when 26/11 happened, Mr. Modi did a press conference there right outside the Taj. So the point I'm trying to make here is that you have a situation where our late General Bipin Rawat on record said that China is our number one enemy. Now there were some reports published by the media where it was shown that the Chinese army is aggressively building infrastructure across the border. Now there were some reports that they have also, though these are disputed reports, but there was some report that said that the Chinese have come in our territory. Now, what a responsible government should at this point of time do is to have a debate, have a debate on the subject. Let the people, of this country know if there is any incursion, if if Chinese,
I'll take that. No, I'll take that question to Rajalakshmi ji. So let's settle a few basics here. That I think any discussion on national security or any kind of questions to your government on national security doesn't make you anti-national. That being said, the questions around national security need to be asked with a great degree of caution and responsibility. This is public narrative we're talking about. It's a globalized age. Rajalakshmi ji, when you see the communication coming in from the government or the manner in which the political communication from the side of the government to the opposition ranks has been handled, do you think that there is something more that could have been done from the side of the government? How do you read that?
What I see is there is this absolute transparency. There is so much of infrastructure work happening on the Indian side as well. The Chinese have been constructing, they have been doing this infrastructure work right from the start. This is nothing new. This is not that they are doing anything for the first time. But yes, from the Indian things have changed. This is not the India of 1960s. This is the India of today, where we are building infrastructure constantly. We have changed that policy, the prior policy, where they had, for whatever reason, they were thinking that we will not build infrastructure on the Indian side of the border, saying that the Chinese will use it, and there were all kinds of flimsy excuses. But the change in policy has been that now we have very good infrastructure. We have so many tunnels, we have so many bridges, we have extensive roads being built on the Indian side of the LAC. And that is what is making a difference, and that is what has rattled the Chinese, and that is why they are coming out with, this is some kind of a psychological warfare. Every now and then, they keep coming up saying that the Chinese have come into our land and they have taken up our land, and they are trying to show India poor light. And I'm sorry to say that the opposition is playing into the hands of the Chinese, and they are actually casting aspersions on what the Indian army is doing and what the Indian forces are doing. So the Indian Air Force also and the Indian Army also has made tremendous improvement.
No, and I think, Rajalakshmi ji, the entire Chinese propaganda on social media or in the mainstream media as well, I think there have been multiple occasions where they have failed miserably. And even from the Indian side, I think there are a lot of attempts rightly being made to counter that Chinese propaganda that has come in. I'll come back to Rajalakshmi Joshi and Kapil Madan in just a bit. There are more political statements coming in on the story. Let's go to some latest developments. The politics over the Tawang clash. BJP has hit out at the Congress party. And now Sambit Patra has tweeted, I'm quoting him, India's permanent membership in the Security Council was sacrificed because of Nehruji. In 1962, China grabbed thousands of hectares of India's land. In 2006, the Chinese embassy in India claimed entire Arunachal Pradesh and the northeast frontiers. Now there is the Modi government in the country and no one can take even an inch of land. That's the word really coming in. Maria Shakil with us on the broadcast. Maria, clearly the politics around a national security issue between the opposition and the government. That's the context in which Mr. Sambit Patra is making that statement.
I think it was a very strategic effort by the government to ensure that the Raksha Mantri, who is the minister in charge, gives the statement on the floor of the House. But outside, it was Home Minister Amit Shah leading the charge of the party and also of the government in many ways. That was more of a political statement, reminding the viewers and also, I would say, reminding the opposition.
Maria, we seem to be losing your audio. We'll have to fix that. But I want to reiterate the point that Maria was making, that from the side of the government, there is a certain degree of bifurcation that has happened. There are two very important ministers within the Modi government, Home Minister Amit Shah and Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. While the Raksha Mantri on the floor of the Lok Sabha and eventually in Rajya Sabha also he'll make that statement, has stuck to the facts. He has told us about what has happened. He has assured the floor of the House and the Parliament that not an inch was given. All our soldiers are safe. 6 soldiers were were injured in those clashes. They're getting the treatment at a local nearby hospital in Guwahati. While the Raksha Mantri stuck to the strategic details of what really transpired, you have Home Minister Amit Shah, who has taken on the opposition parties when it comes to the barbs coming in from the opposition rank. Home Minister Amit Shah has asked various questions about the conduct of the Congress party, what has happened in the past, and does the Congress party really have the political morality or the ground to ask these kind of questions from the BJP? We have had various reactions from the likes of Mr. Owaisi to others who have questioned that the opposition MPs or the parties in the opposition are not taken into confidence by the government. Maria is back with us on the broadcast. Maria, I was talking about the kind of bifurcation, a smart communication strategy that has been adopted by the government on this entire issue.
Yes, that's right. So the point that I was trying to make is that while Raksha Mantri has been very specific in terms of the details, sticking to what the army informed the government, informing them about what really happened on 9th, and then 11th it was the flag march, and hence everything has been raised diplomatically as well with China. So he stuck to the point. But as far as the political statement was concerned, it was made by Home Minister Amit Shah, where he reminded the opposition, particularly the Congress, of the mistakes that the BJP feels was done by Pandit Nehru. Then they also reminded of how the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, the FCRA clearance was stopped only because they had received certain payments from Chinese side as well. So I think the point being made by the government and the BJP are very distinct here. On the floor of the House, you hear from Raksha Mantri making a very strategic statement, because he realizes that because of the sensitivities that are involved in it, it is about national security. Outside, it was Home Minister Amit Shah leading the government and the party's charge, and increasingly likes of Sambit Patra and other BJP leaders reiterating the point being made by Home Minister Amit Shah outside with those tweets that have been put out.
Maria, I want to understand this from you. From Galwan in 2020 to what has happened in Tawang in 2022, if one talks about the discourse coming in from the opposition ranks, has there been a fine-tuning? Has there been a readjustment? Are they more conscious of the fact that this is a national security issue and loose political statements will not augur well for them?
Yes, because that's a pitch that has always been advantage BJP and advantage brand Narendra Modi. We have seen how he's seen as a strong leader who has always stood for nation, for the country first, and he has always placed India first. That has always been the image of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and hence that is the reason why likes of Owaisi or Mr. Manish Tiwari and other opposition leaders are being very cautious. They are saying that they are raising the questions to the government about the political leadership and not questioning the army and its role. So they are trying to make a clear distinction between the two, because they realized also what happened before that. Because whenever there has been a narrative of this nature, it has been disadvantage opposition. Because the government is being careful here, just as they were there 2 years ago. But there is a difference from what happened in Galwan to what has happened in Tawang. The situation is much different. And the message that has gone from the government is that the Indian Army gave a befitting response when there was an attempt to change the status quo unilaterally by the Chinese side. So whether the government will agree for a discussion or not, that is subject to how the opposition reacts in the next 2 days. Because if the opposition reiterates, particularly depending on the kind of information that comes out in the public domain from various other sources, then there is a possibility that the government could agree for a talk. But for the moment, the government is clear that the Raksha Mantri has made a statement, and that's where the entire issue rests.
Maria, before I go to my guest and I take more reactions, I want this perspective from you vis-a-vis the winter session of the Parliament. Do you see this issue taking over a major part of the winter session of the Parliament? Reading from what opposition has been saying, a lot of important legislative business has been pending. We also saw Prime Minister, when the winter session was beginning, that this session should be more about debate, discussion and constructive dialogue, and not about walkouts or disruptions that have been the norm of the day. the winter session of the Parliament, Tawang 2022. How do you see this?
Well, the sense within the government certainly is that the opposition has got an issue on hand, and they will raise this issue, and they will constantly raise this issue, particularly in the context of what the Prime Minister has said and what Raksha Mantri also said, that not an inch of land has been lost to China, and that India has been protecting its territory very carefully, and if anything, the development along the LAC is happening because of infrastructure build-up that has happened post 2014, which is under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's regime. So the sense within the government certainly is that this opposition is looking for making this a talking point in this winter session. But as I said, Anusha, depends on the kind of information that will be put out in the public domain by various sources, leaks if they come out. That is when the government will decide what to do next. For the moment, the strategy is clear. Home Minister has taken a political position outside Parliament. Inside Parliament, it was Raksha Mantri giving details of the strategic significance of what really happened on 9th.
Maria Shakil, our political editor, tracking all the developments about what happened on the floor of the House in Parliament, what is the thinking within the government and how the winter session is likely to be. We also have Rajalakshmi Joshi, an expert on this issue who continues to be with us on the broadcast. But we've had a lot of political reactions on the story. Let's play out some of them.
वो चर्चा के लिए तैयार नहीं थे. एक स्टेटमेंट वो भी हमारे डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ने दिया और जल्दी चले गए. हाँ, ये हमारे सदन की प्रथा रही है, प्रैक्टिस रही है कि जब कोई स्टेटमेंट मिनिस्टर करता है किसी विषय पे तो उस पे क्लैरिफिकेशन पूछा जाता है, और हमको यही कहा गया सदन के नेता ने और हमारे डिप्टी सभापति ने भी यही कहा कि क्लैरिफिकेशन का अवकाश है, लेकिन क्लैरिफिकेशन को भी उन्होंने हमको मौका नहीं दिया और हमारे बात सुनने के लिए भी वो तैयार नहीं है.
एक तरफ तो राजनाथ सिंह ये कहते हैं कि हम 1 इंच भी नक्शा नहीं बिगड़ा है, दूसरी तरफ ओवैसी ये आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि सरकार में पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप की कमी है.
मुझे एक चीज़ बताइए, जिनका आप नाम ले रहे हैं वो मेरे बड़े भाई होंगे या हम उम्र होंगे, उनके बयान को सही माना जाए या फिर जो देश के हमारे रक्षा मंत्री जी हैं लिखित में दे रहे हैं, जो लिखित दे रहे हैं. और अभी आपने देखा CAA हमने लागू किया, यही हाल विपक्ष का था. और इसके बाद आपने फिर देखा अभी हमने एक से एक मुद्दे, विक्रांत जो 20,000 करोड़ रुपए का INS विक्रांत, देश को समर्पित करके हम दुनिया की महाशक्तियों में बराबर खड़े हो गए, लेकिन विपक्ष को तब भी अभी तक कहीं से कहीं तक संतोष नहीं हुआ जो दिखाई दे रहा है. जो रक्षा मंत्री जी ने बयान दिया परफेक्ट है, वही बयान है. हम उससे हमारे पास कोई बयान ही नहीं है जो सही है, वो बताया है देश को. आज की कार्रवाई पढ़िएगा राज्यसभा में, ऊपर जो अधिष्ठाता महोदय बैठे थे उन्होंने एक एक बात बताया. तब ऐसा हुआ, 62 में ये हुआ, तब ऐसा हुआ. मैं 62 नहीं कहना चाह रहा हूँ, नहीं तो जो विपक्ष के लोग हैं वो सारे लोग कहेंगे जानबूझ के कह रहा. क्या हुआ पूरा देश जानता है, 62 में पूरा देश जानता है, और आज देश कितना सुरक्षित है ये भी देश जानता है. तो उन्होंने एक एक बात कही है, तो आप कार्रवाई उठा के देख लें, वहाँ से पता लग जाएगा कि क्या कहा है.
The Raksha Mantri says that as far as giving a befitting response to China is concerned, that was given by the Indian Army, and there has been no fatalities or casualties.
This is a very pathetic and a sadistic statement given by the Honorable Defence Minister. And why I say that is that why are they hiding behind the bravery of our Indian soldiers? Where is their political leadership? Where is their bravery? Why is the Prime Minister not showing red eyes to the PLA? From 15,000, they come up 15,000 feet and attack our army. Try to stop us from patrolling that area. How much more do you want? I mean, come on, you have to take a strong political leadership in this matter. You cannot hide behind the bravery of Indian Army. They have always been brave. Where is the bravery of the political leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
But Mr. Owaisi, on the issues of national security, should there be politics at all?
What politics? They are doing politics. Didn't the Prime Minister mislead the nation by saying, na koi ghusa hai, na koi ghusega, and then you talk for 15 rounds with the Chinese government? Even now, as we speak, in Demchok and Depsang, 1,000 square kilometers of land is occupied by the Chinese PLA. Our shepherds cannot take their cattle and do grazing in the areas which they used to do because China is sitting over there.
Rajalakshmi Joshi continues to be with us on the broadcast, getting us her perspective about what has transpired in Tawang and what to expect. Once again, shifting our focus back to the Chinese and the Chinese policy and the manner in which they've been picking up fights with multiple neighbors. There has been expansionist policy by the Chinese, not just vis-a-vis India, but multiple other neighbors as well. Do you think that the thinking within the Chinese administration is about opening yet another front when you have earlier conflicts going on with India, other friction points in eastern Ladakh where there hasn't been any solution? That's what the opposition is also talking about.
The Chinese are constantly in a kind of a conflict with all their neighbor countries and even countries that are not immediately their neighbors also. Like, for example, you have the Solomon Islands also, where they are forever in this kind of a thing because they have to keep their citizens happy in some way or the other. They have to, cut down the conflict in their own country. So for that, they kind of keep showing how they are actually they are playing on the sentiments of the Chinese people by showing how they are in this kind of a global domination. And anyway, the Chinese have always been masters at salami slicing. They have been trying all this in Nepal. They have been trying it in various places in India also. But like I said, the difference between what was happening earlier and now is that now we are not just even more vigilant. We have been constantly upgrading ourselves in terms of technology, infrastructure, in resources, in every way possible. So that is what, like I said, that is why the Chinese is coming out more and more with all these kind of narratives. They're building up on the narratives also. They have to constantly keep doing that. We have seen reports of how the Chinese have built some kind of, quarantine centers, huge quarantine centers. So we don't know what exactly is happening in their country. So there definitely is some kind of protests happening on the economic front, on the COVID front, and they have all these kind of things happening.
Rajalakshmi ji, the fact that the Chinese soldiers, that incursion was made and befitting response from the Indian side in Tawang, I think also holds a lot of importance and significance. The fact that from 62 to now and in multiple other instances as well, Tawang has remained a contested territory, has huge local sentiments attached to it. India strategically sees it as a very important position, keeping in mind the situation in the northeast. The building up of infrastructure from the Chinese has been going on for decades. India has caught up to that game in the last 8 to 9 years, but there's so much more that India needs to do to catch up onto that game of infrastructure creation at the border, especially in the northeast of the country.
Yes, definitely. Like I said, they are, say, maybe decades ahead of us in that front because they have been doing it right from the start. For them, this is not something new. So they have been doing it right from the time this border was created. I'm not talking about the actual border, but this virtual border, whatever they're talking about. So they have been doing the infrastructure. So we are catching up only now in the last 7-8 years that we have been seeing so much happening there. There have been not just in the northeast. It's happening in Ladakh also. It's happening every. So that I think is making a big. It definitely is adding to our preparedness. And this is something.
Galwan, as you pointed out, the difference between Galwan and what has happened in Tawang is the fact that India is more prepared for a neighbor like China, and the manner in which we have seen a lot of times where China has not really walked the talk. Thank you, Rajalakshmi ji, for joining us on the broadcast. We'll continue this discussion, not just from the strategic point of view, what it means for the national security, but the domestic politics also happening on this entire matter. Slipping into a very short break.
Would be thin and they would take advantage of the situation and capture our post and push back the claim line. But since Indian Army was continuing to hold on, it led to clashes. There were about 300. The PLA soldiers were about 300 The Indian Army refused to vacate the post, and that's why they got injured. About 9 of them with limb injuries, fractures, etc. were evacuated to a Guwahati hospital. The situation currently, as per government functionaries, is under control. Flag meeting has happened. Both sides have gone back to their position. Status quo has been restored. But it just shows that, repeated attempts are being made by China to reclaim parts of line of actual control, which they think is their territory.
Pallavi has been bringing details to us about possible moves pursued in the parliament by opposition parties like the Congress and a few minutes ago the AIMIM. Pallavi, over to you.
Well, as the government sources are pointing out, that it's not the first time these kind of clashes have taken place and India has retaliated quite strongly. That's exactly the point which the Congress party and other opposition parties have been making, that there have been instances of these kind of clashes or attempts by Chinese to enter into Indian territory, but the government has always denied it, or government has said it's not really happened, and therefore this is the reason why there needs to be a debate and discussion. There have been multiple notices which have been served in both the houses of parliament and cutting across party lines. The Trinamool Congress, Owaisi, Congress party, all of them are in the mood to get out the government. One, they want a short duration discussion on this. Second, they want it to be concluded by a statement from the defense minister. And third, the Prime Minister must be present inside the House. In fact, the main target of attack is the Prime Minister because they accuse him of hiding the facts, not admitting that these have been cases of clashes, what really is the extent of damage, and so on and so forth. So I think as the Parliament reconvenes in an hour, less than an hour's time from now, we can see clashes taking place actually between the opposition and the government on both the houses.
Okay, Pallavi, thank you for bringing us that context. Let's go over now to our colleague Abhishek Jha. He's with us. He tracks the Ministry of External Affairs. Abhishek, since December 9th, can you walk us through the communication that's taken place between China and India? We obviously know of the defense communication that's in fact been taking place over the last year and a half. But since December 9th, what have we seen?
So far, there has not been any official release regarding whether any diplomatic negotiation or diplomatic talk took place between India and China in the aftermath of the December 9th clash that we have witnessed along line of actual control in Arunachal Pradesh. But we do know that Indian side and Chinese side have been regularly engaged on the issue of border clashes. There have been 17 rounds of core commando talks along to sort out the border disputes, and there has also been diplomatic level engagements both in Delhi and Beijing, and also at the level of External Affairs Minister Wang Yi and from the Chinese side, and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar from the Indian side at various platforms where they have tried to negotiate how to maintain the status quo and how to take back the status of pre-Galwan level clash, that is April 2020, when there was no transgression or no attempt to transgress from the Chinese side. But so far, in the wake of 9th December incident that we are talking currently, there has not been any official communication, if any diplomatic communication has been between the Delhi and Beijing.
Armed clashes took place between India and China. They were reported yesterday. They took place, however, on December 9th. Now, these clashes took place in Arunachal Pradesh's Tawang sector, where both sides were engaged in a face-off. The face-off led to minor injuries on both sides. According to sources, the chances of casualties were higher and do seem to be higher on the Chinese side. Several soldiers have been injured in the clash, with the Indian soldiers already being taken to the Guwahati hospital for treatment. Now, sources also say that the Chinese soldiers were present. Both had weapons with them, but it's not clear. It doesn't seem as if these weapons were rifles. Initial reports suggest that they were in fact spikes or canes with nails on them. Now, sources further say that the other side did have injuries, as we told you. They also say that we were initially short of numbers, but we did have a backup team that reached within minutes. Now, details are still sparse about the entire incident. Let's step away for a second and now focus on the political reaction. The Congress has lashed out since details were made available yesterday. The Congress has said that the centre is remaining silent and that they're not doing anything about continuing border tension. Both the Congress and the AIMIM have said that they will move an adjournment motion to discuss this matter. Remember, the winter parliament session is in session as we speak. This is the first major clash between the two sides since the Galwan Valley clash all the way back in June 2020, when you remember 20 Indian soldiers lost their lives. We have more breaking news here. We'll move to it very quickly. All right, more information coming in from government sources on the Tawang clash. This is what they're telling us. They're saying that in 2008, there was a Buddha statue in the Yangtze, which was broken by the PLA, that's the People Liberation Army, or the Chinese army. Since then, the area has been contested. Inputs suggest that the PLA tried to reclaim the area in the hope that the Indian army presence would be thin at this time of harsh, snowbound winter. The peak is at 17,000 feet, the plateau at 14,000, which is where the clash began. Now, my colleague Arunima is with us right now. She's going to be bringing us more such details. Arunima, the chief detail that we're revealing.
Welcome back. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh addressed the Parliament in both the houses over the clash between India and China in Arunachal Pradesh Tawang sector. Mr. Rajnath Singh said that China attempted to change the status quo, but the attempt was tackled by the troops. Soon after the statement from Raksha Mantri, ruckus erupted in Parliament after opposition demanded a discussion on the issue. We had Congress President and Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, hitting out at the Prime Minister, saying that China is taking shelter behind Prime Minister's statement, where he said that no one has entered Indian territory. Reactions.
9 दिसंबर 2022 को पीएलए ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है, अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है। भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया, अध्यक्ष महोदय। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के कुछ सैनिकों को चोटें भी आई हैं और मैं इस सदन को अवगत कराना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ है। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए, अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शन के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है हमारी भारत की सेना। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम व प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगा।
हमारी छोटी सी गुजारिश थी, जितना इन्होंने 200 शब्द में स्टेटमेंट दिया है, इससे ज्यादा आप सबके पास जानकारी है। क्या सदन इसके लिए है? अगर हम राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा और अखंडता के लिए हम एकजुट हैं, अपने सब जवान को एक मैसेज देना था। आज सरकार नाकामयाब रही है और सरकार कम से कम चाइना के बरक्स, मैं हमेशा ये कहता रहा हूं कि चाइना के बरक्स ये लोग ब्रेजेंट डिनाइल में रहते हैं। आज का दिन भी ब्रेजेंट डिनाइल का दिन है, जो हिंदुस्तान के तारीख में लोकतंत्र में अच्छे से नहीं जाएगा।
Is this issue now finally laid to rest, or will there be more questions that will be asked? The Defence Minister said that the Indian Army gave a befitting response to China, and also that there have been no casualties. This entire incident of Tawang has been raised through diplomatic channel as well.
The Defence Minister gave a statement whereby he just gave the bare bone details
of what exactly transpired at Yangtze when the clash took place, but there is a need for a wider and a deeper discussion on why China is doing that, and it's unfortunate that the government is trying to duck that discussion now since the September of 2020, and this does not really augur well for national security.
But the question again would be asked, Mr. Tawang, that on issues of national security, should there be domestic discussion of this nature in Parliament?
So therefore, then why have Parliament? If the security of the nation cannot be discussed in Parliament, then why have Parliament at all?
जो अरुणाचल में घटना सामने आई है, चाइना के जो तमाम जो सैनिक घुसने की कोशिश किया, इस पर क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
मैं सबसे पहले इंडियन आर्मी के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं, सल्यूट करता हूं। ये गलवान के बाद चीन ने फिर जो वहां से इन्फिल्ट्रेट करने की जो कोशिश किया, रिपोर्ट में आ रहा है मीडिया के माध्यम से लगभग 300 PLA के जो सेनाओं ने वहां घुसने की कोशिश किया 9 दिसंबर को, लेकिन हमारे बहादुर सेनाओं ने अपने कर्तव्य निभाते हुए उनको एक हेवी इंजर्ड के साथ वापस भेजा, और इस पे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी ने भी तुरंत इमीडिएट उसमें मीटिंग बुला के जो सरकार की ओर से कार्रवाई करना चाहिए, अभी मोदी जी के होते हुए ये सबको सुनिश्चित रहना चाहिए कि बॉर्डर में कोई 1 इंच का भी ज़मीन जो है दुश्मन के हाथ नहीं लगेंगे। पहले के सरकारों ने सीमा से जो लोग पलायन करने का जो काम किया है, सीमा में ना टेलीकॉम नेटवर्क दिया, ना रोड दिया, ना जल जीवन मिशन की तरह ना ड्रिंकिंग वाटर दिया, उसी की वजह से हमारे बॉर्डर कमज़ोर होते आया है।
मेरे ख्याल में कोई शक नहीं है कि चाइना की आंखें तवांग पे हैं, और तवांग सेक्टर में हमें बहुत बहुत होशियार रहना है। जो आर्मी ने कल किया, मेरे ख्याल में पूरा देश का समर्थन के साथ किया है, और मैं तो राजनाथ सिंह साहब से ये भी कहा, हमारे रक्षा मंत्री के, कि इस विषय पे आप लोग एक साथ दिखाना चाहिए लोगों को, दुनिया को, कि भारत एक है और हम हमारी टेरिटोरियल इंटीग्रिटी, हमारी देश की सॉवरेंटी के लिए बहुत बहुत कामयाब भी है, और इसमें हम एकता के साथ हम रेजिस्ट करेंगे।
ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಫೋರ್ಸು ಕೂಡ ಭಾಳ ಸನ್ನದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ। ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ತಯಾರಿಗಳಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ। ಚೀನಾ ದೇಶ ಮತ್ತು ಗಡಿ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕೆಲವು ವಿವಾದಿತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವು ಮುನ್ನುಗ್ಗಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ। ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾದ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನ ಇದೆ, ಗೌಲಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇಮ್ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ। ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟಾಗಿ ರೋಡ್ಸು, ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜಸ್ಸು, ವರ್ಕ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈಗ। ಸೊ ಅದೊಂದು ಅಡ್ವಾಂಟೇಜ್, ಅವತ್ತು ಅದು ಅಡ್ವಾಂಟೇಜ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಸಮರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ಎದುರಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ನು ಹಿಮ್ಮೆಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇದೆ।
देश की राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा से खिलवाड़ हो रहा है और मोदी सरकार चुप बैठी है, अपनी जिम्मेवारी से पीछे हट रही है। Now they are occupying area or attempting to occupy area in Tawang here, Arunachal Pradesh. When will Prime Minister show red eyes to China? Well, will Prime Minister give a befitting reply to China? They can't brazenly occupy our territory. And for Prime Minister to say nobody has come, nobody has entered our territory, only emboldens China to further occupy our territory. We demand, both inside and outside the Parliament, Prime Minister should come to Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha and reply to the country and to the opposition about the exact position of brazen and illegal occupation of India's territory at different points by the Chinese PLA.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. And the story that we're tracking here all through the day is the tension that is brewing in along the line of actual control. The situation is now under control, but armed clashes were reported between India and China on the intervening night of December 8th and 9th. It was reported in Tawang sector in Arunachal Pradesh, where there was a face-off that assumed between the two sides. China has now released a statement, first coming in the last 24 hours, saying that the situation at the border is stable. China has also said that both sides have maintained unobstructed dialogue about the border situation. Now, the face-off led to minor injuries from both sides, as confirmed by the Raksha Mantri on the floor of the Parliament today. And according to sources, the chances of casualties are higher, much higher, on the Chinese side. Several soldiers have been injured in the clash. Indian soldiers, 6 of them, have been sent to Guwahati for more treatment. We're given to understand that the escalation began much before the clash actually took place on the 9th of December. IF jets had to be scrambled on 2 to 3 occasions in the last few weeks to prevent air violations by China over Arunachal Pradesh, is also the confirmation that we are now getting. But listen in to the statement that Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh made in Parliament earlier today.
9 दिसंबर 2022 को पीएलए ट्रुप्स ने तवांग सेक्टर के यांगसे एरिया में लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पर अतिक्रमण कर स्टेटस को एक तरफा बदलने का प्रयास किया। चाइना के इस प्रयास का हमारी सेना ने दृढ़ता के साथ सामना किया है अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस फेस ऑफ में हाथापाई भी हुई है। भारतीय सेना ने बहादुरी से पीएलए को हमारी टेरिटरी में अतिक्रमण करने से रोका और उन्हें उनकी पोस्ट पर वापस जाने के लिए मजबूर कर दिया अध्यक्ष महोदय। इस झड़प में दोनों ओर के कुछ सैनिकों को चोटें भी आई हैं और मैं इस सदन को अवगत कराना चाहता हूं कि हमारे किसी भी सैनिक की न तो मृत्यु हुई है और न ही कोई गंभीर रूप से घायल हुआ है। इंडियन मिलिट्री कमांडर्स के टाइमली इंटरवेंशन के कारण पीएलए सोल्जर्स अपनी लोकेशंस पर वापस चले गए अध्यक्ष महोदय, और इस घटना के पश्चात एरिया के लोकल कमांडर ने 11 दिसंबर 2022 को अपने चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ स्थापित व्यवस्था के तहत एक फ्लैग मीटिंग की और इस घटना पर चर्चा की। चीनी पक्ष को इस तरह के एक्शन के लिए मना किया गया और सीमा पर शांति बनाए रखने के लिए कहा गया। इस मुद्दे को चीनी पक्ष के साथ कूटनीतिक स्तर पर भी उठाया गया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं इस सदन को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सेनाएं हमारी भौमिक अखंडता को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं और इसके खिलाफ किसी भी प्रयास को रोकने के लिए सदैव तत्पर है हमारी भारत की सेना। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सदन हमारी सेनाओं की वीरता और साहस को एक स्वर से समर्थन देगा। और अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूं कि यह संसद बिना किसी संशय के भारत की सेना की क्षमता, शौर्य, पराक्रम व प्रतिबद्धता का भी अभिनंदन करेगा।
Now I am also in the eastern part of Arunachal. This is an Upper Siang district. This is a village called Adipasi. Just if you see those hills behind me, it is just 20 kilometer aerial distance, then you get China. So people here are also slightly worried. I had spoken to the villagers and also the amount of power, you can say firepower, the intercontinental ballistic missiles on the borders, the development of infrastructure, the development of construction of houses, construction of roads, bringing the railways right into our borders. So this is a thing of concern. But even though it is a concern, our people here in Arunachal Pradesh, we have full faith on the government. Of course, I am from the Congress, but still the government led by Pema Khandu is also challenging the Chinese on the issue of the Tibet and China. We always say that Arunachal Pradesh is not bordering China, but we are bordering Tibet. So here also, because our forces withdraw during the winter because of the extreme cold, and of course in the minus degree temperature and plus the amount of snowfall where avalanches are also take place, landslides take place. So we take a stand there. But our people, the local people, the Brokpas, the shepherds and all, when they are there, they inform the army personnel, and the army personnel have to interact again. If they stay cool and they abide by what the government, both the governments are doing, they should also stand fast to those decisions, and I think these issues won't come up. Like I said, now when they come, our army people also, our Jawans also, you go back. They also said go back, and then when there is a stalemate, then this slight skirmishes come up, which is unfortunate, which should not happen, because we are in the defensive side, where the Chinese are in the offensive side. So it is the fault of the Chinese, not the Indians, who are we are holding a fort, but they come over and they do this disturbance.
Breaking news now coming in even as politics erupts over the statement that Rajnath Singh has now made. We have a former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir who has now waded in. Omar Abdullah says the clash between India and China in Arunachal Pradesh is unfortunate and it is the central government's failure that has resulted in this. He also goes on to say that it is up to the centre to maintain good relations with neighbouring countries. He also names Pakistan. Listen in to what he had to say.
ये एक बदकिस्मत बात है कि हम अपने पड़ोसियों के साथ अच्छे रिश्ते जो हैं बना नहीं पा रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान के साथ तो वैसे भी हमारे रिश्ते जो हैं वो सबके सामने हैं, लेकिन चीन के साथ भी कुछ मामला बन नहीं रहा है। अभी तक जहां लद्दाख में वो घुसे हैं पूरी तरह से वापस नहीं गए और आज खबर आ रही है कि अरुणाचल प्रदेश में भी कुछ हाथापाई हुई है। हम अपने पड़ोसी बदला नहीं सकते हैं, उनके साथ बेहतर रिश्ते ज़रूर बना सकते हैं।
Arunima, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Arunima, it's quite unfortunate comments like these coming to the fore, especially equating relations with Pakistan and China and putting the onus on India, because India has maintained a stand that relationship between our neighbours and us cannot be a one-way street.
Yes, the political leadership and the Bharatiya Janata Party will not take kindly to what Omar Abdullah is saying. His messaging seems to be, even though at the end of that soundbite he does say that the onus, the initiative must be taken by China as well. But the fact remains that the Bharatiya Janata Party, even today, this morning, when Raksha Mantri made the statement and Greh Mantri made those statements, they made it very clear that as far as our integrity is concerned, as far as our land, our borders are concerned, there is not going to be any compromise, be it neighbourly duties or any other excuse that anyone might give. Our army and our defence sector is committed to maintaining the integrity of our territory. So whatever Omar Abdullah is saying, comparing the equations that we have with Pakistan and China, fact is Pakistan and China both are collaborating to constantly damage India's interests, be it in Ladakh, be it in Jammu and Kashmir, or now even in Punjab. We do know that China and Pakistan are collaborating, and a stable India is something that both these countries do not want. So Omar Abdullah's comment definitely will attract criticism from the ruling side.
And it's also interesting because Omar Abdullah, his father, have often spoken of having dialogue with Pakistan as well, even as India has categorically maintained that terror and talks cannot go hand in hand. And that's the same stand that India has had with China as well. S. Jaishankar, in fact, has said, like I said, it's not a one-way street. It is the onus of both the countries to ensure that status quo is maintained. And today, Rajnath Singh specifically spoke of that in Parliament, where he said that the Chinese troops did try to unilaterally change status quo.
In fact, the other opposition members are actually calling for India to expose China, to call out their transgression, to expose to the international community as to how they are trying to alter the status quo ante, how they are the aggressor. The criticism for the other opposition parties is that Indian political leadership is not doing enough to expose China internationally. So what Omar Abdullah is saying is not even in consonance with what the other opposition members are saying. But of course, he comes from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Erstwhile Ladakh was, erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh. So in that sense, I think he's addressing his own constituency by saying that, have friendly relationship with neighbors. But that's something that India's mainstream is not agreeable to.
Absolutely. Stay on with me. BJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Kavinder Gupta, also joins us on this broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us. Is it surprising the kind of comment that we have seen from Omar Abdullah?
देखिए, भारत अपने आप में सक्षम है और भारत से इनकी सलाह लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। ये हमेशा से पाकिस्तान की वकालत करते रहे हैं। आज भी इनके तार जो पाकिस्तान के साथ जुड़े हैं, किसी के नीचे लग करके बात नहीं की जा सकती। अगर पाकिस्तान को पहले भी हम 2-3 युद्ध में हरा चुके हैं और जब भी बातचीत होती है तो वो उस बातचीत पर ना तो कभी उसने अमल किया है, ना तो इनका ये कहना कि पाकिस्तान की वकालत करना बिल्कुल गलत है। भारत का ये प्रेरोगेटिव ना तो इनका है, तो भारत सरकार को पता है आज हमारे रिश्ते पूरे वर्ल्ड में सभी बड़ी ताकतों के साथ हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि इनका इस प्रकार से करना ये जानबूझ करके एक माहौल खराब करने की साजिश है। और भारत से आज अमेरिका, फ्रांस, कनाडा और जो बड़ी महाशक्तियां जिनको कहा जाता था वो भी भारत से पूछ करके बात करती है। तो इससे सभी से सिद्ध होता है उमर अब्दुल्ला की बात है कहीं मुझे लगता है कि सार्थक नहीं है। तो भारत को पाकिस्तान के साथ कैसे बात करनी है जो भारत को आता है, अगर वो सीधे तरीके से नहीं मानता तो उनके घर में जाकर के सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक के माध्यम से भी उनको जवाब दे देते हैं। पाकिस्तान खुद सुधरेगा, आतंकवाद फैलाने के लिए जो लोग हैं ये उन्हीं के समर्थन करते आए।
जी बने रहे हमारे साथ। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की स्पोक्स पर्सन इफ्रा जान इज ऑल्सो जॉइनिंग अस ऑन दिस ब्रॉडकास्ट एंड Ifra Jan, yes, we are seeing politics erupt over this, but this is a time when we send out a message as a united country against the common enemy, which in this case is China. Why then raise questions or cast aspersions of the kind of relationship or kind of policies that the government has had?
You see, first I would like to respond to the other speaker who was speaking. He said that National Conference has been supporting Pakistan while and Pakistani sponsored militancy, while the reality has been that National Conference has actually lost its 5,000 to 7,000 members sitting MLAs to attacks from the Pakistan. And not only that, we have suffered around 15 to 20,000 attacks. So anybody who calls us anti-national terror supporter needs to go back to school and read history of Jammu and Kashmir. Coming to your question, no, we are not saying that China is a good. Listen, we are not supporting our country, we're supporting the other country. We are saying that if it's okay to ask questions on POK, if it's okay to say, let's bring back POK, and when you say that, you become a nationalist. Why is it that when you talk about Ladakh, erstwhile territory, which is a part, a lot of its territory was a part of Jammu and Kashmir, the state which Umar Abdullah Sahab has been a chief minister for many years. So if he has every right to speak for his people, to speak for his country, and to ask questions to the ruling government. I mean, when Congress was there in power, we all used to ask questions to the Congress government as well. And all of us have a right to ask questions when it comes to protection of our sovereignty, when it comes to protection of our people, of our armed forces, and of our land. And Umar Abdullah Sahab has simply exercised that right.
Sure. Najma Saqib of the PDP also joins us, but Ifra Jan, if I could take another question with you. As far as what Umar Abdullah has said, he's also spoken of Pakistan as he speaks of China, and as we're discussing this current clash that has happened in Arunachal Pradesh, he also says that we already have bad relations with Pakistan, but that is because Pakistan has been pushing terror into India, into Jammu and Kashmir specifically. Most recently, we had the OIC General Secretary also come to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which clearly is being seen as a provocation, as been said by the External Affairs Ministry as well. How would you respond to those kind of provocations that come to the fore from Pakistani side and from its allies?
You see, whether we should have talks or not, what kind of a relationship we should have with them, it is the prerogative of the central government and it will remain so. But the thing is, there have been times when talks with Pakistan have gotten us very good results, especially to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. For example, there were ceasefire talks because there used to be a lot of ceasefire violations before 2019. After prolonged talks were conducted, that escalation on the border stopped, and people of Jammu and Kashmir in those areas were able to live their lives peacefully. So we had a similar system of talks which opened in 2002, and you would see that immediately the graph of militancy and civilian deaths dropped down, and people of Jammu and Kashmir were able to live in peace. So Umar Abdullah Sahab is very rightly concerned about the lives of people of Jammu and Kashmir, who also interests happen to be Indian citizens, and he is within his rights to put forth every advice, every suggestion he has, so that our lives can be made better.
Sure. Stay on with me. Najma Saqib of the PDP, Saifuddin Soz of the Congress Party also join us on this broadcast. And Saifuddin Soz, we've seen the kind of stance the Congress Party has taken as far as its parliament strategy is concerned. You have been keeping up the heat on the central government. We've seen Rahul Gandhi and several other Congress leaders over the last few months as well raise questions about Chinese incursions and transgressions along several frontiers, both in eastern Ladakh and in Arunachal Pradesh. But the Raksha Mantri today in Parliament on record has said that we fought them back. They tried to change status quo unilaterally and we stood our ground. We will not cede any inch. Shouldn't then, even though there is political ideological opposition, shouldn't then the country and all its politicians stand as one?
Yeah, Sochi, my take on this is that the nation should go by this statement Mr. Rajnath made in the Parliament today, because he knows the facts and the nation will have to trust him. Having said that, I would say that the border dispute can never be resolved through war and through these skirmishes. The best course is dialogue and discussion. Neighborhood can't be changed. So India must take a bold step and organize a decisive discussion with Pakistan, and they knew that Pakistan will remain all the time our neighbor. Nobody can change the neighborhood. That is history, that is geography, that is the future. So India should be bold enough to start talking from its strength and organize a decisive dialogue and discussion with Pakistan and sort out all these issues. And these issues can be sorted out best by dialogue and discussion, not by making strong statements and going to war and supporting these border skirmishes.
Sure, but should dialogue and negotiations happen with countries that often keep provoking, often unilaterally try and change status quo? That's really the question. And Najmul Saqib, I'd like to ask you that as well. As far as both Pakistan and China are concerned, even the latest clash in Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh, the Raksha Mantri, the centre, has categorically said that it was the Chinese that provoked. It was an unprovoked attack. It was the Chinese that tried to unilaterally change status quo. Why should we have negotiations and talks with a country that will not comply with laid down rules?
The fact that Chinese think that we have a weak central government in place and they can change the status quo at will anytime they want, I think is a cause for serious concern. Whatever whatever defense minister has said, that is public and for the people of the country to judge. But what we hear from the reports is that the skirmishes are not limited to the fist fight, but there have been aerial incursions as well. So I think it's a very serious turn of events that is happening, and we need to be very careful with the statements. We saw how Army doubled its feet in politics when it gave statements before Gujarat elections on POK, as Ifra was rightly mentioning earlier. These statements have ramifications. We know about Home Minister's statement about Aksai Chin and what it led eventually to Galwan. So I think these are very serious things. And having said that, as Sood Saab rightly mentioned, we cannot let the issue of Kashmir and India-Pakistan hostilities. South Asia has been held hostage to the enmities between two countries. Our countries are bleeding. Look at the defense budget that we are spending and maintaining along LAC. We have thousands and thousands of crores. We cannot match Chinese defense spending. There has to be a way out. If escalation is the only route, that means India would have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on defense alone. And can we afford to fight two countries at once? So I think it calls for a serious discussion. There has to be a consensus among political parties. There cannot be unilateral shoving. And if anybody asks questions, then you cannot brand them as international. There are people who have serious concern and they want to contribute, and because this affects the national sovereignty. Today if DGP questions Nehru, saying that his Hindi Chini bye-bye led to the fiasco of 1962. Then Congress would come back with the same thing. They say, Modi and Xi Jinping, romance in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu led to Galwan and Dokla and Tawang today. So I think let's not go for this, slugfest against each other. This is a very serious issue, serious matter. There should be a debate on the floor of the House, and whatever the truth is should come to the public, and the larger strategic thinking should evolve in the country, how to deal with the problem.
Sure, and I don't think the centre is shying away from discussion either. That's what we had learnt from the central government today, this morning as well. But Najmul Saqib, thank you so much for joining us here on this broadcast with your perspective. My colleague Abhishek also continues to be with us. Major General Sudhakar Ji, defence expert, and Deshratan Nigam, a political analyst, also join us in this broadcast. But Abhishek, coming to you first, we've seen the kind of stand that the centre has taken. It was made very clear on the floor of the House today by Raksha Mantri, also going on to say that there haven't been any serious injuries or any fatalities because we stood our ground, and even though at some point perhaps the Indian troops were overpowered by the Chinese, we did manage to push them back.
Of course, we stood our grounds, and in fact, there are reports that when 300 odd Chinese troops tried to transgress About 50 Indian soldiers who were present at the site, they challenged them, but soon they were joined by their partners, and then India thwarted any attempt by Chinese soldiers to change their status quo unilaterally. This is what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also told, has said in the Parliament, that there has not been any casualty. There have been minor injuries, and injuries has been inflicted on both the sides during this skirmishes. Flag meeting has also happened between the local commanders. The good thing is that this issue has now been raised at diplomatic level as well, because now we know that in the wake of Ladakh skirmishes, then we saw almost 20 Indian soldiers being dead, and other Chinese soldiers also suffering casualties. There has been multiple mechanisms to sort out the boundary issues, to continue to be engaged and to sort out the differences of boundary. The Arunachal Pradesh, where this whole incident has happened, is also victim of that differing perception of the McMahon line, which China doesn't recognize. But of course, China doesn't control all part of the line of actual control, and Indian troops are also present. So both the sides in the 1993 agreement have accepted this fact that they will respect the difference, the differing perception of each other. At the same time, they will not prejudice their own perception of line of actual control. But the status quo will be maintained, and through regular dialogues and negotiations, there is a proper mechanism of border talks where both sides, Indian side is led by Ajit Doval, and Chinese side is also led by a senior minister from the Chinese government, and they meet at regular interval to sort out the all pending boundary issues. That has been there for almost like 20 years, and in the recent past we have seen Corps Commander level meeting happening after the Galwan clash. But this Arunachal Pradesh is something that India was also very much prepared, because there is a massive troop deployment in Ladakh, our eastern border, and there is counter measure that India has taken in after Chinese troops and Chinese arms and ammunitions have been deployed along the line of actual control.
Right.
And same thing has happened in Uttarakhand also, and in Arunachal Pradesh also, where Indian military has ensured and strengthened their preparedness for any misadventure that Chinese might do.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for getting us the latest. And as far as the build-up along the line of actual control is concerned, we do know, Major General Sudhakar ji, that both sides, both India and China, have been fortifying as far as construction is concerned. There is better road connectivity that India has been focusing on to maintain a bird's eye view, so to say, as far as the entire valley is concerned, to also give us a vantage point. And we've seen on the other side, China too has been trying to not only have military build-up, which has been called out multiple times, but there are several villages along the line of control opposite to where Tawang is on the Chinese side, where there are villages that have been set up.
Yeah, Poonam, if that question is meant for me, firstly, good afternoon, and thank you for getting me onto your show. And must compliment the channel to have actually picked up the theme. The question which you are asking me has got a couple of issues which I'll highlight one by one. Firstly, you are asking about the villages. Yes, you are right. There are 628 villages, border villages, which China has managed to complete in the early or middle part of this year. And these are all permanent and static establishments. They have got optical fiber. They have got the pipeline for oil. They have got the solar and the power recharging facilities. They have got roads, tracks, and vehicles available, and communication system. So you are right as far as that thing is concerned, but I have been a commander myself in this sector. So I know every inch of ground, what is happening. Unfortunately, people who matter in the hierarchy in such kind of national security issues, it is prudent on our part to, like you rightly been flagging, we need to unite and project a united front when the adversity is actually looming large on us. Let's not take it lightly. So coming back to the point, Yangtze per se and Tawang, opposite Tawang, the nearest village, it's spread over a distance of approximately 80 to 84 kilometers, right from Khinjimane going up to Gerenchu Glacier. That is the frontier. And this frontier, the nearest village is towards Jimithang side, Lumpo. The village name of the village is Li. We call it as a village, but actually speaking, there is a military establishment there. The next one, I would say, after the 1962 conflict, the Chinese troops, they had fallen back by 28 to 30 kilometers. The distinction which people need to understand, that here in Arunachal Pradesh and Kameng sector, there is a very prominent geographical feature. It's called a watershed. Watershed is the highest point. It's a ridge line running between China and India. That side of this ridge line is China. At 28 kilometers, the nearest township is called as Sunazong. Sunazong, you'll find very minimum number of civilians, more number of army people or PLA people there. However, as you come towards the border side, they have the border guarding forces, the BDR people. They have small staging camps and also the camps because the Indian Army, consequent to the infrastructure development which China had undertaken between 1986 to 2011, has taken up infrastructure development in real earnest. A lot of significant developments have taken place. There is a tunnel which has come up under the Sela Pass. There are roads which are non-existent to the forward areas. They have also come up. And also the place Yangtze. Yangtze is a very steep gradient pasture. It's a high altitude area which is expanding spread over almost about 5 to 7 kilometers from west to east and about 6 to 8 kilometers north-south. That is the kind of a bowl. It is a grazing ground. This essentially used to be claimed by China long time back. Even now also it is there as a mutually accepted disputed area. Yeah. So in the year 1986, when Wangdong intrusion took place, Wangdong is a place which is across Samdogdong-chu. There is a nala there, and that is towards India side from the watershed. They had come and occupied our IB post in the year 1986 during summertime. Our IB people used to go and occupy or do patrolling and stay there for a couple of days and come back. But they were surprised they had come there. So as a kind of a riposte or as a quid pro quo, the Indian Army had sent regular forces to this sector. This sector earlier used to be patrolled by Assam Rifle Boys. They used to go up to a place called Tulungla. But that year, after 86 incident, we went and occupied the high features along the ridge line. Since then, we have been on a dominating height. We have the advantage of domination by fire and observation. Right. However, the climb from our side is very, very steep. Towards China side, it is the Tibetan plateau, which is actually rolling up towards the border.
And that domination really is what is important, and that is also what China has been eyeing, which is why we keep seeing time and again transgressions, incursions happen in that particular stretch as well, because this perhaps is the first time that we've seen such a hand-to-hand combat that has happened, but eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation between PLA troops and Indian troops in that particular region have happened for far too long. And stay on with me. Deshwardhan Nigam, before I get you in, I want to get in a quick word from my colleague Pallavi also, who joins us on this broadcast. And Pallavi, we saw the kind of fireworks that erupted in the parliament today, right after the Raksha Mantri's statement. Because there was no discussion, we saw the opposition walk out. Are we expecting similar scenes in the next sessions as well?
The next date, which is tomorrow, yes, I think so, because I don't think the Congress party, particularly the opposition, wants to give it up, because they've got what they think a handle against the government on issues which concerns national security and also the implications it comes in from. I mean, you know, we've been talking about this since morning. If you look at the last Lok Sabha elections, 2014, 2019, one of the clear pitches on which the BJP surged ahead was on the pitch of nationalism and national security. So parties like the Congress, who want to bounce back in 2024, are not going to let go of this issue, because they're certainly going to be badgering the BJP, making the point that why is it that these kind of incursions happen repeatedly, and why is it that the BJP-led government at the center is not able to show a strong political leadership and stand up to China. So yes, I think it's quite likely that tomorrow in Parliament too you'll see these adjournment notices and a demand coming in from the opposition that the government must agree to a short duration discussion.
Right, that's really the demand, that only a statement is not enough, that it would not suffice, and a discussion is what the opposition is calling for. Pallavi, thank you so much for getting us the latest as far as the political fight is concerned. And Deshwardhan Nigam, the politics of all of this is unfortunate, some would say, because like we've been talking about, we have a common adversary or a common enemy, which is China. And the Raksha Mantri today also categorically said on the floor of the House that it was the Chinese troops that indulged in an unprovoked attack. They wanted to change status quo because they perhaps eyed domination before the snow actually sets in.
Yes, Poonam, in fact, since severe winter is approaching in that particular area and the troops generally come down And therefore, Chinese probably thought this is the right moment to change unilaterally the status quo and to occupy areas from the Indian side. They did try their best, but they were repelled and repulsed appropriately by the Indian Defence Forces. And Rajnath Singh appropriately replied in the parliament. However, we require a united political stand on this issue. However, Congress has not been on the same platform with the government, even when the Doklam issue was there and when Rahul Gandhi was having secret meetings with the Chinese ambassador, and they denied initially, saying it's a fake news. When subsequently the photos came and the Chinese embassy did say that the meeting took place, they backtracked. Secondly, again, Rahul Gandhi met during the so-called Mansarovar Kailash Yatra. He met Chinese ministers. He admitted that also after when it came into the news.
Right.
So we to be very clear that Congress is not going to stand with the government or the nation so far as national security issues are concerned. Government is only saying, in fact, the speaker has made it very clear that these are national issues, national security, and as per tradition and conventions which are going since long, since independence, these issues are discussed in closed chambers and in an all-party meet, or say, for example, various parliamentary standing committees that you have, including Defense Committee, and therefore you must go there and have a discussion, but they don't want to do that.
Right.
And especially, when your armed forces have made it very, very clear that they have repelled them, and it was a minor skirmishes without any serious injuries to the Indian soldiers. And I believe all the parties have to take a very clear stand on this subject. The present government is answerable to the people in elections, and they made a very categorical statement in the parliament today that Chinese have been repelled and repulsed appropriately with appropriate force.
It's also the kind of messaging that is important, the kind of messaging that all our members of parliament send out to the entire country at a time like this, that yes, we are very much capable of warding off any such unprovoked attacks, and India as a country, all of its politicians stand together. That's the kind of messaging that people in this country need, as well as China needs to see that. And I request you both gentlemen to stay on with me, because we want to break it down for our viewers. What exactly transpired, what has been the trigger, and what has been going on so far as Arunachal Pradesh is concerned, and the line of actual control tussle between India and China. Zaka Jacob explains.
So this latest clash that happened between Indian and Chinese troops comes 2 years after what we saw in Galwan. It's important to understand where this happened. It's happened in a place called Yangtze, and let's try and sort of locate Yangtze on a map in the eastern sector for you. It's very close to Tawang. It's about 25-30 kilometers northeast of Tawang. Remember, Tawang is the last big command headquarters that we have as far as the eastern side is concerned, the eastern sector is concerned. Remember, both India and China have been building infrastructure, particularly the Chinese side, heavy-duty infrastructure leading all the way up to some villages on the other side of Yangtze. India too has been building a new road in a place called Bamla, east of Bamla, and before this clash point that happened in Yangtze. So there has been massive infrastructure build up by both sides on either side of this clash site called Yangtze. Now the important thing to understand is that this clash, this happened on the intervening night between 8th and 9th of December. This was last week. It happened at 3 a.m. and we're given to understand that about 300 Chinese PLA soldiers, that's not a small number, 300 Chinese PLA soldiers in the dead of the night at 3 in the morning tried to capture the icy heights. Remember, these heights are 15,000 feet, 17,000 feet. The attempt was to try and capture the heights and get area domination around the Yangtze. Now, why this is important is if either side manages to capture these heights, like I said, the plateaus here are 10,000, 12,000 feet, and the peaks, the heights, are at anywhere between 15 to 17,000 feet. If either side manages to capture this, and remember this is disputed site, all along the 3,500 kilometer line of actual control that runs all the way from Ladakh in the western sector all the way up to Tawang in the eastern sector, there are about 20 to 25 recognized disputed spots. Yangtze happens to be one of them. If either side captures Yangtze, then what it means is it gives you visibility, the area domination, the height advantage. It gives you visibility for about 25 to 30 kilometers on either side, on the Indian side as well as on the Chinese side. What this means is then in these harsh climatic conditions where snow sometimes can reach about 7-10 inches in these harsh climatic conditions, there is no need for daily patrolling on the ground because you get clear visibility on either side. You can, from Yangtze, from the heights of Yangtze, you can see all the way up to Tawang. So it is important that that height domination and area domination be established. So what the Chinese soldiers were trying to do on that intervening night between 8th and 9th of December was to capture the heights of Yangtze. Now, this is not the first time that this place, Yangtze, has been a site of dispute between Indian and Chinese troops. This same place, the Chinese troops had tried something similar at a much smaller scale, though, in October of 2021. That was last year. Similarly, they had done so in 2016 as well. Now, that time too was around that October-November period. Why they're doing this now at this point of time is once the snow sets in, the terrain is very difficult, the weather is inclement, you cannot move around these areas very easily. It's very difficult to move large number of troops. Therefore, they were looking for that height advantage. And like I said, Yangtze is already one of the recognized disputed sites along the 3,500-kilometer line of actual control. Now, the modus operandi, and this is where it gets interesting. The question that Indian authorities are asking themselves is, was this similar to the modus operandi that we saw in Galwan, and is that now a new normal with the Chinese, or is there something less localized as far as this is concerned? The similar modus operandi, there were no lethal weapons, no guns, no armaments of any nature that were used. It was clubs, machetes, sticks. There were 6 Indian soldiers who were grievously injured. They had to be flown out from Yangtze to the field hospital in Guwahati. We're given to understand from top army sources that there is a higher number of PLA soldiers too who have been injured. Remember, there were about 300 who came. The Indian side immediately called for reinforcements. There were close to 100, 150 Indian soldiers who came within a few minutes of that call, and then they chased the Chinese all the way back to their command post, which is on the other side of this disputed site. So the injuries also mark the kind of weapons that were used, the bruises that we saw, the black eyes, the fractures. So like I said, 6 Indian soldiers are getting treatment at the field hospital in Guwahati. Now, what is important to understand is China has been building, on its side of the Yangtze, it has been building what are called these settler villages. What it essentially does is it takes a large number of these veterans or people who have served in the paramilitary forces in China and settles them in these so-called settler villages. On the other side of Yangtze is a village called Xiaokang, which is being used as a launch pad. That's the fear. There are about 600 such settler villages all the way from eastern Ladakh in the western sector, in the middle sector, in Himachal and in Uttarakhand, and of course eventually in Tawang in the eastern sector. These 600 villages, and this is what Indian Army veterans and people in the forces also believe, that these villages, these settler villages like Xiaokang on the opposite side of Yangtze are being used in a way by the Chinese PLA troops to try and use them as launch pads for these kind of stealth operations. Remember, salami slicing has been happening in all 3 sectors. It is a playbook that the Chinese have sort of perfected, particularly in the disputes that we're seeing in the South and East China Seas. Now, Tawang is important not just for military reasons, but also for political reasons. It's one of the most sacred places in Tibetan Buddhism. In fact, the Tibetans believe that the 6th Dalai Lama actually was born in Tawang. The monastery there in Tawang is one of the holiest shrines for Tibetan Buddhists. There is also a belief amongst the Tibetan Buddhists that the successor to the current Dalai Lama, remember, he's of advanced age, the successor to the current Dalai Lama could potentially hail from Tawang. It's a secretive process, it's a meditative process. They go on for a number of days until, of course, they get a sign as to who the Dalai Lama has reincarnated in and as. So potentially, the successor to the current Dalai Lama could come from Tawang. So for political reasons as well, Tawang is absolutely essential both for India as well as for China. Now, if you go back and check in history, even in 1962, much of the war was actually focused in this belt, in the eastern sector as it were. The Chinese, in fact, came all the way from their side, from across the Yangtze River. They came down these icy peaks, capturing Bomla, Zumla, and then finally all the way down south to Tawang. They had captured Tawang, they had held area control of Tawang, but eventually, within 10 days, they relinquished it and they went back onto the other side of Yangtze, this disputed site, as it were. So the important thing is that for the Chinese, and remember, particularly in the last 10, 15 years or so, from 2008-9 onwards, every time a senior government official from India would visit Tawang, the Chinese would make a huge hue and cry about it. They refer to Tawang as part of southern Tibet. And like I said, for not just military reasons, but for political reasons as well, the Chinese have never really given up their claim on Tawang. The important question is this. The incident that happened at Yangtze, the trigger factor of these launch pads, because it's not just here at Yangtze where these launch pads are there, it's there all across the line of actual control. And second, the modus operandi. Remember, the 93 and 96 agreements bar Indian and Chinese troops from opening fire. The last big fire happened in Sabudrongchu in 1986. But are they bypassing that? Are they diverting from that by using clubs and machetes? And is this now a new modus operandi? These are the larger policy questions, military, tactical questions as well, that the Indian Defence Forces and, of course, the political leadership will have to contend with. But one thing is very, very clear. The Chinese are not going to sit still. In Galwan, it happened 2 years ago. In Yangtze, it's happened just this past week. If this is a new normal, if this is a new pattern, then surely the Indian Defence Forces will be well prepared for it.
That was the news until now. Let's now get you some other big news that we have for car owners.
In fact, spikes or canes with nails on them. Now, sources further say that the other side did have injuries, as we told you. They also say that we were initially short of numbers, but we did have a backup team that reached within minutes. Now, details are still sparse about the entire incident. Let's step away for a second and now focus on the political reaction. The Congress has lashed out since details were made available yesterday. The Congress has said that the centre is remaining silent and that they're not doing anything about continuing border tension. Both the Congress and the AIMIM have said that they will move an adjournment motion to discuss this matter. Remember, the winter parliament session is in session as we speak. This is the first major clash between the two sides since the Galwan Valley clash all the way back in June 2020, when you remember 20 Indian soldiers lost their lives. We have more breaking news here. We'll move to it very quickly. All right, more information coming in from government sources on the Tawang clash. This is what they're telling us. They're saying that in 2008, there was a Buddha statue in the Yangtze, which was broken by the PLA, that's the People Liberation Army, or the Chinese army. Since then, the area has been contested. Inputs suggest that the PLA tried to reclaim the area in the hope that the Indian army presence would be thin at this time of harsh, snowbound winter. The peak is at 17,000 feet, the plateau at 14,000, which is where the clash began. Now, my colleague Arunima is with us right now. She's going to be bringing us more such details. Arunima, the chief detail that we're revealing to our audience is that the PLA possibly tried to reclaim this area in the hope that the Indian army presence would be thin at this time because there is a harsh winter in that entire area. Could you bring our audiences more context to that piece of information?
So what government functionaries are telling us is that this area at 14,000 feet, this is an area of pilgrimage for the locals. Yangtze had a Buddha statue which people worshipped. It also has what locally is called the place of 1,000 waterfalls. It's a touristy area for locals there because of the high terrain at 14,000 feet. It's also a place of pilgrimage. And in 2008, China tried to push back Indian army from this point by breaking the Buddha statue and by restricting access. And since then, there have been repeated skirmishes where the People's Liberation Army has tried to dislodge Indian army from that position. What functionaries tell me is that in the last 6 to 7 years, earlier Indian army would only patrol this area, and in winter months during snowbound peaks, they would vacate. But in the last few years, they have continued to stay there even in the winter months. So I think Chinese army calculated that because it is snowbound right now, Indian army presence would be thin and they would take advantage of the situation and capture our post and push back the claim line. But since Indian army was continuing to hold on, it led to clashes. There were about 300. The PLA soldiers were about 300. the Indian Army refused to vacate the post, and that's why they got injured. About 9 of them with limb injuries, fractures, etc. were evacuated to a Guwahati hospital. The situation currently, as per government functionaries, is under control. Flag meeting has happened. Both sides have gone back to their position. Status quo has been restored. But it just shows that, repeated attempts are being made by China to reclaim parts of line of actual control, which they think is their territory.
Pallavi has been bringing details to us about possible moves pursued in the parliament by opposition parties like the Congress and a few minutes ago the AIMIM. Pallavi, over to you.
Well, as the government sources are pointing out, that it's not the first time these kind of clashes have taken place and India has retaliated quite strongly. That's exactly the point which the Congress party and other opposition parties have been making, that there have been instances of these kind of clashes or attempts by Chinese to enter into Indian territory, but the government has always denied it, or government has said it's not really happened, and therefore this is the reason why there needs to be a debate and discussion. There have been multiple notices which have been served in both the houses of parliament and cutting across party lines. The Trinamool Congress, Owaisi, Congress party, all of them are in the mood to get out the government. One, they want a short duration discussion on this. Second, they want it to be concluded by a statement from the defense minister. And third, the prime minister must be present inside the house. In fact, the main target of attack is the prime minister because they accuse him of hiding the facts, not admitting that these have been cases of clashes, what really is the extent of damage, and so on and so forth. So I think as the parliament reconvenes in an hour, less than an hour's time from now, we can see clashes taking place actually between the opposition and the government on both the houses.
Okay, Pallavi, thank you for bringing us that context. Let's go over now to our colleague Abhishek Jha. He's with us. He tracks the Ministry of External Affairs. Abhishek, since December 9th, can you walk us through the communication that's taken place between China and India? We obviously know of the defense communication that's in fact been taking place over the last year and a half. But since December 9th, what have we seen?
So far, there has not been any official release regarding whether any diplomatic negotiation or diplomatic talk took place between India and China in the aftermath of the December 9th clash that we have witnessed along line of actual control in Arunachal Pradesh. But we do know that Indian side and Chinese side have been regularly engaged on the issue of border clashes. There have been 17 rounds of core commando talks along to sort out the border disputes, and there has also been diplomatic level engagements both in Delhi and Beijing, and also at the level of External Affairs Minister Wang Yi and from the Chinese side and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar from the Indian side at various platforms where they have tried to negotiate how to maintain the status quo and how to take back the status of pre-Galwan level clash, that is April 22, 2020, when there was no transgression or no attempt to transgress from the Chinese side. But so far, in the wake of 9th December incident that we are talking currently, there has not been any official communication, if any diplomatic communication has been between the Delhi and Beijing.
Armed clashes took place between India and China. They were reported yesterday. They took place, however, on December 9th. Now, these clashes took place in Arunachal Pradesh's Tawang sector, where both sides were engaged in a face-off. The face-off led to minor injuries on both sides. According to sources, the chances of casualties were higher and do seem to be higher on the Chinese side. Several soldiers have been injured in the clash, with the Indian soldiers already being taken to the Guwahati hospital for treatment. Now, sources also say that the Chinese soldiers were present. Both had weapons with them, but it's not clear. It doesn't seem as if these weapons were rifles. Initial reports suggest that they were in fact spiked.
Welcome back. News coming in from Telangana now, where relief coming to the fore for YSRTP chief YS Sharmila, where the High Court has now given permission for her to resume her Padyatra, hitting out at the Warangal police for giving show cause notice to her earlier. In a parallel development, chaos continues outside YS Sharmila's residence after she was allegedly blocked by the police from leaving her residence. Swastika, my colleague, is with me for more on this. So, Swastika, even as the YSRTP versus KCR government showdown continues, there is relief coming to the fore via courts.
Yes, this means that Sharmila can resume her Padayatra and she will no longer need any clearance from the police. And this is something that the High Court had also stated, that she's a politician and she has a right as a democratic citizen to embark on a Padayatra. And why, on what grounds the Warangal police denied her that permission, considering that there was a clearance given by the High Court earlier itself. Now, in a parallel development, as you rightly pointed out, there is chaos ensuing outside her residence. Sharmila today was blocked by the police from going to the High Court. The reason given by the police to her was that she's a public figure and there's always a threat of creating public disorder, and that's the reason why they have received instructions from the top High Court to not to allow her to leave her residence. So that's why there is heavy deployment outside her Lotus Pond residence here in Hyderabad. And Sharmila was also seen having an argument of sorts with the police officer there who was telling her not to leave the house because he had received instructions from the top.
Right, so as she resumes her Padayatra, are we going to see more showdowns between her and the government? That remains to be seen. But for the moment, Swastika, thank you so much for getting us the latest. Moving on now to Kerala, where the University Laws Amendment Bill has been passed by the State Legislative Assembly. The bill aims to remove the governor of Kerala, which is Arif Muhammad Khan, as the chancellor of state-funded universities. That bill has been passed in the Assembly. The opposition, though, boycotted the session. They were up in arms against the state government over the formation of the committee or the constitution of the committee and who is going to be a part of it. And there was tussle over that, which is why the opposition boycotted the session, boycotted the passage of this bill. But the State Assembly has nevertheless passed that bill. It will now be at the table of the governor for his final signature. Neetu, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Yes, Neetu.
So the opposition has boycotted this after raising their objections to it. What the opposition leader has said is that they wanted the committee to consist of Chief Minister, opposition leader, as well as a High Court Chief Justice. Meanwhile, the government has partially agreed this and said instead of High Court Justice, they will have the Speaker in the committee to select the Vice Chancellor. So then the opposition went on to say that if that is the case, then the Vice Chancellor should be should be a retired Supreme Court judge or a retired High Court Chief Justice. So that is something which they said is non-negotiable. So on this, the government and the opposition did not agree, and it was after that the opposition walked out. They boycotted the assembly on this. It has been passed by the State Legislative Assembly. Now the committee will have the Chief Minister, the opposition leader, as well as the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly to find the Vice Chancellors of each of these universities. Now, essentially, this bill removes Governor as the Chancellor of all state universities, and they will be appointing people of eminence in each field as chancellors.
Now, this is only going to further escalate the showdown between the governor and the government, Neetu, isn't it? Because this file eventually will land at the table of the governor.
That's correct, because this, even if the Legislative Assembly has passed it, it requires the governor's assent for it to become a law. So even in the last session, the university, another amendment to the university draft rules, that also is still pending before the governor. That was basically changing the constitution of the committee to select the vice chancellors. So that is also pending before the governor, and the face-off between the governor and the government is continuing. So this will add to it definitely.
Right. Do keep a track of all the developments on ground there. For the moment, Neetu, thank you so much. Let's focus now to West Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee has reacted to the main accused in the Birbhum violence being found dead. He died by suicide while in CBI custody yesterday. Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of the state, has now raised questions as to how that could happen. She says that FIR has been registered and a thorough inquiry needs to be done. Kamalika, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Kamalika, we are seeing massive protests on ground as well, even as the politics between the BJP and the TMC continues.
Yeah, absolutely. Mamata Banerjee herself giving a statement, and there also she is also questioning the role of CBI. how could this type of incident take place in CBI custody? That she mentioned, and also she has mentioned that his family has lodged an FIR. So that issue that will be seen, and she herself has said that the Trinamool Congress will also take up the issue. So it is the Chief Minister directly saying that this is obviously putting CBI.
Right, we'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague Kamalika there and get you more details of what exactly is transpiring. But Lalan Sheikh, the main accused in the Birbhum violence in which 10 people were killed in March last year, was found dead, allegedly died by suicide while in CBI custody yesterday. Political war of words are escalating between the TMC and the BJP. The family of Lalan Sheikh goes on to say that he was tortured by the CBI in custody and his suicide is not exactly suicide and there is foul play, which is why now chorus is growing for a thorough investigation. Kamalika, I believe, is back with us on the phone line. Yes, Kamalika, go ahead.
Yeah, when the Chief Minister, who is in a 3-day tour in Meghalaya, she herself has questioned the role of CBI. Now that is very important. How could such custodial death take place in CBI custody? That's the question which the villagers are raising. And that's the question what the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has also raised. Not only that, she has also stated that they are going to take up this issue very seriously. And she has also said that she came to know that the wife of Lalan Sheikh has also lodged an FIR. So it's an out and out. Anyway, Trinamool Congress has always raised question on the way CBI has worked, or they have stated always that CBI is obviously BJP's weapon. That's what they have been always saying. Now the fact that this death has taken place, this custodial death has taken place, obviously there is a rage in village, and also Chief Minister herself is not happy with this and she has condemned it. And Trinamool Congress, on the other hand, will definitely take up this issue. Like since yesterday, they have been asking that how could CBI do this, and also they are pointing out that according to Supreme Court direction, anybody, this person who was in CBI custody, 24 hours CCTV monitoring was required. So they are raising a lot of questions, and when Mamata Banerjee herself is raising this question, it is very sure that Trinamool Congress politically is going to take up this issue.
Absolutely, and it's not just questions that are being raised politically. The family of the main accused, Lalan Sheikh, has also cast aspersions on the CBI, isn't it? They are now alleging torture under the CBI's custody.
Yeah, absolutely. And from morning, today from morning, the CBI temporary guest house where Lalan Sheikh actually died, the villagers have cleared out that, and there was another accused of Jahangir Sheikh who was supposed to be produced in court. A little 5 minutes ago, the IG CBI himself took the accused Jahangir Sheikh, and there were 2 cars. And while they were going out from morning, they were not allowing any CBI car to come out of that guest house. Then the CBI asked help from the local police. The local police tried to convince these villagers, but there is a tremendous rage. Tires have been burned on roads. Villagers have totally get out that place. But right now what we are getting 5 minutes back, the villagers, though they have protested, but the CRPF and the police has managed it. And the 2 cars have gone out of the guest house. But an absolute rage among the Bhakti villagers, where they are saying it's absolutely CBI's high-handedness, CBI has tortured, and they are demanding CID investigation. On the other hand, post-mortem is yet to start there in the hospital.
Right.
And what we are getting it from our sources, that the CID officials, they are also reaching this area. So whether CID is going to take up the case, and if CID take this case, all these things are obviously to be seen. But right now it's a tense situation in Boktui, and the villagers are very angry with this incident.
Right, do keep a track of the developments on ground there. Let's listen in to what the TMC has to say.
About others, what is the meaning of partial hanging? A person may be hanged fully by hanging. If it is partial hanging, then what are the other reason for other part of the reason? What is the other part, the reason of this particular death?
The political fight there escalating in West Bengal, and we'll keep a track of all that and much more here on CNN News 18. But it's a wrap from my side. My colleague Anusha joins you next.
Thank you so much for that, Poonam. Once again, a very warm welcome. Good evening here on CNN News 18. Hello, I'm Anusha Soni. Our top focus this hour is yet another attempt by the Chinese to alter the status quo, something that we have seen happening earlier in Galwan. And now here's another friction point which is emerging. Hopefully the situation will be handled. The Tawang clash, armed clashes between India and China. Our top focus this hour. We'll also tell you what the Raksha Mantri said, what the Home Minister is saying. Let's have a look at the story.
China's case